This is Audible.
This is Shadowcroft Academy for Dungeons, Year 1, written by James Hunter and Aaron Michael Ritchie. Narrated by Henry Kramer. Chapter 1. Logan Murray pulled his truck into the driveway of his ranch house in Arvada, Colorado. The suspension creaked as the tires crunched onto the gravel beside his garage. The garage itself was full of tools, lawn mowers, replacement parts, and a big wood chipper named Wanda, not to mention a variety of equipment he only pulled out when he had specialty jobs to run. But that was fine. His big F-350 didn't need a comfortable place to live. His business did. Logan's landscaping, though physically demanding work, kept food on the table and him out of trouble. He killed the engine, but just sat there for a long beat. He rubbed his tired eyes with calloused hands and sighed. It had been a long day, and he was glad to be done with it. The work had been the same as always, but he'd had to fire Tyler McWiggins. HR was easily the worst part of running his own business. But Tyler had it coming. The kid had 3 major issues in his life. He drank too much, worked too little, and complained like a defendant in divorce court. Out of the 3 issues, the complaining was the worst. Tyler had called in to complain how sick he was. Logan knew better. His employee had the Monday flu, after a weekend of Coors Light and kvetching, red wine and whining, Bud Light and belly aching. So Logan had to work the day alone, which he hated. His other guys were hammering together a deck in Cherry Creek. Logan had spent most of the day bidding jobs, and most of the evening digging post holes for Grady Henderson in Thornton. The setting sun streaked red and gold across the sky. After spending hours in the heat, Logan was sweaty, dirty, and his belly rang empty like the bell in an abandoned church. Dirt covered his hands and clothes, and mud encrusted his boots. When digging post holes, you soak them down first, before you use the digger. One of the first rules of landscaping? Let water do the heavy lifting for you. Still, even with the water, digging post holes was back-breaking work. His uncle had disagreed with Logan's choice of careers. Uncle Bud called picks and shovels idiot sticks. Logan shrugged that off. He found the long hours, the heat, and the labor fun. Besides, any kind of manual labor was 1,000 times easier than the grunt work and never-ending hours he'd pulled overseas in the Army. Logan had been a 25B, once upon a time, an information tech specialist. Sounded fancy, though in reality it amounted to being a radio operator attached to an infantry unit. Now that had been work. Running line, going on patrol, lugging around the oversized PRC-77 radio, affectionately referred to as the Prick 77 by the poor souls who had to carry it. Landscaping had nothing on that. The work was fulfilling in its way, and the hours went by fast when he was with his workers, listening to the radio, talking trash, and building things. Nothing was as satisfying as taking nothing and leaving behind a masterpiece of wood, sod, and flowers. Working with plants was fascinating. Logan spent hours researching flowers, climbing vines, mushrooms, and different kinds of fertilizers. After 5 years of running his own business, he knew, down to the week, the life cycle of your typical lawn. He popped open the door of his truck, stepped out, and winced as he put weight on his prosthetic leg. Unlike Tyler, he wasn't a complainer. However, if he did have a mind to whine, it would be about his leg. Not losing it. He was lucky to be alive. But by God it hurt after a long day. Phantom tingles raced up and down the skin that wasn't there. The tingles were better than the raw pain that often lingered in his stump. They'd taken the leg just below the knee. Why? That was a long story. Too long for a summer night, when there were beer and voicemails to attend to. Moving with a slight limp, he headed through his back gate and into the weeds and grass of his backyard. It was a jungle. The only thing it was missing was Tarzan and a few stray lions strolling through the savannah near the back fence. Logan spent his days perfecting the yards of his customers, but his own was liable to get a notice from the HOA any day. What was that old proverb? The shoemaker's children have no shoes. It was like that, but with more weeds. he strode across the cracked patio cement and through the back door. The scratch of nails on tile announced the presence of his 3 slobber hounds. The trio were only too happy to see him. He felt the same. Patting their heads and ruffling their fur, he let them race out into the wilds of his backyard. The fridge gave him beer and some leftover fried chicken. He stuck a leg in his teeth and stood at the sink, watching his dogs race through the tracks they created in the jungle. Those puppies were the best. Noodle Doodle, Princess Peach, and Booker DeWitt. He caught a whiff of himself. "That's the smell of money for a working man," he muttered under his breath. He'd get a shower. Eventually. But first he had voicemails to suffer through. His foreman, Ramon Garcia, said the deck was going well, and that the team got more work done without him. It was an old joke between the two. Then there were the clients, asking for updates or wanting him for more work. Always more. Which was a good problem to have at the end of the day. Denver and its suburbs were booming. He'd have to replace Tyler. Despite the kid's failings, he hated having to let him go. He sighed again, resigned. Such was life. Truthfully, finding help was always an issue when you ran your own business, but it needed to be done. Hard work was always made easier by many hands. Too bad he couldn't cast a spell and turn his dogs into people. Speaking of spells, he had something special planned for tonight. He would chew down some chicken, wash it down with a cold one, then grab a fresh beer for an evening of murder and magic. He was so damned close to beating the game. And what a game it was. He grunted and sat down in a wood chair at the same dinner table he'd grown up eating at. His parents were gone now, both passed on. But they'd left him the house, and a fair amount of their personal effects in the will. Slowly, he unlaced his boots, then threw them on the welcome rug by the back door. His pups were done with their jungle expedition, and whining for dinner. He'd feed them outside, so they could enjoy the night. He limped out, one foot in a holey sock, the other bare plastic. From the garage, he grabbed the food and filled their bowls on the back porch. They joined him, tails waggling, mouths drooling, nails clicking on the cement. The fragrance of dog and dry grass reminded him that he'd need to give them baths soon. "Good dogs," he said. Having the puppies kept him from feeling too alone. He'd have to try that dating thing again at some point. He still had his lapsed OkCupid account, and a Lizzie-sized hole in his life. That was a worry for another night, or maybe another year entirely. For now, he had a date with destiny. Beer in hand, he ambled back into the house and through the kitchen. His living room was bachelor sparse. Over the years, he cleaned out his mother's stuff, then his father's stuff, and now all that remained was his stuff. 2 big lazy boys, flanked by end tables, faced a 75-inch TV, sitting on a shelf above his game consoles. The walls had some pictures of Logan, his dad, and Uncle Bud. But mainly they were for the speakers, which gave him perfect crystal-clear surround sound, and enough bass to stop the heart in your chest. His newest game console awaited him, and it was strange to say the least. It was a purple cube he'd picked up at a pawn shop for $25. Old school. The single controller had a long wire. That told you exactly how old the unit was. He liked to think of it as a lost classic, probably some knockoff of the old-school systems, like Atari and Intellivision. Maybe the purple cube had been one of Nintendo's first competitors. He hadn't been able to find anything out about the thing on Google, which was shocking in its own right, but he didn't really care. Logan liked the classic gaming experience. His army buddies were all probably shooting it up in Blood Warfare 4, Blood Debt. Logan needed to keep in better touch with his buddies. Growing up as an only child, struggling through high school, he hadn't found true friends until he'd enlisted. Then, it was what the military called the esprit de corps, a fancy French term for morale. But it was more than that. It was that feeling of camaraderie that Logan missed. Going through hell with your buddies made you love every single one of them. Well, maybe some more than others. You would never miss Wheeler getting blackout drunk and barfing all over his bunk. There was plenty he did miss, though. With a sigh, Logan promised himself he'd send more texts and make more calls, just as soon as he beat this game. He'd been hooked on the thing for the past month. Only one controller, only one game. the Shadowcroft Academy for Dungeons. Zany. Wild. It had character. It was an outdated 2D Dungeon Keeper-style game. The graphics weren't great, but the gameplay was fun, and that was all that mattered in the end. And he was so close to finishing it, stuck on the last level. A stylized S, the black logo of the company, decorated the front of the purple cube. The power button was nestled in the top swoop of the S. He pressed the button, and a mauve light winked on in the bottom swoop. As the old game console rattled to life, he plopped down on his favorite lazy boy. He unstrapped his fake leg and propped it beside his chair. It felt good to be free of the prosthesis, like taking off ski boots after a long day on the slopes. He sipped his beer and set it on the end table. No coasters. If the dating thing turned into the girlfriend thing, she might insist on coasters. He wasn't sure he could handle that kind of action. The screen flashed. Music tinkled out with 8-bit beauty, and his current progress showed him at 97% complete. He kept his dungeon safe from dozens of waves of greedy dungeoneers, looking to steal his dungeon core from out of the inner sanctum. Tonight would be the night he'd kill the last, most powerful group. It was made up of 5 raiders, each a different class, all bent on his destruction. Logan had prepared his dungeon carefully. It was a deadly place, full of traps, monsters, and mazes. Logan had chosen the Spider King Guardian, so he had access to webs and arachnids of every size and shape. Logan licked his lips and hunched forward, allowing the lead fighter to effortlessly hack through cobwebs he placed in an inner stairwell. Sure, let the tank through. Logan didn't much care about that guy. However, the cleric in the party? His healing spells would only make Logan's life harder. At the perfect time, Logan pushed the X button. The floor opened up like a yawning maw, and the pixely cleric fell onto venom-coated spikes. Hell yeah, Logan crowed. The cleric gushed blocky blood, before flashing and dematerializing. The cube gave out the kill sound, wah wah, before promptly notifying him that only 4 dungeoneers remained. The party's magic user, an Inferno Hellreaver, cast a fireball that fried a room full of giant spiders. That was the bad news. The good news? They'd missed the secret room that Logan had put behind them. One of his largest minions, Debbie the Drider, his name for her, scurried out of the hidden room on a host of arachnoid legs, raising her bow and unleashing a hail of poisoned arrows. The magic user's days of fireballs were over. 2 arrows pierced him, shattering him like the glass cannon he was. Debbie was also critically wounded, thanks to the efforts of an elven ranger, before the party's rogue managed to stab her in the back. Poor Debbie. The rogue undid Logan's pressure plate trap in the next room, and the tank took out his giant spider, Shelly Shelob. Logan frowned. 3 raiders were still alive. He'd wanted to keep the party out of the inner sanctum. They'd taken a fair bit of damage, but was it enough? The tank and the ranger slashed through the webs covering the entryway to the innermost chamber. Logan's boss, a spidery wizard with web spells, poison missiles, and hard chitinous armor, waited for the raiders, protecting the dark gem floating over the sanctum's pedestal. That dark gem was the heart of the dungeon, and if he lost that, the game was over. This was risky, and the fight could go either way, but he was too close now not to at least try. Logan focused his efforts on the rogue, riddling him with arcane missiles. The wah-wah of the kill was sweet, but the battle was far from over. Logan quickly spawned a pair of level 2 spiderkin. They never stood a chance against the invaders, but he used them to split the remainder of the party just long enough to snare the elven ranger in his weblock spell. He used the last of his magic, called Apothos, instead of the more typical mana, to summon an additional round of spiderkin, which repelled in from the ceiling on strands of silver silk. The tank had his big 2-handed sword raised, ready to slash Logan's dungeon lord to pieces. The cube squawked and hissed as the spiders descended and killed the ranger. Wah wah. The tank hit Logan's arachnoid wizard, halving his hit points. Logan clicked to his menu, found the melee option, and chose his only weapon, a Black Widow dagger. Logan toggled the directional pad, narrowly avoiding an overhead slash, then smashed X, driving his blade home even as the tank pivoted and ran him through with his sword. Breathless, The army vet turned landscaper winced, waiting for either the wah-wah or the more sinister tones of his own destruction. He had to grin. He was a combat veteran, and yet he felt like a 12-year-old boy. This was fun. This was so much better than being in a real firefight. So much less was on the line. Then, wah-wah. His stomach clenched into a knot. Logan's character had single-digit hit points, but the tank was dead. Dead. Gone. TPK. And his fragile dungeon core had survived every single dungeoneer the game had thrown at it. Supposedly, something called the Tree of Souls was now safe from the raiders. Logan wasn't sure what that meant. Great gameplay, but the world-building lacked the substance of some of the more modern dungeon crawlers out there on the market. The game was over, though. He grabbed his beer and raised the tip of the bottle in a salute. Debbie, Shelley, we did it. His eyes narrowed. The screen was flashing, almost like the dang thing was glitching. That would suck. To beat the game and be denied the endgame cutscene. At least he hoped there was an endgame cutscene. Suddenly, the cube went crazy, with blips and bloops. And then a new song started. The victory song. Logan let out a sigh of relief as he waited for the end credits to roll. But something else happened. A purple glow suddenly filled in the room. The cube looked like a radioactive bomb about to explode. The screen itself went black. Words formed in the darkness, growing larger and brighter. Congratulations, neophyte. Welcome to the Shadowcroft Academy for Dungeons. Huh? That was a strange message. Why did it say welcome when he'd just beaten the game? The cube wasn't just glowing purple anymore. It was twitching, shaking, and rattling on the shelf next to his Xbox and PlayStation. Uh-oh. Seriously, what in the heck was going on? Blisters bubbled across the plastic of the cube, and plumes of fine gray smoke curled up. No. It was overheating. Catching fire, maybe. Logan wasn't about to lose his TV and his other gaming consoles. He threw himself off the sofa and hit the carpet, lunging forward to try to knock the boiling plastic away. He was too late. Tentacles exploded out of the purple cube. His TV careened backward as the cube grew and split the shelf and smacked away the other consoles. The cube itself, now the size of a sofa, was covered with a slick purple skin. The horror, whatever it was, opened like a mouth as wide as his wood chipper. Too many jagged teeth filled that glowing maw. Logan skittered back, hit the chair, and used it to stand. He was moving so slow. He'd taken off his leg. The pups were still outside. Thank goodness for that. But things were looking bleak. No. He couldn't afford to think like that. The battle was only over when you gave up. And he wasn't going to do that. Not ever. Resolve hardened. He hopped toward the bedroom to get the Mossberg 500 shotgun by his nightstand. That would put a damper on the purple monster in his living room. Tentacles, teeth, that garish purple glow. He would grab the Colt 1911, his father's pistol, as well as the scattergun. But that meant getting there. He got 3 hops in before a tentacle whipped around his single leg and pulled it out from under him. He hit the ground with a thud, teeth biting into his tongue in a bright flash of pain. Logan spit out a mouthful of blood, dug his fingers into the carpet, and began to pull himself forward. The air had a hot, fetid smell, like a dead raccoon stuck in a truck engine on a hot summer's day. He couldn't see the creature now. His eyes were fixed on the door at the end of the hall, but he could feel it looming over him. With a jerk, Logan was yanked across his carpet. He felt teeth sink into his good calf, a jagged lance of pain shooting through his body. The mouth opened and chomped back down, ripping into both his thighs. When he felt the teeth rise for a third bite, he turned and kicked at it. He wouldn't be taken by this monster cube without a fight. The thing had grown a single eye, in the same place where the power button had been. It roared in defiance, flinging greasy saliva into Logan's face. Logan grimaced, then roared back. He lashed out again with his remaining leg, but the kick felt weak and uncoordinated. He was losing blood, and his vision was narrowing. Tentacles slithered out, wrapping around his arms, his neck, and what was left of his legs. Logan struggled and thrashed, still fighting toward his bedroom, determined to get to the gun. He was losing consciousness. The last thing he saw was the thing's fangs. And then it was all darkness. Chapter 2. Logan blinked his eyes open. He was glad he still had eyes, but having a head wasn't so great. A migraine banged away on the inside of his skull. Where in the hell was he? What happened? Things were sort of hazy in his head. He remembered teeth, glowing purple tentacles, and a single large eye. Was it a nightmare, maybe? It wouldn't be the first. Surviving Iraq often meant nightmares. He glanced down and saw he was sitting on a padded leather chair with ornate wooden armrests. For reasons he couldn't even begin to guess at, he wore a rough-spun cotton tunic. At least he wasn't naked. Everything felt strange enough as it was. The place smelled like lemon oil and wood polish. Brass lanterns hanging from the wall cast the room in a soft light. It kind of looked like a waiting room, but this was no doctor's office. This reception area belonged in a fantasy novel. Sort of medieval, from the stone floors to the long ebony tables, to the brass lanterns attached to the corners of the square room. 4 tapestries covered the walls: a snarling blue dragon, a crimson phoenix in flight, a crystalline tiger ready to pounce, and a gleaming black tortoise with chin raised high. The blue dragon tapestry curled up as if on its own, and a heavy door, impossibly tall and covered in brass rivets, swung open. Something strolled in. And it was definitely a something, not a someone, since it wasn't even remotely human. It was a giant tree creature, at least 11 feet tall, wearing flowing robes, blue cloth with gold runes. Guy had a very wizardly look about him. A light green mossy beard swung from a creased and weathered face made of bark. His nose was a sharp branch. Wild green grass, full of flowers, sprouted from his head. Golden specks floated in curiously bright blue eyes. Logan was beyond flabbergasted. He didn't know if he should fight or run. The wizened old tree man noticed Logan's sweat. "Be calm, Logan Murray," the creature said, his voice deep and sage. "I'm Headmaster Shadowcroft, and you are safe." As he spoke, swirls of colorful light filled the air, settling over Logan like a cloud of pollen. Had those lights come from the flowers on Shadowcroft's head? Suddenly, Logan felt strangely at ease, his worry melting away in an instant. Had the tree wizard just done something to him? Sedated him somehow? The thought seemed curiously unimportant, and drifted away. Instead, Logan found himself thinking about the name. Shadowcroft. That name seemed familiar. The tree-like wizard continued with a nod. "That's better. Should be a little more at ease. Now, I'm sure you have many questions, Mr. Murray. The first of which is usually, where am I? I do appreciate that you aren't yelling, shrieking, or weeping. I get that a lot." He paused and frowned. "It is very sad, but you seem to be taking your death in stride. Quite remarkable, all things considered." The words stopped Logan cold. Taking your death in stride. No, that couldn't be right. He couldn't be dead. He was here, sitting here, alive. Yet he couldn't forget the feel of slashing teeth and curling tentacles. Couldn't forget the creature looming over him. "You're wrong," he said flatly, gripping the ornate armrests in a white-knuckled grip. "I can't be dead if I'm here." Mossbeard sniffed. "Nonsense, Mr. Murray. Of course you can. I restored your corporeal form when you transitioned across the soul barrier. Though I really should have removed your glands. Mammalian perspiration is rather repugnant." He wrinkled his nose in clear distaste. "Regardless of your state, I would like to welcome you to the Shadowcroft Academy for Dungeons. We are the finest dungeon core academy in the entirety of the Ashvata." Logan shivered. "That's where I've heard that word before. Shadowcroft. Okay, I'm definitely not going to play any more pawn-shop video gaming systems." He blinked and ran a hand through his short-cropped hair. Then it hit him. "You Jumanji'd me. Or it's sunstroke," he muttered to himself. "Probably sunstroke." "You're talking to yourself," Shadowcroft said gently. If you talk directly to me, I can give you answers, as long as there is no weeping. I detest the weeping. No weeping, Logan agreed numbly. He just sat there for a beat, replaying everything he could remember about the day. Firing Tyler, digging posts, feeding the pups, beating Shadowcroft, that thing unfolding from the box and tearing after him down the hall. This is a dream, right? He finally said. I must have hit my head, or fallen asleep. Bad chicken? That chicken was from Thursday. Definitely could have been the chicken. Or maybe too much time inhaling the fertilizer in my garage. There has to be a way to explain this. Shadowcroft shook his head. More glowing pollen leaked from his skull flowers. No, nothing of the sort. I can assure you, Mr. Murray, this is no dream. Nor is it a fantasy. This, my intrepid young student, is all quite real. Which segues nicely into the second question new recruits usually have. How did I get here? Memories hit Logan like a 5-pound sledge. The crazy monster thing. The video game frickin' ate me. Ah, yes. That would be the mimic. The headmaster nodded sagely, as though this should all make perfect sense. Hopefully, your transition didn't hurt too much. He paused and frowned. Those mimics can be overzealous at times, I fear. Wait. Logan recalled the teeth and blood in grisly detail. Are you telling me you sent that thing to eat me? He growled, leaning forward in his seat, hands balling into tight fists. Well, not you personally, please understand. But someone with your skills, yes. Shadowcroft's moss-covered face split into a grin. He had white wooden teeth. If you'll kindly follow me, I'll explain why. He motioned toward the open door, previously concealed by the rolled-up dragon tapestry. Logan rose from his seat to stand on unsteady feet. He froze. He had both his legs. Both legs, and no pain. Despite what old Mossbeard said, this had to be a dream. He didn't particularly care right then. He was simply glad not to be hopping around. He remembered waking up in the hospital, at the medical base. The first person he'd seen was Dave Baker, his command sergeant major. Sergeant Major Baker worked for the battalion, and was a good man. He'd come in to check on Logan, and to tell him the bad news. Baker had a high and tight haircut, a scar splitting his lips, and steel-gray eyes. Baker was a straight shooter, and he gave it to Logan straight as an arrow. Logan had lost his left leg below the knee. An IED, improvised explosive device, attack outside of Al-Fallujah. He'd get a Purple Heart, sure, but it would come with a medical discharge. He was also up for a Bronze Star, and Logan would get it if the sergeant major had any say. No one in his unit would ever forget what Logan had done. The weird thing was, Logan felt his leg, and he kept wanting to scratch his non-existent toes. The idea he was missing a limb hadn't seemed as harsh as being discharged. He'd leave both Iraq and his friends without finishing the job. It was a hard idea to take. In the medieval waiting room, Logan stared at both his feet. It was as surreal as feeling the itch of a phantom limb. Sergeant Major Baker, ever blunt, had said Logan shouldn't waste a moment second-guessing himself or what he'd done. He said plain as day that Logan should value the rest of his limbs, as well as his life, because it was precious. Not every soldier got to go home with a heartbeat. Logan swore to himself that he wouldn't let his injury ruin his life. Sergeant Major Baker was exactly right. Living in regret would kill him. Yet if this was real, and not A, food poisoning, or B, some kind of fever dream, then that meant his whole life was gone. Unless the tree guy could send him home. Was that possible? Logan didn't know, but he was glad his dogs were outside, and they had plenty of water. It would save on the carpet cleaning. Shadowcroft sighed. It sounded like wind rustling through pines. Perhaps I was wrong in my initial assessment. Clearly, the transition is going to be hard on you after all. I can't blame you, Mr. Murray. You come from a severely backward planet, with an extremely limited understanding of the universe. To call it myopic is the understatement of the century. Traveling overseas, Logan was used to defending the United States. Now he had to defend his whole world, and he was up for the task. "Slow your roll there," he said, holding up his hands. "Earth is better than whatever this place is. For example, on my planet it's considered bad manners to murder someone. So don't come at me talking about backwards." They stood in front of the doorway. The moss-bearded man stooped down to speak. He smelled like spring flowers.
"My apologies, Mr. Murray. I did not mean to give offense. I'm merely speaking from an analytic standpoint. Please, tell me of the awe you have for your world. I do so like it when creatures show pride in their homes."
Logan raised his chin defiantly and stared Shadowcroft right in his twinkling eyes. "What's not to be in awe of? Until you've seen the sun rise over the Atlantic or set over the Rockies, you ain't seen shit. We have people, good people, who care for each other. People that are willing to risk their lives for one another, to shelter those that need it, to serve others even at the expense of themselves. We have nurses, police officers, firemen, and soldiers who would give you the shirt off their backs. Earth is a place of dreams and dreamers. And best of all, we have cold beer and dogs. So I think it's you who are backwards."
Shadowcroft was silent for a moment. "Perhaps you will do well here after all. Now come. I can appreciate you taking a moment to enjoy both of your two fleshy leg stalks."
"Fleshy leg stalks?" Logan said each word carefully. Shadowcroft walked on long, skinny tree trunks, with twigs and leaves poking out here and there. In a haze, Logan followed the tree man into a plush office. Unlike the waiting room, the office had wooden floors, as polished as the walls. Stained glass windows showed different forests in a variety of seasons, though each had a domineering central tree. The ceiling was a dome 30 feet above his head. More stained glass decorated the peak. Shelves stood against the walls stuffed full of books, statues, even a sword or two. A crystal figure danced on a nearby table, swaying her gemstone hips to silent music. On another table was a rose in a vase. Only the rose had a face, complete with fangs and leafy fingers. The rose flipped him the bird, then chuckled, which made its petals shake. Logan smiled. He'd always thought roses were overrated. He wasn't even remotely surprised by the flower's obscene finger gesture. A gigantic chair, encircled in ivy, grew out of the floor behind a vast desk. The desktop was a map, showing a circular island that floated in the clouds. To the north was a desert, then mountains, then a lake, with swamps to the southeast, and a massive forest to the west. The details of the map were flawless. It almost looked like a video screen. Behind the ivy chair, on a pedestal all its own, floated a crazy crystal several feet long and at least a foot wide. Glyphs, runes, and images appeared on the facets. It rotated, flashing constantly, like a beacon. Shadowcroft took a seat on the ivy throne. He gestured to an equally green chair in front of the desk. The wood looked soft. Those green leaves, though, made Logan nervous. He could imagine them snagging him, securing him so the tree guy could torture him. The headmaster appraised him with his ageless blue eyes, so interesting with those flecks of gold. And those eyes were patience, wisdom, and understanding. Sometimes one of Logan's dogs would look at him like that. Anything that had a dog's eyes should be trustworthy. After a moment of hesitation, Logan took a seat, the ivy leaves moving so he wouldn't crush them. "So, let me get this straight. You sent a mimic to kill me. Is that right?"
"No, not at all," the headmaster said. "We sent it to recruit you."
"Did recruiting me involve murdering me?" Logan replied, feeling a dull fury burning inside him. Shadowcroft considered the question, brows knit.
"Well, I suppose if you looked at it in a certain light, it might appear that way. But what is one death when balanced against all of reality, This is an honor. You have been chosen, Logan Murray. Chosen to fight in a battle older than the universe itself."
That sounded a whole lot like murder with extra steps. Logan clenched his teeth, thinking about what kind of monster would do such a thing to him. What kind of asshole would deploy a supernatural assassin to kill a civilian non-combatant in the sanctity of his own home. Suddenly, he was pissed, and Shadowcroft seemed to know it.
Please, Mr. Murray, let us not be hasty.
You were awfully hasty in murdering me, he spit back.
There is more going on than you see, than you could ever begin to imagine. There are thousands of worlds, young one, all connected to the Ashvata, the Tree of Souls. You come from such a world, however distant, and we need you to help save the universe.
Logan narrowed his eyes. You have about 2 minutes to spell this out for me in plain English, before I get out of this chair and rip your arms from your body and beat you with them. Now tell me what in the hell all of that means. Chapter 3. Shadowcroft chuckled and relaxed in his throne-like chair.
Rip my arms from my body and beat me with them.
Shadowcroft repeated the threat good-naturedly.
That is a most unlikely outcome, but I admire your spunk. Give me just a moment, and all shall be made clear.
Ropes of ivy caressed Shadowcroft's arms, and Logan thought that the headmaster's grassy head had joined with the back of his seat, intertwining in some way. Looking at him, it was hard to tell where the headmaster ended and the chair started, almost as though they were two parts of the same whole. Light from one of the stained glass windows spilled across the desk in front of Logan. The gem behind Shadowcroft continued to spin, glimmering like a disco ball. The crystal ballerina continued her dance, while the rose in the glass case snored softly, apparently bored to sleep by the goings-on of the office. Beneath the wood polish and lemon were the smells of spring, growing grass, flowers, and the scent of trees budding. Ivy leaves shivered next to Logan's elbow. The mossy bearded tree man chuckled.
It is very simple, young one. You were chosen by the Reaper Box. The boxes are my servants in recruitment. They are alive, sentient, a special type of mimic, known as Reapers. I send the Reapers out across the multiverse, to every known world that connects to the Tree of Souls, even those only tenuously connected, like your own world. They find those candidates who are worthy enough to serve as dungeon cores, and if the candidate passes their test, then they are processed and reaped. Harvested, if you will.
Harvested, Logan repeated hollowly. Like I'm corn. Shadowcroft wrinkled his wooden brow.
Corn? Let me see.
He paused, pressing his eyes shut, and mumbled quietly under his breath.
Ah, yes. Corn. A grain on your planet that comes on the cob, in a can, or creamed. Creamed corn. Is this something you value? Does this fill you with awe?
Logan raised his hands. Creamed corn? Do you really think that's what we should be talking about right now? Countdown timer is still ticking. I was reaped. How's about you tell me more about that?
As I said, it is a simple thing. You completed the Reaper's challenge. In this case, the game, which was a crude simulation of what is going on, right now, across the multiverse. As I said before, your world is a crude backward place, starved nearly to death for Apothos. The mimic knew that creating an actual dungeon would cause great suspicion, and so it blended in, as is its way, searching, always searching, for a hero who would be worthy. Logan's mouth fell open. You didn't Jumanji me, you dirty SOB. You last Starfighter'd me. Are you seriously telling me that beating that stupid 8-bit game is the whole reason I'm here? Not because I'm a war hero, or because I'm some sort of chosen one? Because of a stupid game I picked up at a pawn shop? Shadowcroft held up a branchy finger. I am familiar with corn, but unfortunately I am unfamiliar with this last Starfighter. Was he some sort of hero on your world? It's a movie, Logan grumbled. And you totally last Starfighter'd me. Ah, film, yes. We have heard of your Marvel movies. People say the second Thor movie was the very best, and the most historically accurate. Logan didn't know where to start with that argument. First, totally wrong. Ragnarok was obviously the best. And second, historically accurate?
In what possible way could the dark world be considered historically accurate? The headmaster leaned forward.
As to the second part of your question, yes. You are here because you alone completed the Mimics Challenge. You beat the game, and thus proved your potential worth to our illustrious cause. It truly is the greatest of honors. Now, let us move on, shall we?
Yeah, about that. I'm not ready to move on. Still sort of caught up in that whole, "you unleashed a monster to kill me in my home" thing.
Shadowcroft sighed and rolled his eyes. The ethics of murder class will really be of benefit to you, I'll wager,
he grumbled under his breath, before growing somber.
This is not a game, Mr. Murray. Perhaps you do not condone our methods of recruitment, but that is only because you do not realize what is at stake. This is not for a single life, not even the lives of your fellow countrymen. We deal not in the fate of a nation or a planet, but in the fate of the universe itself. There is no work more valuable than what we do. You said that on your world there are good people willing to risk life and limb for one another, to sacrifice at the expense of themselves. That is what I am asking of you.
Logan sat there, mulling over the words. He wasn't sure about this Shadowcroft guy, but the idea of serving in some sort of galactic defense force didn't sound terrible. Not really. The last starfighter had worked out pretty well for Alex Rogan. Fine, he finally said, crossing his arms. I can at least finish hearing you out.
Excellent,
Shadowcroft beamed, leaning back in his chair.
Let us just pull up your file.
He waved a spindly hand. The spinning crystal behind the tree man threw a complicated sheet of numbers and glyphs into the air above their heads. At first, it was unreadable, but after a second it shimmered and shifted, taking the form of an evaluation sheet of sorts. It reminded Logan of the menus from the Shadowcroft game.
Do not be alarmed, Mr. Murray. The arcane lexicon of the Tree of Souls is indecipherable to all but those closest to the tree spirit. As a result, your mind will interpret the report in a way that makes sense to you, Shadowcroft explained. Let's see what we have to work with.
His fingers flicked through the air. Information scrolled by.
Ah, an elite warrior. Good. Decorated for heroism in combat. Excellent. No long-term relationships to get hung up on, other than the uncle. Yes, that should make the transition easier.
The tree man beamed more brightly than ever, seeming quite pleased. He swept through more pages until he got to the one that detailed Logan's core, whatever that was. His smile evaporated like water in the scorching desert sun. Shadowcroft sighed and pointed.
Oh dear. Now here, you see, is the real problem. The mimic must have been truly desperate to have taken you.
He faltered and tapped at his chin.
Perhaps we might have to rethink the quota system.
I'm sorry? What's the problem? Logan asked, hunching forward, forearms resting on his thighs.
No, that can't be right, Shadowcroft said, ignoring Logan's prodding.
He stood, walked to the crystal, and flicked it with a finger several times. The crystal went dark, then reignited, even brighter. The information was the same. The headmaster shook his head. A few flowers swayed.
It says you are a deep-root cultivator, rank 9. Am I reading this right?
Deep-root cultivator sounds promising, Logan said. Not sure if being a rank 9 is good or not. Once more, Shadowcroft didn't respond. Clearly troubled, he stole a sidelong glance at Logan. Okay, seriously. What the hell is going on? Logan asked, starting to get annoyed. Do I get to keep the leg, or do I have to give it back? I've kinda grown attached to it. The bad joke didn't clear the air.
Not to pat it, Mr. Murray, but your core is just, well, terrible. I'm honestly shocked you survived the transition at all. You are supposed to be an elite warrior. Yet to be honest, there are peasants, literal serfs on Eritreus with more robust cores than you. I knew your world had troubles, but I didn't think it was so severe. Let's check it again.
The crystal flickered, as did the screen hanging in the air. Shadowcroft, standing next to his desk, appraised it carefully.
Now, isn't that interesting? You call it Earth, but we have it classified as Uroth, a world on one of the far branches of the Theta Arcturus. Yes, I understand your comments more. It does indeed appear to be a beautiful planet, though a wretched one in many ways.
Not wretched, Logan said forcefully. Shadowcroft shook his head, sending his mossy beard waving.
By the tree, look here. No wonder your core is so terrible. While once a great place full of promise, your planet is now dying. I don't think I've ever seen a more Apothos-poor world since I first started the Academy. The fact that you even reached deep-root status is amazing, considering the circumstances. Yes. So far, your world's greatest contribution to the multiverse has been the Marvel movies. Logan let out a grunt of frustration.
All I'm hearing is a whole lot of bad-mouthing, and not a whole lot of answers. How about you tell me why you seem to think my planet sucks so much? You mentioned Apothos. That's the energy I used in the game to build the dungeon that protected the Tree of Souls. Which, given where I am, is probably important. Care to fill in some of the blanks for me?
Fair points. And yes, both Apothos and the Tree of Souls are extremely important, Shadowcroft agreed. The Tree of Souls supports all of reality. Every aspect, every version. You played the game so you understand the basics. I'm relieved, at least, to see you are putting things together quickly. Astute of you. A trait that will carry you far.
Appreciate the compliment, but maybe you can just circle back around to the part about my world dying and you recruiting me into your little academy by having something eat me? I remember the fangs quite clearly.
Yes, the fangs. Regrettable.
The headmaster stroked his beard, musing hard.
As to your world, to put it candidly, your world, Mr. Murray, has become incredibly weak. Amazingly, your species has adapted some impressive technology to compensate for its many deficiencies. Let me clarify. It's quite rudimentary by our standards, but fairly impressive by your standards. Logan blew out a breath.
Okay, Mr. Shadowcroft. You call me Mr. Murray, I'll call you Mr. Shadowcroft. Tell me everything I need to know.
The headmaster nodded. Good, good. You wish for more information. Sit back, Mr. Murray, while I reveal the very secrets of the universe to you.
He snapped his tree fingers, and a resonating crack, like a gun report, echoed off the domed ceiling. The crystal brightened, spilling stars, planets, and space across the room. Logan flashed back to trips to the planetarium in elementary school. The headmaster's rich voice filled the room. The Ashvata, otherwise known as the Tree of Souls, is rich with Apothos, the fundamental energy of creation. The tree is not root, bark, nor branch like I am, but invisible dark matter that holds the multiverse together. Shadowcroft gestured to the branching darkness that wove endless, twisting limbs through stars and planets. Every world, in every dimension, is sustained through its connection to the Tree of Souls. Those worlds are basically the fruit of the tree, hanging from its branches, being nourished. But no piece of fruit can survive long apart from the tree, yes? And, if the Tree of Souls were ever to fall, it would be the death of reality itself. He nodded his head grimly. After a beat, Shadowcroft snapped his fingers. The tree, that dark thread twisting through the entire multiverse, vanished. The results were immediate. Stars winked out. Green planets turned brown, then black, then crumbled into nothing. Dust, blown away into less than nothing. Whole galaxies stopped spinning and grew dark. With a word, Shadowcroft directed the crystal to restore the simulated Tree of Souls. The picture of the multiverse reappeared as it had before, in all its shimmering glory. He then moved aside various versions of galaxies until he reached Logan's home section of the Milky Way, or what Shadowcroft referred to as the Theta Arcturus. The sun was a yellow ball shining across the planets, and there, attached to a weak-looking branch of darkness, the dull green continents sat on dirty blue oceans. This, then, is your Earth, Shadowcroft said. Though Earth is such an odd name, don't you think? Uroth sounds far more natural. You see, Your world is barely connected to that far-flung branch of the Ashvata. The limb has withered away to almost nothing. Hence, it is an apothos-poor environment. My records indicate that it used to be more powerful. But as the apothos began to die, you replaced it with technology. Magic and magic cultivation was forgotten. Now Uroth is a withered piece of fruit, hanging on to existence by the skin of its teeth. True, there are still a few celestial nodes present, but not many. The nodes are where your world is connected to the tree. You might consider them strange places full of strange beasts and creatures of lore, all of which are guardians of the tree, as you shall be one day. Dragons, werewolves, cyclops. Your myths and legends are from a time from when there were more nodes, protected by guardians, and the dungeons they built. Let me show you by simply turning back the clock a few thousand years. With every one of Shadowcroft's motions, the earth spun backward through time. Cities receded, clusters of lights blinking out. The air cleared. Large swatches of gray strip malls and black asphalt were replaced with fields and forests. The dark limb connecting the planet to the Tree of Souls thickened, and the whole world glowed, almost buzzed, with tangible energy. The greens were greener. The ocean blues were far more vibrant. The headmaster focused on a certain island in the Mediterranean Sea. He was able to zoom in until Logan saw a dusty city, with narrow alleys and stone buildings. People in tunics, robes, and cloaks meandered through a marketplace, full of squawking chickens, bins of fruit, and hanging wineskins. "This is Knossos, on the island of Crete," Shadowcroft said, eyeing the world with great interest. There was a rather weak minotaur there named Asterion. I assure you, the god Zeus was not involved. Asterion was a dungeon core, an iron trunk cultivator, who protected the node there. The headmaster lifted his hands to show Logan the vast stone corridors of a labyrinth underneath the city. There, the dark branches of the Tree of Souls were connected to the world. "I'll show you the Dungeoneers," Shadowcroft said. "A motley crew of greedy villains, though your stories don't mention that. As they say, history is written by the victors." The scene changed to show a collection of armor-clad warriors, standing in front of an archway underground. A young Greek man with a lopsided grin swaggered up with a bunch of other rough-looking soldiers. Accompanying them was a fat old man in a stained toga, swilling wine. The old man finished his wineskin and then used it to smack the smirking swaggerer on the back of the head. The entire group laughed. They weren't laughing when the young Greek turned on his heel and ran the old man through with a glimmering gladius. The curly-haired hero then rummaged through the old man's robes and removed a big spool of thread, while the rest of the ruffians looted the body. Logan sighed. "Well, this is sobering. Heroes are terrible. Got it." The headmaster said nothing, merely watching Logan's reactions. Once done ransacking the old man's corpse, the Dungeoneers laughed and headed into the impressive labyrinth of stone and iron, all without a care in the world. The maze itself was far more than just stone corridors. There were traps and minions. One hallway had a machine that smashed the walls together. Another cul-de-sac held dozens of rat men, in ragged robes, armed with stick spears. Not all of the raiders made it to the center of the labyrinth, but Theseus did, along with a pair of olive-skinned flunkies carrying polearms. In the central square room, lava burbling around the edges, stood the Minotaur, 10 feet tall, wearing gilded armor and wielding a golden axe. Asterion was protecting a vermilion crystal, floating over a gorgeously carved pedestal. From his time playing the Shadowcroft console, Logan knew this was the dungeon's inner sanctum. With careless cruelty, Theseus sent his friends to be slaughtered by the Minotaur while he lingered back, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When it came, he rushed forward and stabbed Asterion in the heart. The horned beast fell, gasping while he tried to fight off the invaders with his last breath. The raiders strutted contemptuously past him and over to the crystal. Theseus plucked it from its pedestal. Golden light flooded from the gem and into the hero like a surge of lightning, the crystal crumbling to dust in his outstretched palm. Shadowcroft zoomed out, showing its effect on the shadowy branch tethering ancient Earth to the Tree of Souls. The limb connecting Earth to the Ashvata withered and darkened. Large sections of the world lost its glow. Logan's mind whirled. It seemed his high school classes had gotten a lot wrong about the world, the heroes, the whole deal. Shadowcroft fast-forward through history. Other dungeons and their assorted guardians fell. A tiger-headed man in a temple in India was killed by laughing raiders. A demon lord in a Chinese cave fell to an army of sneering men. A dragon in Europe during the Middle Ages was murdered by a strutting knight. When each dungeon fell, Earth lost more of that healthy gleam until once again, the post-industrial Earth spun in space, growing weaker and dimmer. Logan felt sick. Oh, you weren't joking. My world really is dying.
Yes, unfortunately. The headmaster shook his head sadly. It's not irreversible, but it is on the cusp.
Is there a way to stop that from happening? Logan asked. You guys will miss out on the Phase 4 Marvel movies if Earth dies. The headmaster let a sly grin split his mossy beard.
We can't let that happen. Why do you think the Academy exists, lad?
First young one, and now lad. I don't know if I should be grateful or insulted. Logan inhaled and nodded. I'll go with grateful. Tell me more, old-timer. Tell me how to save my world.
Chapter 4. Unfortunately, there is too much to tell and too little time to tell it.
Shadowcroft swept the simulated galaxy back into the crystal.
We are preparing for new recruit orientation, and you, my boy, are the last to arrive. But I can assure you all your questions will be answered in full during your time here at the Academy.
Shadowcroft paused and canted his malformed head, stealing a measuring sidelong glance at Logan.
Admittedly, you are starting off at a decided disadvantage, but I believe we can expect great things from you. Your zest and pep are admirable.
The little rose guy yawned and made loud smacking sounds.
Yes, of course, the headmaster mumbled under his breath. She's quite the needy little thing, but it's best to keep her happy and well-fed.
He stooped and opened a desk drawer, retrieved a glowing bead the size of a marble, and flicked it to the rose with a gnarled thumb. The surly plant chewed it down and belched.
Last time I forgot to feed her. She grew 30 feet and devoured part of a dormitory wing.
The crystal dancer put her hands on her hips, tapping her foot, clearly angry she didn't get a treat. Shadowcroft produced a glimmering sunshine snack for her as well. Let me guess, Logan said, eyeballing the beads. That was an Apothos popper, right? Shadowcroft thought for a moment.
Not even remotely, he replied. If I understand correctly, I believe it is something akin to your jalapeno poppers? Snack food. Though, he shrugged, I could be wrong, since accessing your very specific cultural language isn't easy. Now, if we could continue.
The former soldier had put a few things together in his head first. If I'm tracking with you so far, we have to protect the Tree of Souls from dungeoneers across 1 billion worlds. But my little planet is already pretty messed up. Can we just create new celestial nodes? Maybe we can turn shopping malls into dungeons. The way online shopping is going, I'm not sure we're going to be using them much anymore.
In time, such a thing might be possible. The headmaster stroked his mossy beard thoughtfully. But first, you must survive. Survive and advance in your classes to get the power you need to reconnect Uroth to the Ashvata. It is no small thing to do.
Survive? Classes? What exactly do you have in store for me? Logan said slowly. His thoughts flashed back to his time in Iraq. Riding behind a 50 cal in a steel-ringed turret. Kicking indoors and hurling flashbangs while he and his brothers floated in through a cloud of smoke. M4 muzzles sweeping the room. If the recruitment process involved being murdered, he couldn't even imagine what Shadowcroft had prepared. But Logan had gone through some of the toughest training on the planet. And if he could survive that, he could survive this too. Shadowcroft raised a hand before he could ask any other questions.
In time, all will be revealed. Truly, I wish we had more time to talk, but I am a very busy tree, and you have places to be. I must admit, however, I haven't enjoyed an interview this much in ages, if ever.
Logan stood up. You're right. Let's get on with it. I don't want to get a demerit for being tardy.
Sit, young one. As I said, I applaud your zeal, but you can't use that body for the work we have to do.
Why? Logan asked, eyes narrowing. It served me pretty well up until now. I have 2 feet, a pair of hands with working digits, and everything in between. Hell, the legs even work. He stomped them before returning to his seat.
For one, it's wholly insufficient for the task to come. For another, it's not real, Shadowcroft replied. In truth, that form you wear is little more than a mask, a construct of light and illusion I conjured to put you at ease during the initial interview. But now, well, now it is time to shed the old and put on the new, for the mortal to clothe thyself with immortality. Which brings us to the third reason. This is an institute dedicated to dungeon cores. Before you can leave my office, you must pick your guardian form. Then, and only then, can you enter into the academy proper.
With a flick of his hand, the gem behind Shadowcroft erupted with opalescent light, revealing a crystalline screen of monstrous-looking figures that could have been plucked from the pages of any DM manual. Unfortunately, the 6 creatures all looked like terrible choices to get saddled with. Putrid ratling, stink slime, muck crab, goober changeling, anemic strig, fungaloid. Logan squinted, bleakly surveying the first few options. By touching the guardian form, he was able to select the class details. Putrid ratling. Small and aggressive, putrid ratlings are humanoid rat-like creatures that often dwell in small burrows with others of their kind. They are hard-working and industrious in nature, and are well known for their ability to make innovative traps. But their fragile bodies and brittle bones mean they are no challenge physically for even the weakest dungeoneers. Putrid ratlings are bipedal, and can utilize simple weapons, like swords and shields, but they are severely weakened by sunlight, and dungeoneers with clean hands and good hygiene inflict more damage when attacking. Because they are so physically weak, they are rarely able to kill even small animals on their own, so rely predominantly on scavenging and foraging for meals and supplies. On the plus side, because of their steady diet of carrion, putrid ratlings have developed ironclad stomachs and are immune to almost all poisons and diseases. Moreover, when push comes to shove, they can also summon a small army of feverishly sick rodents to fight at their behest. Would you like to know more? Yes/no. No. Logan definitely, totally, completely did not want to know more. The negatives far outweighed the positives on this one, and he seriously didn't want to lose out to simple hand-washing. His gaze skipped to the next option in line. Stink slime. Stink slimes are amorphous blobs and fill out the lowest rung in the slime/ooze evolutionary tree. Since stink slimes are both blind and deaf at the deep root level, they have a wide range of severe disadvantages. But they are able to sense nearby creatures through vibrational noise that carries through the ground, allowing them to seek out prey over time. As stink slimes are not particularly fast or agile, catching prey may be difficult, so they secrete a variety of pheromones to lure in small, vulnerable creatures, while conversely utilizing potent stink sacs to scare off more dangerous predators. Using sticky tentacles, they immobilize their prey, then use a weak acid to slowly dissolve the hapless creature over a period of days, or even weeks, during which time the slime must remain completely immobile. Would you like to know more? Yes/no. This time, he felt the color drain from his face as he read over the description. Perfect. Great. So, he could go from being a fully functional combat trigger puller to an amorphous puddle of blind and deaf goo that could slowly and ineptly hunt rabbits. Maybe. If he got lucky. Yeah, hard pass. Where are the other choices? The good ones?
These are your only choices, Shadowcroft replied.
These 6. You're saying I only have these 6 options? Logan asked after a moment. But can I become human again when I'm not in my dungeon? Shadowcroft shook his head.
Once you choose your class, you will be forever in that form, though as you progress in your cultivation practices, your body will improve, assuming you survive long enough to advance.
Logan studied the 6 figures. An emaciated rat man in tattered rags, a puddle of stinky goo, a filth-covered green-shelled crustacean, a grinning little goblin with electric blue skin. A scrawny bird-like creature, with a long proboscis and a bad case of eczema. Terrible. Just terrible. He paused at the last option. A tiny red and white mushroom, with a dopey grin on his face. So my character class, otherwise known as my guardian form, wouldn't just be ratling, but a putrid ratling. He let the sarcasm flow. Cool. Who wouldn't want to be putrid? I didn't read everything, but I would imagine my bite would cause a cholera outbreak.
Something like that.
The headmaster shifted in his seat. He was getting antsy, uncomfortable. It was clear he was in a hurry to get somewhere. Ironic. Shadowcroft wanted to hurry things along. Logan had to pick his new body, which he might have for a long time, if he survived. Good thing this isn't stressful, he muttered darkly.
Once you choose your guardian form, the headmaster explained, we will take your essence and store it in your core. That core, in turn, will transmute the energy into your guardian form, giving it substance and shape. Material reality.
Gee, you don't say. And, if I understand correctly, I'll be stuck as a muck crab for the rest of my foreseeable life. Dreams do come true. He was trying to keep his sense of humor.
You wouldn't be the small crab you see there forever.
The headmaster tapped the image.
Your form will change and evolve into a greater, more formidable version of the Guardian, as your core advances from level to level. It is the way of all Guardians.
Logan sat back, thinking. But why are there only 6 choices? I've played D&D since the 7th grade, and these are all noob monsters for level 1 dungeons. Why can't I pick a dragon, or something that doesn't absolutely suck ass?
D&D. Dungeons and Dragons. At best, a simulation of how the real world works. At worst, it's a game designed to sell pizza and dice.
Shadowcroft nodded.
Yet there is some truth in your words, young one. Sadly, because of your crippled core, you are limited to lower-class guardians. Here is the full list of all options available to all cultivation levels.
With a flick of Shadowcroft's wooden fingers, the gem showed Logan thousands of monsters. A dizzying array that included a terror strig, a slime prince, and more normal dungeon denizens. Lich kings, insect royalty, eldritch horrors, ancient dragons of every size, shape, and color, and yes, there was the spider sorcerer he'd beaten the game with. Most of the creatures were amazing, powerful, and scary. Many were so bizarre that Logan had to do a quick sanity check. Gelatinous knight? Clean up on aisle 5. Then, just as quick as the options appeared, Shadowcroft dismissed the menagerie.
Yes, we have an impressive list of possible guardian forms. But, as I said, you cannot choose any of them. I would change things if I could, but the situation is this. You are a deep-root cultivator. Class E, rank 9. The guardian forms you have access to are directly proportional to your core class at the time of selection. These are the only possible forms for you to use.
The 6 bland figures flickered back into sight. The goober changeling emitted a goblin-y giggle, and a new blue pimple appeared on its face. Can I upgrade my form when my core improves? Logan asked.
Advances is the term, the headmaster said. When your core advances, and I'm afraid not. However, as previously mentioned, your guardian form will evolve as your cultivation improves.
But that's just it, Logan said. Evolving is hard to do when you're dead. How the heck am I supposed to advance as a putrid ratling?
Shadowcroft softened. Your worry is understandable. And, truthfully, this situation pains me, Mr. Murray. I am sorry your options are so terribly limited. Your chances are poor, and that there is a good chance that the Reaper box I sent out into the multiverse has doomed you. However, the Tree of Souls has a wisdom that defies our mortal understanding. The tree knows how to protect itself. I believe that you were chosen to fight in this war for a reason, even if it is hard to glean that reason in the here and now.
Logan hardly listened. He reviewed the pathetic classes again. He stood and shook his head. Nope. You're talking about my life and death. I'm not going to fight your war as a noob sewer rat or shower mold. Just send me back.
Back?
Shadowcroft looked shocked.
No. I'm afraid you misunderstand. There is no going back. I can dissolve your core and feed your energy into the tree if you'd like. But your body is gone. Devoured. Your flesh was converted into the energy that is powering you at this very moment. There is only forward.
Chapter 5.
There is no going back. There is only forward. The words echoed in his head like the clarion chime of a struck bell.
Wow. Now that was a hell of a gut punch. Logan sat down. He swallowed hard and pressed his eyes shut. There was no going back. Others might get an afterlife, but he got a temporary body and a one-way ticket into a Dungeon Corps academy. He thought about the people who would miss him. Upon reflection, it was a rather short list. Uncle Bud would inherit the house and the dogs. Ramon would take over the landscaping business. His military buddies would see his obituary, or read about his messy death on Facebook, and they'd raise a glass in his honor. Lizzie, his old girlfriend, had already moved on. His parents were gone. For a minute he felt alone, a bit lost, but then remembered what Sergeant Major Baker had said to him after his accident. Not every soldier got to go home with a heartbeat. There was no going back, and if he lived in regret and resentment, that would kill him just as surely as the mimic had. If he was going to make it here, he needed to find the silver lining. That was the only way to deal. So maybe this wasn't perfect. Maybe he was starting out at a disadvantage, and maybe he'd have to climb his way up from the very bottom, rung by bloody rung. But he also had the opportunity to do some real good, to save the world, his world, and protect the Tree of Souls. At the same time, his imagination was fired up and blasting on all cylinders. What in the hell was a Dungeon Corps Academy anyway? How is this going to work? What were the classes going to be like? He'd been out of the army for a while, and though he'd been running his landscaping business, he'd always secretly nursed the dream of using his GI Bill benefits to go to college at some point. What the hell? He might as well get a degree in advanced engineering. It would be more interesting than a business and marketing degree. Above all, Logan was a survivor, and though his choices were bad, he'd never been one to stew or sulk. If these were his options, well, he'd find the one that would give him the best chance, an edge. Then he'd improvise, adapt, and overcome. His unit had always had to do more with less. He could do the same here. He just needed to be smart about it. Logan opened his eyes. So I need to pick a guardian form and level up so I can eventually save the Earth. He nodded. The only way is forward. Show me my options again. Shadowcroft put his hands together, and it was the sound of 2x4s clapping.
Yes. Now there is that enthusiasm I so enjoy. Feel free to study your options. I will try to give you all the time you need, but you should hurry.
Logan shook his head. I'm on the clock. Got it. He skipped over putrid rattling without a second thought, and flew by the stink slime options. He had absolutely no desire to spend the next century as sentient nose mucus. Next up was the muck crab, and though the creature didn't sound overly appealing, it was a far cry better than the other options he'd seen so far. The muck crab guardian form was perfect for underwater dungeons, and he would be able to summon a variety of aquatic minions. The deadly beastie could also engineer interesting coral traps and cast sand-based spells. The melee attacks were okay, and the physical armor stat was decent enough. But at the lowest level, some hungry dungeoneers might come looking for a seafood buffet. One-on-one, the muck crab wasn't the worst option. Against a bevy of raiders, Logan wouldn't last 5 minutes. And weren't crustaceans just the spiders of the sea? He'd gotten used to walking around as a bipedal animal with 4 limbs and an internal skeleton. The goober changeling was bipedal, and it started off with the amazing ability to grow 3 inches and add 10 pounds to its chubby frame. It was basically an uncoordinated baby troll, without any natural armor. It did have the physical ability to turn its fingers into scissors. Short, stubby scissors with the blunt ends, like the ones Logan had used in the 3rd grade. Unfortunately, as terrible as the changeling was, it went onto the maybe list. The anemic Strig was actually rather promising. Part feathered bat, part mosquito with a skin condition. The 2-foot-long monster could suck blood, fly, and swell its body so much that physical attacks would bounce off its thick metallic feathers. It could also summon insect clouds and set up bloodsucker traps. But in the end, the thing was crazy ugly and didn't seem to have much versatility. It was a one-trick pony with a mediocre trick at best. While Logan read and pondered, the headmaster sat quietly at his desk, wooden fingers folded. New flowers budded on the grassy knoll of his head. It was like sitting in a room with a Hayao Miyazaki character. "So, there's a real problem with all these things," Logan said, glancing up at Shadowcroft. "You might get more powerful as you go, but my chances of surviving first-level encounters are terrible." Shadowcroft adjusted a flower on his head.
You aren't wrong, Mr. Murray. However, your core simply can't power anything better. Now, if you'd have come from an Apothos-rich world, like Eritreus, and if you were an Iron Trunk cultivator, C-class, even a low-ranking one, you would have far more options with a much better chance of long-term success. Better still would have been the Azure Branch cultivator, B-class, at any rank. We have some of those higher-level cultivators at our school. One of our top students in your class is a B-class Abyss Lord, immune to non-magical weapons, able to summon hordes of devils and demons. He's nearly undefeatable.
And I get to be a used Kleenex, a Red Lobster entree, or Batman's more mosquito cousin. Logan blew out a breath and made his lips flap. Great. The last in the line was the Fungaloid class. Just looking at the image of the mopey little mushroom man made him depressed. He took a break to study the leveling system, which seemed to apply to both dungeons and raiders, so at least he'd have some sense of how he could progress. Ranks. All classes are subdivided into 10 ranks, starting at level 10, then proceeding incrementally to level 1. When a dungeon core or dungeoneer surpasses level 1, they advance to the next class and begin the process over again. U-class. Dirt cultivators. The masses. The vast majority of sentient fauna and flora fall into this category. U-class creatures barely have enough apothos to keep their hearts beating. Not particularly hardy, they are easily injured, cannot heal quickly, and are prone to sickness and death. U-class do not have ranks. This is the foundational state of existence, only slightly more advanced than the dirt underfoot. E-class. Deep-root cultivators. This is a starting hero. Deep-root cultivators have taken the first step to opening their cores to the power undergirding creation, and have begun to passively cultivate small amounts of apothos. They are slightly stronger than average creatures of the same type, but they have yet to commit to a cultivation path. Most cannot form an energy attack. Elite soldiers or war-hardened athletes might have progressed to this level. Without training, such a dungeon core would be overwhelmed in minutes by even the weakest dungeoneers. The deep-root cultivators, as with the rest of the cultivation levels, are ranked from 10 to 1, 10 being the highest, and 1 being on the cusp of advancement. Logan frowned. So I'm a deep-root cultivator, Class E, rank 9. Some of that is probably thanks to the pawnshop game. Most of that is the army. Hoo-ah. He kept on reading, though it was rather sobering to think that he was just a notch better than literal dirt. More daunting was how far he had to go until he advanced to an Iron Trunk cultivator, the basic entry level required for a successful dungeon core. C-class. Iron Trunk cultivators. This is the average dungeon core. They are just beginning, but are still much stronger than most other creatures. Their bodies are harder and more powerful, and they have begun to actively cultivate the divine energy of the cosmos, putting them firmly on a class/cultivation path. No single C-class dungeoneer could clear even the most basic C-class dungeon single-handedly. A group of Iron Trunk cultivators can be dangerous indeed. Iron Trunk is the foundational class for most dungeons and dungeoneers, because the Iron Trunk class transforms the body in dramatic ways, making those at this class sturdier and able to heal dramatically faster than those at lower classes. Those at higher tiers can heal grievous wounds quickly, while those in the highest class tiers are even said to be able to regrow limbs. Most C-class dungeoneers are still too squishy to survive alone, in even low-level dungeons. B-class, Azure Branch Cultivators. At the third strongest level, these cultivators are extremely powerful and dangerous. With focus and determination, they can externally shape their apothos into devastating energy and magical attacks. A group of B and C-class dungeoneers is nothing to scoff at, especially for a new dungeon without much experience. Typically, Azure Branch Cultivators comprise the majority of mid-range dungeoneers, successful and working their way up, but nowhere near the top. A-class, Jade Leaf Cultivators. The second strongest class. Jade Leaf Cultivators are extremely powerful. Dungeon cores at the A-class level are often entrusted with the defense of the most prestigious celestial nodes, and are almost guaranteed any assignment they desire. As for the Jade Leaf Dungeoneers, even a single dungeoneer can clear a C-class dungeon alone. Jade Leaf Dungeoneers are both masters and specialists of their craft. Thanks to the hardy strength of Iron Trunk and the active cycling abilities of Azure Branch, these dungeoneers are nearly impossible to kill, and can effortlessly shape their apothos into attacks that defy explanation. Jade Leaf Raiders frequently serve as powerful lords and ladies to the Monarch-level S-class. They often run powerful organizations, or are senior guild members. S-class, Heartwood Cultivators. The strongest and rarest class of dungeons and dungeoneers. Every Heartwood Cultivator is equivalent to a small army. Heartwood dungeons can span miles of territory and descend miles below the ground. SS class, Crown. Little is known about Crown-level dungeon cores and dungeoneers, or what they are capable of, in part because they rarely involve themselves in typical human affairs. Some dungeons, however, do achieve this ranking, since they are capable of fighting more than one Heartwood dungeoneer at a time. The strongest Heartwood dungeoneer is approximately 10 times weaker than the weakest Crown-class cultivator. SSS class, Immortal Crown. Mythical beings with god-tier power. They are ascended masters of legend, and no one knows whether they even truly exist. Logan paused to think about the levels. Both dungeons and raiders were ranked in similar ways. The A-class, or Jade Leaf Cultivators, were like the B-tier heroes of the Justice League, while the S-class, or Heartwood Cultivators, were like the A-tier. Logan figured the Heartwood Cultivators would be like Superman deciding to do a dungeon crawl. It was strange to think that these dungeoneers were actively raiding dungeons and destroying worlds. Did they know and not care? Why raid these places at all, if it was so dangerous? What were their end goals? What did they get out of the arrangement that made it worth the risk? He glanced at Shadowcroft, who was massaging the grass around one of his skull flowers. So, hey, old-timer, what class of dungeon core are you? I'm assuming you're a dungeon core, right?
Indeed I am,
Shadowcroft smiled.
but what I am matters not to you. You must pick your guardian form, Mr. Murray. We have run out of time.
Logan wasn't going to press the question. After all, Shadowcroft had to be at least S-class, since he was running the show. But stalling for answers wasn't going to change his situation. He needed to pick a guardian form, and he needed to do it quickly. The only other guardian left for Logan to study was the Fungaloid. Reluctantly, he clicked on the image of the stumpy creature and pulled up its details. It wasn't much at first glance. Little humanoid dude, about 3 feet tall, with a red and white toadstool hat. Not only did the thing look silly, it had bad mobility and was super weak against fire. The little guy was as flammable as a newspaper soaked in lighter fluid. It also didn't have any kind of physical attack, not at the first level, and its defenses were next to non-existent. However, owning his own landscaping business had led Logan into the wacky world of mushrooms a time or two, since some fungi could harm lawns and destroy gardens. Back on Earth, fungal spores were everywhere, floating around in the air humans breathed. Most were harmless, simply waiting for a dark, wet place to grow, like under a log, or between your toes. But some fungi were so nasty, it took powerful poisons to remove them. Logan felt a shiver. Yes, the Fungaloid was pathetic at first, but what kind of terrifying mushrooms could it grow down the road? Logan saw that the list of fungaloid abilities was stupidly short. Almost laughably so. "Hey, Shadowcroft," Logan said. "Why isn't there more information about the fungaloid?" Shadowcroft cleared his wooden throat.
Well, now, Mr. Murray, that is an unlikely choice. I don't recommend it. Granted, at higher levels, the fungaloid can be extremely powerful, but very few have ever progressed that far. I've had 6 students who chose that guardian form. 1 died immediately in the threshing, his core pulverized into powder. 3 were expelled and later slain by various raiders. 1 did graduate, started his fungal dungeon, and was exterminated by 5 Iron Trunk Dungeoneers. The last student, I lost track of him, though last I heard, he was able to survive, and even thrive, protecting his celestial node.
6 people chose this form, Logan said. How long have you been running this school?
It has been 10,000 of your Uroth years since I first founded the school.
That made Logan pause. He read the description again. Fungaloid. The fungaloid guardian form is a small humanoid creature composed of a white spongy material capable of emitting a variety of spore types. Although fungaloids are mobile, in the early stages of life they are weak, slow, and susceptible to many natural dangers, including fire, heat, and sunlight. Additionally, they have few offensive abilities early on, and are often harvested by overeager dungeoneers due to their ability to produce highly profitable narcotic, hallucinogenic, and alchemic potion ingredients. Fungaloids can evolve to hardier and deadlier versions as they cultivate a pathos and refine their cores. These higher-level forms are rarely, if ever, seen, however. This is due in large part to a unique feat of the race. Because of the pathway mechanics involved in fungaloid biology, only deep-root cultivators, E-class, or lower, can pick a fungaloid as a starting race. Would you like to know more? Yes/no. E-class or lower, Logan mused out loud.
That is correct, Shadowcroft agreed. Some students have drunk potions to limit their cores, to become a putrid ratling, but that is not possible for the fungaloid class. Hence, it is very rare. Please, Mr. Murray, I would suggest the anemic strig, or yes, the putrid ratling. Even the stink slime would be better.
Logan didn't comment. Instead, he selected yes. He absolutely wanted to know more. More information populated, replacing the initial fungaloid description. Quickly, he read about the fungaloid's initial active ability in his fungal form. Fungal Form 1. Harden. Trigger Harden to temporarily calcify your exterior by 25%, reducing damage, though at a 20% reduction to speed. Harden is a stackable ability, and can stack up to 4 times. At higher levels, this turns into chitin armor, creating hardened plates of chitin similar to an insect's exoskeleton. Light but resilient, the chitin reinforces the body without being cumbersome. Available at E-class, rank 10+. Logan had to laugh. That was so much like the dumb Caterpie Pokemon. Basically, you could turn yourself into a semi-soft brick. People could still beat on you because you were too slow to scurry away. He rolled his eyes. Reading on, he saw other initial abilities. Spore Halo, general ability. Although fungaloids can become physically powerful at higher evolutionary stages, their most potent weapon lies in their ability to release a variety of spore types. Unlike many caster creatures who use single-targeted spells, fungaloids release spore clouds that are always area of effect. Any creature or dungeoneer in the area will be affected, unless the creature has a symbiotic relationship with the caster, causing them to be immune. Hey now, this was promising, or so Logan thought, at least until he read about the first spore he'd be able to emit. Pollen. Release a toxin into the air that causes slight physical discomfort for all creatures in the area of effect. At lower levels, this causes irritation of the skin and eyes, difficulty breathing, sneezing, and can even lead to swollen joints. Available at E-class, rank 9+. Logan was about to give up on the mushroom guy when the 2 words jumped out at him. Symbiotic relationship. He flicked through screens, tracking down the reference. Bingo. He'd found it. He could emit something called symbiosis spores. Symbiosis. This is a unique and powerful ability. The fungaloid can create a symbiotic relationship with a host, or even more than one host, at higher levels, giving the host a wide range of unique fungaloid-based abilities and advantages in exchange for the fungaloid leeching off a portion of the host's absorbed apothos energy. Typically, symbiosis is used to find a dungeoneer champion who willingly serves the dungeon. In this case, the fungaloid becomes an eldritch patron / fungus warlock. Though rare, it is also possible to use the symbiosis ability in tandem with other dungeon cores, creating a unique relationship where a single dungeon could host multiple cores. Available at E-Class, rank 9+. Logan again felt a shiver. Okay, now they were cooking. Magic and support users were always weak up front, but they paid off in the long run, if you could survive long enough to power up. If he could find a partner, he just might have an edge. He would need help, and a lot of it. At the first level, he could transform into a brick, and he could make dungeoneers sneeze. Not exactly a promising ability set, but with a partner in crime, he could maybe survive long enough to truly make something of himself. Many hands make light work. Uncle Bud always said that life's burdens were easier to bear when you found other people to help share the load. Logan was going to bet his life on it. Fungaloid, he said, feeling sure about his decision. Shadowcroft winced, those magical blue eyes losing a bit of their sparkle.
Are you certain? You might think teaming up with another dungeon core would be easy, but I can assure you, no one will want to link their fate to yours. What the description doesn't say is that in cases of symbiotic dungeon cores, only the fungaloid can terminate the relationship. The host would be at your mercy, and no other dungeon would ever be foolish enough to do such a thing.
That's what you think, Logan said. But I'm likable. And if you don't like me, as a fungus, I'll grow on you.
Yes, the puns, Shadowcroft said with some distaste. I remember the puns were an issue for these dungeons. The headmaster's mood shifted, and he laughed. All in all, it's an interesting choice. Unconventional. Odd. You will certainly be one to watch. Now, prepare yourself. The Academy awaits.
Strangely enough, Logan was perfectly at ease with his decision. However, he was still human, even in his temporary form. He might have extreme buyer's remorse once he was given his shroomy little body.
Now, young one, the ancient tree man said, this next part might sting a bit.
Logan nodded, but was in no way prepared when his heart abruptly exploded out of his chest, leaving a gaping hole behind. The immediate sting was actually less than he would have guessed, all things considered. The mind-altering agony afterward, however, was definitely going to leave a mark. Chapter 6. The pain spun Logan Murray into a dark void. The second time in less than 24 hours he'd visited Abyss Town. Population ouch. Well, no one ever said that dying and becoming a dungeon core would be easy. This time, at least, the darkness was fleeting. There 1 minute, gone the next. And this time, Logan didn't wake up human. Not even close. He was lying on his back, and he felt smooth, cold stone under him. His eyes fluttered open, and he found himself looking at his pudgy white hands. The 3 fingers and a stump-like thumb came in and out of focus. No fingernails. Not even any proper joints to speak of. He opened and closed his hands and balled his fingers into loose fists. He was made of the spongy gray-white material of your garden variety fungus. No pun intended. This was wickedly weird. He also felt terrible. What wasn't numb tingled, and he wanted everything that tingled to be numb. He dropped his arms, letting them flop like rubber tubes against the floor, and stared up at the arching black stone of a high-vaulted ceiling. He turned his head to the left and spotted huge columns rising up into the air, like monstrous redwoods. Those columns were a bit fuzzy, though, blurry around the edges, since his eyes felt like they were rebooting. A turn to his right showed him arches crafted from black stone, framing long windows glowing with amber light. He'd gone to France with a few enlisted buddies, and this felt like the Cathedral Notre Dame de Paris. He groaned and pushed himself to his feet, both feet, though he stood on elephant pads, with 4 toes sticking out. There went counting to 10, though having 2 legs was still a win in his book. Better than 2 legs and 8 toes, than 1 leg and 5. Sure, his legs were just spongy white twigs, but in the sheer numbers department, he was killing it. Still, he was short. He was wide, and he wore white cotton pants that ended in the middle of his jointless legs. A red shirt, soft and comfortable, hung from his round, sloping shoulders. The shirt, too short, showed a swatch of pasty white belly. He was as skinless and boneless as discount chicken. His pudgy hands went to his head, and he felt his cap. At first, it felt like he was wearing a big round hat. Then he felt at the gills underneath the cap, the weird ridges that most mushrooms had. His fingers traveled south, and he hesitantly touched his face. Bulbous eyes, a tiny little nose, and a narrow mouth without very much lip. He didn't have ears. Another strike in the body part ledger. But it could have been worse, he reminded himself. He could have been a puddle of goo with no limbs at all, devoid of sight, sound, and taste. Compared to that unfortunate fate, he was doing pretty well. He took 1 step, then another, then stopped. Something itched on his belly, and he scratched at it absently. Again, he felt his spongy new flesh. He was a mushroom, a fungaloid. He'd known this was coming, but wow. Hopefully he made a wise choice. His other senses were slow to come around. Without ears, did he hear through his gills? At first, things were indistinct, but after a few moments, he heard the murmuring, laughter, and conversations going on around him. A mixture of odors reached his button mushroom nose. Puns were definitely going to be a problem. He smelled a variety of things, some animal, some vegetable, some mineral. Eventually, his knobby eyes cleared, giving him a very Mos Eisley moment. There were monsters everywhere. Big, terrible, strange. Hearing Shadowcroft talk about lich priests and abyss lords had been one thing, but seeing it was something else entirely. He realized with a jolt exactly how much the deck was stacked against him. These things could crush him underfoot without missing a step. If he wanted to survive and thrive here, he was going to have to work harder than everyone else, smarter than everyone else, and fight for every single inch. He was going to have to become the undisputed king of the hustle. Several long tables had been pushed to the side of the vast hallway, the space cleared so the incoming dungeon cores in their guardian forms could mingle. Schmooze. 2 hulking werewolves, covered in coarse tawny-colored fur, stood on their hind legs, wearing red robes, chatting amicably while they passed a big leg of beef between them. Dragons the size of horses snorted flames and chatted. An enormous creature that looked equal parts fire demon and shadow nightmare yacked it up with a cold-faced undead queen, who glowed with a greasy, queasy jade light. Both were drinking from golden cups, encrusted with jewels. They looked like Dungeon Core royalty, all right. What was the name of that apothos-rich world that Shadowcroft had mentioned? Logan couldn't quite recall, but he bet dollars to donuts that those 2 were former residents. A centaur clopped by, his mane fluttering in some unfelt breeze. Logan stumbled back on instinct, craning his neck. Well, trying to. His neck didn't really crane. He sort of bowed his whole body to get a better look. Majestic looking. Regal. Also stinky with a capital S. Another figure ambled past. A suit of armor, made from what looked like lime jello, leaving behind a trail of goo. Gelatinous night, Logan whispered in shock. Everything was bigger, taller, and more powerful than Logan, including a depressed-looking minotaur with his huge arms folded across his massive beef-slab chest. The bull-headed man leaned against the wall, sighing every once in a while, his ears fluttering in obvious annoyance. Near him was a tall, slender woman, with blue-black moth wings poking out from her back, and lacy antennae protruding from her brows. She looked about as uncomfortable as Logan felt, and radiated social awkwardness in waves. A jubilant voice echoed through the hall, reverberating off the high ceilings.
"No, guys, I'm telling you, with my new hooves, I can slide through that slime trail."
And a clatter of hoofclops. A toga-wearing satyr went zipping through the goo the gelatinous knight had left in his wake, as though it were a slip-and-slide. The satyr had the furry legs of a goat, but the muscled torso of a man. The hair around his wrists half covered his human hands. His face was also humanish, with a pointed beard covering a chiseled jaw, a wide nose, and a mouth that looked like it would always be smiling. He had goat eyes, horizontal pupils, and two big curling horns spiraling around pointed ears, capped with tufts of golden hair. A fuzzy tail stuck straight out, then curled up like an overgrown pug. In one hand was a comically oversized flagon. The thing was dang near a punch bowl, which he somehow managed to hold with perfect balance, despite careening through the slime. Something was printed on his toga, but Logan couldn't quite make out the words. The satyr finally slid to a stop. He deftly leapt from the goop, landing on his clopping hooves.
"Ha ha! See that?"
No one seemed especially impressed by his antics. Not that the satyr seemed to notice, or care. Instead, the goat-footed man took a huge gulp from his cup and scanned the crowd. He zeroed in on Logan almost at once.
"Hey, bruh,"
he boomed, clapping over with a lopsided grin on his face.
"I bet you're like me. A fun guy. Get it? You're a little mushroom dude. A literal fungi."
The satyr was a little under 6 feet tall. Normally, Logan would have been looking down into the horizontal slits of his beast eyes. Now, Logan had his head back. He smiled. Well, he attempted to smile. It was hard to tell if it worked with his new face. "Shadowcroft said to keep the puns to a minimum," he replied. "And for the record, those hooves are perfect for sliding. I never would have doubted you. I'm Logan Murray." He extended one pudgy hand in greeting. The satyr stepped over and bent down on one goat knee.
"Well, Logan Murray,"
he said, accepting the proffered limb.
"I'm Marco Lascarellis. The pleasure is all yours."
He paused and dropped Logan's hand, his eyes going hazy for a beat.
"Do you realize the first letter in your last name is the first letter of my first name? And vice versa for the other names involved in this interesting bit of wordplay. It's destiny that we've met, I think. Yes. Yes. I can feel it in the bottom of my wine cup. Destiny."
The furry-wristed guy, already a bit drunk, took another long slog from the punch bowl turned chalice. From this close, Logan could finally see what was printed on the front of his toga. "The party starts here," with an arrow pointing down. Logan had to laugh. "How did you customize your toga?" Marco shrugged.
"When the S-man, oh, crafty crofty, let me choose my guardian form, I saw my chance to do a little decorating. I have a keen eye for such things, you know? And I do like to party. So, put the two together and bam! A little embroidery later, and I'm walking around with a surefire conversation starter. I'm just glad they have booze here. So, which world are you from?"
"Uroth," Logan replied. "Or we call it Earth. It's, far away, and having issues."
"I dated a girl like that. Far away and having issues. I'm from Sangreta myself, which is like Eritreus, only stupider. But I had fun there, so it wasn't that stupid."
Sangreta? Logan had to smile. That kind of sounds like sangria. Red wine and chopped fruit.
"Yes!"
Margot drank some more.
"I'll have two. Make both a double. Quadruple me barkeep and don't stop until breakfast. I might as well party it up, since I don't suppose I'll survive very long. I'm not what you would call competent. Honestly, it's an absolute miracle I can cultivate as well as I can. I suppose that old saying is true. The gods watch over children, drunks, and fools. I am certainly the last two. Still, I doubt I'll make it long, even with divine intervention. It's not like a satyr is anyone's first choice as far as quality guardian forms are concerned."
"Better than being a mushroom," Logan said, sighing.
No, guy. Mushrooms are awesome. I've spent some great nights with mushrooms, I can assure you.
I don't know. Logan's hand went to his cap. Is there a mirror in the hall? I haven't gotten a chance to look at myself.
Marco laughed. Gods, I know just what you mean. He grabbed one of his horns and wiggled his head. How in the inferno below am I supposed to sleep with these things, huh? I like to sleep on my side, you know? Not anymore. I wonder if I can sleep standing up. Goats do that. Sleep standing up. That would be useful. I'd save a ton of money on beds. At least, I think so.
He tapped at his curly goatee.
Or maybe I'm thinking of elephants.
A gruff voice interrupted their conversation, slashing through the low murmuring and the uncertain shuffle of feet.
Quiet. All of you. Eyes front and center.
A formidable gargoyle griffin-like creature stood on a raised dais at the far end of the hall. He stood upright, legs reverse hinged, his feet ending in bone-crushing, flesh-rending eagle talons. He had huge wings and a lionesque head with a lush mane. He wore heavy silver plate mail, with some sort of blue enamel running around the edges, and an intricate dragon crest at the center. A wicked mace hung from his hip, a flanged head the size of a large melon. He looked terrifying, mean, and as dark as the inside of a coffin on Halloween night. His voice boomed out, sharp and precise.
I said quiet. From this point on, we are watching you, every one of you, and we are grading you. So you will all be on your best behavior, or you will suffer.
That sure seemed to get everyone's attention. Suddenly, Logan felt like he was in middle school. I think my vice principal said that same thing to us at one point. Marco lightly punched Logan's arm.
Looks like we're getting started. Good luck, Logan Murray. I hope you make it. You seem like you're one all-right toadstool.
The satyr left to go stand with the friends he'd already made. Marco was clearly someone who could make friends with anyone, anywhere. Logan liked that. The room fell quiet, and the various monsters shuffled forward. There was no way Logan would be able to see. He hurried to the side, near where the Minotaur and the Moth Girl loitered, and climbed up on a stack of chairs. Again, he felt his incredible shortness and how fragile his body was. The gargoyle griffin raised his claws and spread his wings wide, showing off the spectacular golden plumage.
Better,
he snapped.
Welcome to Shadowcroft's Academy for Dungeons. I am Professor Ulysses Rockhart, the Rector Prime here at Shadowcroft's. We are the finest dungeon academy in all the dungeon cores. You may have heard good things about Gadsor's Institute of Defense, or the Crossworld Academy of the Arcane, but they do not have our legacy of excellence. Sodrian's School of Guardians is third-rate, and the Waldorf School of Strategic Learning is a joke. A joke, he roared, the noise shaking the floor. And don't even get me started on the short-sighted, myopic curriculum at the Plaguebringer College of the Undead. Nightfall University has given us a run for our money a time or two. This is true. But there's a reason we've won the dungeon games the past 3 years running.
Several of the guardians in the place let out a triumphant yell. Logan put two and two together. Somehow, many of the monsters here already knew what was going on, and were probably at Shadowcroft Academy by choice. Logan had to wonder if any of these other dungeon core schools had people who'd chosen the fungaloid guardian form. Maybe Mushroom Dungeons had fared better at these other institutions. Professor Rockhart continued.
Shadowcroft's is the best, because we have 3 things. 1.
He stuck a talon-tipped finger into the air.
The best headmaster and staff of any Dungeon Core Academy. Period. Full stop. 2.
Another finger joined the first. The most well-rounded and forward-thinking dungeon curriculum in all the realms.
And 3.
He paused, face a thunderhead, tone turning dark.
We have absolutely no mercy. Not a shred. You will conform. You will succeed. Or you will be crushed under heel. At Shadowcroft, he continued, we strictly adhere to Camoir's constant. Only the fit survive. It is our firm belief that only the worthy should be allowed the honor to serve. You will not be coddled at this institution, but pushed to your uttermost limits, pushed to your breaking point and beyond. My job as Rector Prime is to ensure this. Many of you will die during your time at Shadowcroft, and likely at my hands, no less. Better in here than out there in the real world, he said. There was no malice in his words, but rather a cool indifference, a statement of absolute fact. The truth is, all of you, even the most powerful among your number, are replaceable. One grain of sand on an endless seashore of souls. There are no special snowflakes at Shadowcroft, only motes in an endless avalanche that crushes our enemies. You do not matter. The Tree of Souls matters, and to that end, I will do everything within my power to weed out the fit from the weak. Let there be no doubt. This is a school for winners. Time will tell which of you don't belong here. He scanned the crowd, gaze resting especially long on Logan. And that time starts now. By standing in this room, you've already passed through the Reaper. Now comes the threshing. Prepare to fight for your life. Logan didn't like the sound of that. What's the threshing? He asked himself out loud. The nearby Minotaur heard him, ears twitching manically. The bullman sighed like he just crashed his first car, gotten fired from a great job, and dropped his ice cream cone. It's our first solo dungeon run in our new guardian forms, he replied, sounding for all the world like Eeyore's clinically depressed little brother. Don't tell me your name, he said, raising a calloused hand. I don't care, and I don't want to know it. You're probably going to die, and I know I will. That would be funny. Me living, and you dying.
Logan went to protest, but then the itching on his stomach turned into a searing burn. He jerked up his short little shirt to see a gleaming ruby where his belly button should have been. It was about the size of his shroomy fist, and reminded him of the gems in those old troll dolls. Logan gently touched the gemstone. The minute he did, he was sent reeling back into the void. Third verse, same as the first. This time, however, there was no pain. And just like that, Logan found himself excited. A solo dungeon run? He was going into an actual dungeon. Awesome! Too bad he was doing it as a pizza topping. Chapter 7. Logan found himself in a classic dungeon hallway, with only one way to go. He padded forward slowly and silently, on his fat Gumby feet. He had to move slowly, of course, because his little mushroom frame simply wasn't built for speed. It was obviously built for sitting around on rotten trees and germinating. He metaphorically gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, he was missing teeth too, so he'd be gumming all his food for a while. He was determined to show both Shadowcroft and this new gargoyle professor that he belonged here. This fungaloid was going places in the academy, even if he had to take his sweet time getting there. The dungeon itself was all rough gray stone and flickering torchlight that did little to dispel the gloomy pockets of shadow. Not a fun place to be, but there was a certain thrill in the notion that he was in a real dungeon, one with monsters and traps, one with loot, or so he hoped. While he walked, he tried to pull up his fungaloid character sheet, but he couldn't quite figure out the trick of the thing. There were no buttons to click, or icons floating in the corner of his eye, and all his verbal commands, open character sheet, examine core, stats, accomplished nothing. He was sure he could do it, since he'd seen an overview in Shadowcroft's plush office, but he didn't have the fancy crystalline viewing screen to help him, and Shadowcroft hadn't exactly given him a tutorial. Nope. He was in here, barreling headfirst toward death, without even a rudimentary idea of how the controls worked. But sometimes the only way to win was to button mash, and he could button mash with the best of them, if it came down to it. Not ideal, but he was a survivor. Eventually, the twisting hallway spit him out into an octagonal chamber that vaguely reminded him of a Catholic cathedral. Vaulted ceiling, intricate pillars, carved stone featuring freakish gargoyles and other monstrous creatures, and even stained glass masterpieces that glowed with otherworldly light. Ahead were 3 heavy doors, studded with brass rivets, all in different colors, all emblazoned with their own unique crest. The first was brilliant electric blue, with 3 spiked horns braided together to form an odd wheel. The second was the color of spilled blood, and engraved with a series of 3 interlocking triangles that looked oddly familiar. The last was a brilliant golden door, with a pair of stylized raven heads facing away from each other. Above the 3 doors was a central stained glass window, a kaleidoscope of color, with a cryptic poem running across the glass. The triple horns calls to the scholar blue, a scholar true, gifted with wit. The thrice-banded triangle calls to the mighty dressed in red, wed to battle, married to grit. The double-faced raven sings for the gold, for the lucky, for the bold, for those who will act instead of sit. The way out is through the onyx door, across the trickery rooms, through the danger doors, for those bound for glory instead of the pit. Logan stood there, staring up at the poem, mulling it over, looking at it this way and that. Clearly, the poem was the key, or at least the instructions for moving forward. He folded his arms and frowned, rereading the script for a 3rd time. He'd taken an intro lit class over at the community college, but he'd nearly flunked the poetry section. All those haikus, ballads, and sonnets did nothing for him. Nothing against them, but he preferred his literature to be more of the pulp variety. Knights riding dinosaurs fighting aliens were far more interesting than red roses and tears falling like April rain. Still, this seemed simple enough. The way out was through an onyx door. To get there, he'd have to go through a variety of dungeon rooms, and they seemed to come in 3 flavors. 1 door for combat, 1 for puzzles, or maybe wits, and another for the lucky? Or maybe the bold? Perhaps both? Logan wasn't entirely sure, but he knew how he could find out. He could look. He headed over to the blue door, inscribed with the triple horn symbol. The room he suspected was for puzzles, wits, and logic challenges. Since it was possible that once he opened a door the others would automatically lock, he chose the one he felt most likely to be able to defeat. Combat was certainly not his strongest suit at the moment, and he wasn't known to be particularly lucky. Recently being eaten by a mimic reinforced that notion. So, wits it was. He licked thick, spongy lips and pressed his hand against the door. There was no visible lock or knob, but the door swung silently inward. On the other side was a room that looked equal parts fire hazard and temple of doom. Thick, colored ceramic tiles, all inscribed with char-black arrows, covered the floor at seemingly random intervals. Positioned throughout the room on glassy onyx squares were hulking bronze dragon statues that spewed gouts of flickering yellow-orange fire. As he watched, the statues groaned and creaked, rotating to vomit their flame in different directions. There were 2 doors leading out, a golden door on the far side of the room, and a crimson door, positioned against the left-hand wall. Even though Logan wasn't particularly good with poetry, he was a savvy enough gamer to know what needed to happen here. Use the arrow tiles to navigate the ever-shifting maze without getting charbroiled. Problem was, as a fungaloid, he was basically a walking soup mix, so one misstep and this would likely be the last room he ever saw. Just the idea of fire made him think of dried shiitake mushrooms. Backtracking, he headed over to the next door in the octagonal riddle chamber, the crimson with its 3 interlocking triangles. Nervous and unsure whether the door would open at all, he pressed his pudgy pale white digits against the metal. He let out a sigh of relief as the door swung inward, just as the first had, revealing a long hallway, straight as an arrow, made of the same gray stone as the rest of the dungeon. There were 2 doors at the far end, nearly side by side. This time, the golden luck door and the blue wits door awaited him inside. He was starting to sense a pattern. Unfortunately, standing like a hulking tower of doom between Logan and the pair of doors was a balding, slope-shouldered ogre with a wooden club that was twice as tall as Logan. Ogre Boy gave Logan a spitty, gritty grin and tapped an open palm with his sapling-sized club. Yep, combat-oriented. Logan had no desire whatsoever to tangle with the thing standing in the hallway. Once more, He repeated the trek, heading toward the final of the 3 doors, the Golden Luck door, waiting so patiently for him at the end of the line. This one opened just as the others had. This time, however, Logan's jaw almost hit the floor in shock. There were no slathering monsters waiting to club him into mushroom paste, or deadly traps ready to roast him to a crisp. Instead, this was a treasure room, filled with piles of golden loot, teetering with glimmering weapons and shining armor. He was sure there were no freebies here, so the fact that there was no obvious danger made him even more wary. Still, of the 3 rooms, this was hands down the most appealing. Taking down the ogre was out of the question, and chancing the fire statue trap room was a risky proposition. So, maybe rolling the dice was the best option after all. Was it a risk? Sure. But you never got anywhere without a little luck, and you sure as heck didn't become a soldier or make it long attached to an infantry unit without a streak of boldness. Before he could chance to second-guess his gut instincts, Logan stole forward and into the treasure-filled chamber. The moment he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut, and, against the laws of nature, vanished. Gone as though it had never been there. Cool trick. If he survived this whole thing, he'd have to learn how to pull that one off. There would be time for that later, though. For now, he needed to stay focused on the task at hand. Survival. Narrow pathways carved their way through the piles of loot, leading toward a pair of exit doors, crimson and blue. He glanced down and noticed there was a flowing inscription carved deeply into the stone. Take only what you need, for the journey is long. Logan frowned at the line, tracing the letters with the edge of his toe. Take only what you need. Good to know. He moved gingerly through the stacks, pulling his arms in tight against his body, so that he didn't risk touching any of the loot, though the temptation to run his knobby fingers through all that gold was nearly overwhelming. He'd never been a greedy man, and he's always gotten by with what he had. But all that gold, why, there had to be $100 million worth of the stuff, just lying around for the taking. And that wasn't even accounting for the rubies, rough-cut diamonds, and beautifully wrought weapons and armor littering the teetering piles. But his old life was gone, he reminded himself. And what good was gold or gaudy jewels to a fungaloid? He wouldn't even be able to carry the armor on his minuscule frame. Besides, Aladdin had been his favorite Disney movie as a kid, and he knew what happened when you fell for the treasure. So, he ignored that greedy impulse and pushed inward, winding his way toward the exit. About halfway through, he noticed something that didn't quite fit the rest of the room's treasure vault decor. A simple satchel, well worn, the leather creased and cracked from age. A grappling hook, attached to a length of rope, hung out the side. Ding, ding, ding. His spidey sense was tingling. Take only what you need. The words burbled through the back of his head like a brook. Messing with that satchel would be risky, but even riskier would be to ignore it. If he was right, this was a room both for the lucky and the bold. The deck was heavily stacked against him, and having a few tools could go a long way toward rectifying that. He needed to be able to carry items, and every D&D player worth their salt knew you always carried rope. It was a dungeoneering essential. Logan took a deep breath, preparing for catastrophe, and swung the bag over his shoulder. After a few seconds, when nothing terrible happened, he let out the pent-up breath in a sigh of relief. Running a real dungeon was a lot more intense than grinding through a dungeon in an RPG or board game campaign. He continued on, keeping an eye out for any other out-of-place items that might come in handy. Much to his excitement, he found a plain, rusty-edged dagger that had seen better days, and a travel-worn green cloak, frayed at the edges. Not exactly grand treasures, but practical and useful for a noob like him. He pilfered the blade and cloak without any dire consequences, proving once more that there were at least a few things in the room that were up for grabs. After nearly 10 minutes, he found himself across the room, and much richer for it. The dagger, rope, and cloak stowed safely in his worn traveling bag. Lucky and bold was definitely the right pick, though unfortunately he wouldn't get to play the same card again. He had 2 doors to choose from, 2 options to move forward: combat and wits. As a fungaloid, this choice was an absolute no-brainer. He pressed his hand against the blue door, Wits, and it swung open, giving him a glimpse of what was to come. He expected to see the arrows and the fire-barfing dragon statues. But no. This was a different Wits room. So each door was different. Interesting. Inside lay a perfectly square chamber, its floor studded by a variety of colorful tiles. An enormous diamond hung overhead. There was no obvious threat, and he had the opportunity to open another golden door. He would take another puzzle room over a combat room any day of the week. He might not have to face the stinking ogre, but who knew what else he'd have to fight? Still, though, he lingered, his foot at the edge of the threshold. He knew without a doubt that he wasn't going through the combat room, but he couldn't help but wonder about all the treasure piled up all around him. He was so close to the exit, and some part of him needed to know what would happen if he touched the gleaming loot. Probably something bad. Probably. But what if it was all just some head game? He couldn't rightly live with himself if he passed over all these goodies without even trying. Nearby was a small silver buckler, with a fist-sized ruby in the center. Small enough for him to use, which was rare. Something like that could go a long way later on in the dungeon. He had to try. Had to know. Keeping an eye on the door into the Wits room, he ghosted forward, one hand reaching for the buckler. The second he touched it, he felt a minute surge of power, almost like getting a static shock from a light switch. The shield came away with ease and was light as a feather, perfect for his arm, with a trio of straps crisscrossing the back. Naturally, the floor started rumbling and heaving beneath him, enormous fissures cracking through stone and swallowing piles of loot in real time. Yep, not a mind game after all. This had Aladdin Cave of Wonders written all over it, and it was time to get out. Moving as quickly as his misshapen fungaloid body would allow, he turned on a heel and darted toward the open door. The room rumbled beneath him, accompanied by the sound of boulders crumbling and the tinkle of coins falling. He propelled himself forward, diving over the threshold and into the connecting room, landing on his belly with a meaty thud. He glanced back as the door slammed shut, just in time to see magma erupt in violent molten geysers, consuming everything in fire and heat. The door swung shut and disappeared from reality, banishing the image of the fiery room with its passing. Check. Bold, not greedy. He'd have to keep that in mind for the next pass through a golden door. Though, admittedly, his silver buckler was a pretty slick prize. He stood, brushing himself off, and examined his new shield in all its glimmering glory. The gem was fiery red, and if it was real, probably could have paid off his mortgage back on Earth. Delicately etched golden runes encircled the outer edge of the shield, the script flowing and beautiful. The shield thrummed with a soft power that seemed to radiate up through the metal, down his squishy arm, and into his center. His core. Without a thought, he focused on the tenuous connection between shield and core, and abruptly, a flickering dome of red light blossoms from the gem. He wanted to cackle. An energy shield. Like magic. Real magic. The light flickered after a matter of seconds and disappeared, leaving a sense of hollow exhaustion behind. So, there was definitely a catch to using this stuff. But still, what a find. Maybe a little greed, in moderation, of course, wasn't such a bad thing. Logan slung the shield over his narrow shoulders, letting it rest on his back, and turned his attention to the colored tiles room. This one turned out to be a relatively straightforward puzzle room, and not a terribly complex one at that. There were 2 doors, this time combat crimson and lucky gold, each on the opposite sides of the enormous room. The walls were bare gray stone, though the floor was covered in hundreds of multicolored tiles in a riot of hues. Reds and orange here, blues and violets there, a spattering of greens and yellows. Overhead, an enormous crystalline prism hung from the high ceiling. It glowed with a gentle white light, projecting a wavering riddle into the air. Just a single sentence. The prism reveals the truth and lights the path to victory. After scanning the floor for a few seconds, Logan quickly came to the solution. The prism was the key to solving the riddle. Since it didn't actually shed any light, Logan knew that the answer was more likely metaphorical than literal. Thing was, Logan knew that a prism had a very specific purpose. His mind instantly flashed back to the cover of the classic Pink Floyd album, Dark Side of the Moon. Prisms broke up light, revealing the colors of the rainbow, the same colors as the tiles decorating the floor. He even remembered that silly little mnemonic device he had learned in his freshman applied science class, Roy G. Biv. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Honestly, he didn't remember a lot from high school. He'd never used calculus, and the importance of the War of 1812 had never come up in real life. But he did know 3 things. The quadratic equation, that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, and that the colors of the rainbow are named Roy G. Biv. Sweet, sweet education for the win. All he had to do was follow the correct colors of the rainbow and walk his way to either door. Easy. He grinned like a maniac as he effortlessly blazed through the pattern, right up until he got past the G. That's where things went sideways. It was right about the time Logan discovered that fungaloids were apparently colorblind, at least partially. Try as he might, he could not tell the difference between the last 3 colors. They all looked like slightly differing shades of blue. Normal blue, dirty blue, light blue. Colors had never been his strong suit, even with human eyes. An old girlfriend had dragged him to a fabric store to pick out curtains. He'd not been helpful. Logan squinted and took a chance. Light blue. That was a hard no. He narrowly avoided being skewered by deadly spears that launched from the walls. Only his ridiculously short height saved him there. He stumbled forward because it was too late to turn back. A section of the wall opened to cough out a blast of fire. He dodged the flames, but felt like a marshmallow on his way to S'moresville, USA. Another wrong tile took out the entire floor near the golden door. Maybe if Logan had been taller or more athletic, he could have leaped his way into the clear. But as a sponge on legs with the vertical jump of a wobbly toddler, he didn't stand a chance. So instead, he made it to the crimson door more or less in one piece. Logan equipped his pilfered shield, slipping his arm through the straps, then pulled free the pitiful pitted dagger. It honestly looked like a short sword in his pudgy hand. Better that than nothing, Logan supposed. He took one last longing glance at the golden door across the room, then pressed his free hand against the blood-red door. He was dreading this part, but he'd known in his gut that he was going to have to do battle sooner or later. Looked like sooner it was. Steeling himself, Logan stepped through into the unknown, ready for the first fight of his fungaloid life. Time to roll for initiative. Chapter 8. Logan stepped into a gloomy, rocky cavern, filled with towering stalagmites and stalactites, like the teeth of some monstrous creature. Flittering bugs, each the size of a quarter, buzzed lazily through the air, shedding witchy green light from glowing abdomens. The light bounced off the slick stone columns and rippled across shallow-looking pools of water, dotting the ground in pockets. Logan instantly felt a rush of relief. If all he had to do was swat a few bugs, he'd be golden. Maybe this won't be so bad after all, he thought. As a landscaper, he was well familiar with bugs of every variety, and had no problem serving up justice with the bottom of a metaphorical shoe. That thought fled a heartbeat later, as he caught the scrape of hooves on stone, and movement blurred in the corner of his bulbous eye. Across the cavern, loitering in a pool of murk, was the biggest hog Logan had ever seen. Boar was probably a more accurate term, though even that wasn't quite right, since the thing had a thick gray hide, blazing red eyes, and curving tusks long enough and sharp enough to shish kebab him straight through. The thing was the size of a small car, with a mouth as big as a manhole cover. It snorted its piggy snout, and its eyes narrowed as it caught sight of the interloper. Logan glanced down at his pitiful rusty dagger, then back up at the rabid, genetically altered Pumbaa out for blood. Of course it would be a pig. Probably a truffle-sniffing boar, hell-bent on his destruction. No way did he stand a chance. Not in a straight-up fight. The monster boar snorted again, and pawed at the ground, lowering his head, clearly preparing to charge. An idea slithered through Logan's mind. What if he didn't have to fight this thing at all? What if he could somehow get past it instead? The doors didn't require a key, so if he could just avoid being impaled, He might be able to escape to a more favorable room. Logan stowed the knife and exchanged it for the rope and grappling hook. Thinking fast and working faster, he whirled the rope round, and tossed it up, aiming at a crevice near one of the hanging stalactites. The grappling hook clanged loudly and dropped to the ground. The boar chose that moment to charge, flying toward Logan, hooves kicking up rooster tails of water in passing. Logan wondered if mushrooms in France felt like this when the pigs came sniffing. He frantically spun the rope again, hurling it up, muttering a silent prayer under his breath. Clang. This time the hook caught, and when he applied pressure to the rope, it held. Grabbing it with grubby arms, he wormed his way up the rope, coiling it around one leg to make the work easier going. As a fungaloid, he didn't have much upper body strength, but thankfully he also weighed next to nothing. Plus, climbing a rope was really more about technique than raw strength, and thanks to his time in the military, he had that technique in spades. As quickly as he moved, however, the boar moved faster. It closed the distance in a matter of seconds. Logan was well on the way toward the ceiling, but one of his legs was still dangling a little too close to the ground, a fact he realized too late. The boar reared up and clamped down around his foot with incredible crushing pressure. He felt a flash of pain lance up his limb, and had a momentary flashback to his time in Iraq. God, but he hoped he wasn't about to lose a leg straight out of the gate. There would be no small amount of irony in that. But instead of panicking, he felt something build inside of him. It was almost like a reflex, a knee twitch. He thought of his rudimentary spore attack. Pollen. No sooner had he conjured the image in his mind than a cloud of yellow spores poured from his gills under his toadstool cap. The motes of dust danced in the air, getting into the creature's eyes and snout, filling its mouth with a chalky yellow residue. The boar recoiled at once, promptly letting out a honking sneeze that shook the room and ejected Logan's foot. The pollen attack didn't seem to hurt the boar in the least, but it had distracted it just enough for Logan to climb the rest of the way to the top of the rope, well out of reach of the ravenous boar. Logan let out a trembling laugh. This was fine. He was safe. He had a second to breathe. From up high, he could easily see both the golden door and the blue door. Both were too far away. With only one rope, there was no way to get to the other stalactites, and the thought of somehow leaping along the upward jutting stalagmites was laughable. He'd bought himself a little time, sure, but he'd really only prolonged the inevitable. If he wanted out of this chamber, it would be over that boar's dead body. Literally. And speaking of, the hairy beast was circling below, snorting and pawing at the ground as it watched Logan's hanging form with hate-filled eyes, which were inflamed thanks to his awesome fungaloid powers. Too bad you don't have your inhaler, piggy, Logan crowed. The boar sneezed and snotted, but that wasn't much of a consolation, as it soon cleared its sinuses. Maybe the monster had secret Benadryl powers. Logan knew he wasn't going to allergy the thing to death, and he doubted the rusted dagger would even pierce its tough hide. As a former ground pounder, his natural instinct was just to brawl. But he wasn't a grunt anymore, he reminded himself. He was a mushroom. Choosing fungaloid had gotten him here, and being a fungaloid was going to get him out, damn it. But he needed to know what tools he had at his disposal. Dangling like a Christmas ornament, he tried to pull up his character sheet again. This time he pressed his eyes shut and visualized what he wanted to happen, envisioning the floating screen in his mind's eye. He felt a trickle of energy in his belly, his core activating just as it had when he released the spore cloud. When he opened his eyes again, the screen was floating before him. Logan Murray, Guardian Core Matrix. Base race, Fungaloid. Current evolution, Toadstool. Cultivator class, Deep Root Cultivators. E-class, rank 9. Primary elemental affinities, Morta/Toxicus. Racial abilities, digestion. Racial skills, domestic fungi. Cultivated fungi, outstanding allotment. Fungal form, active. Harden. Fungal form, passive. Fungal vision. Spore halo. Pollen. Symbiosis. Logan felt an ember of hope stir in his chest, and a surge of wild adrenaline raced through his limbs. He had options here. way more than Shadowcroft had let on about. He was sorely regretting the fact that he hadn't gotten even a basic rundown on how all of this worked. But he was no stranger to chaos, pain, or hardship. Logan would improvise, adapt, and overcome, just like he always had. He needed to act quickly, though, since his arms were starting to get tired, and he couldn't just hang there all day. He needed out of this dungeon, and the quicker the better. His eyes skipped past the first few options, dismissing them since he'd seen them before. He started on digestion, and worked his way down the list, looking for anything that might help. Digestion. Consume immobile and dead creatures to absorb more of their core essence, and instantly convert it to usable apothos. Fungi are nothing if not efficient, and that efficiency is on full display in the digestion ability. Would you like to learn more about the digestive abilities of the fungaloid? Yes/no. That sounded like it might have some interesting uses down the road. But since the boar below was neither dead nor immobile, it didn't seem particularly useful at the moment. He moved on to the racial scale. Domestic fungi. Domestic fungi. There are thousands of types of mundane and magical mushrooms that grow throughout the realms connected to Ashvata. But the fungaloid can spawn many of the rarest, deadliest, and most valuable mushrooms around. These fungi can be quite useful to dungeoneers and attract those looking for rare alchemic ingredients. More advanced types of fungi can have additional abilities, or even be mobile and aggressive. Protospore cultures live inside of the host fungaloid and can be spawned even if mature specimens are lost, destroyed, or harvested. Mature mushrooms can take days or even weeks to grow, though it is possible to drastically increase maturity with the rapid growth spore ability. As an E-Class Rank 9 cultivator, you can select 2 Level 1 protospore cultures and 1 Level 2 protospore culture. Would you like to view a list of available protospore cultures? Yes/no. Logan wanted to get a gander at the different mushrooms he could domesticate and grow, but his fleshy arms were burning, and none of those would help with his current circumstances. The skill box said they could take hours or even days to grow, and he needed something that would help right now. So he dismissed the info and moved on to the next item on the list. Fungal form active. Fungal form 1. Harden. Trigger harden to temporarily calcify your exterior by 25%, reducing damage, though at a 20% reduction to speed. Harden is a stackable ability and can stack up to 4 times. At higher levels, this turns into chitin armor, creating hardened plates of chitin similar to an insect's exoskeleton. Light but resilient, the chitin reinforces the body without being cumbersome. Available at E-Class, rank 10+. On the surface, this one seemed absolutely worthless. Seriously, what good would it be to turn yourself into an immovable brick of petrified wood? He was on the verge of moving on when inspiration struck. Under normal circumstances, this skill would be basically useless. But these weren't normal circumstances. He was dangling 30 feet above a rampaging murder boar, his arms only a matter of minutes from giving out. True, Harden was obviously meant to be a defensive ability, but in this situation, he could use it offensively. He probably only weighed 70 pounds or so, but 70 pounds of calcified rock, dropped from 30 feet, had to do something, right? He wasn't exactly spoiled for choices, so he made a snap decision. That was something else the military had pounded into his head. Initiative and decision-making, because no decision was often worse than making a bad decision. Logan focused on the meager energy radiating out from his core. With a thought and an effort of will, he triggered Harden. Energy surged out of his core, creeping into his limbs, turning him into a reinforced husk of his former self. Since it was a stackable ability, he added another dose. His joints stiffened and his muscles felt sluggishly tight. He was also substantially heavier, putting additional strain on his frail arms and sloth-like hands. With a grimace, Logan tucked his legs up into his chest, trying to transform himself into a tight little ball, while still clinging desperately to the rope. He used every last bit of energy in his core to add a 3rd and 4th layer of armor, maxing out the ability. He was a chitin-covered mushroom, almost as wide as he was tall. No way could he hold on. The rope slipped through his petrified fingers, and he plummeted toward the ground, air rushing past him, Logan's stomach lurched into his throat, and he hoped fervently that he hadn't just killed himself during his first combat encounter. Well, then Shadowcroft could warn the next Yahoo who thought being a fungaloid was a good idea. Below, the boar roared in a frenzied rage, rearing up on its hind legs, mouth yawning wide to claim its falling prey. Logan rotated, and a moment later, his back slammed into the creature's tusks and fangs, smashing through them like a baseball bat to the teeth. The creature squealed in pain. Logan was lodged firmly in the creature's oversized mouth, a bitter pill that the monster hog couldn't swallow. The boar dropped to all fours, crunching on Logan's hardened exterior, trying to turn him into a tasty shiitake snack. Logan didn't feel a thing. He was an unbreakable jawbreaker, laughing in the face of the laws of mastication. The boar was wheezing, walking in drunken circles, trying its best to spit Logan out. But that didn't work either. Logan couldn't move much, or fast, but he was able to use his frail arms to lodge himself in place, slowly choking the air from the boar's lungs. After a handful of minutes, the creature toppled onto its side, seizing, then finally falling still. Despite being lodged in a boar's mouth and covered in monster slobber, Logan felt like an absolute champion. He'd done it. He'd killed something. Maybe Shadowcroft would have to rethink his stance on the fungal guardian form. Ha, Logan thought. He couldn't actually laugh out loud. He had what basically amounted to lockjaw. But a win was a win. After what felt like a lifetime, Harden wore off enough for Logan to pull himself, inch by drool-covered inch, from the boar's mouth and tumble out onto the dusty floor. He stood with a groan, testing out his mauled foot, and finding that it could bear weight, even though it still looked like a mangled piece of portobello on a cooking show. These guardian forms were far more resilient than the typical human body. Satisfied, he turned his attention back to the dead hog waiting to be processed. Since this was a game of sorts, that meant there should be loot. He dropped to a knee and placed a hand against the creature's coarse side, trying to see if there was some way to open an inventory. But nothing. He did, however, feel a faint thrum of power radiating out from the beast. The same power that he felt burbling inside the gem lodged in his belly button. Apothos. The energy of the universe. He focused on that potent buzz, like a live wire running beneath his fingertips, and on instinct, drew the power inward. It felt like the most natural thing in the world, like a man dying of thirst, sucking up water through a bendy straw. It flowed effortlessly through his fingers, coursing along unseen pathways in his arms and directly into his core, where it hit like a shot of Jack. Hot and angry and potent. Logan had never felt more alive or more powerful. He was also determined to get something more out of this hog. He removed his knife from the pack and went to work, cutting through the tough outer hide and skinning the beast, revealing dense muscle underneath. With a few quick strokes, he cut off a hunk of meat. He had no idea what kind of food they would serve at Shadowcroft, but he knew one thing for certain. He would be eating bacon. With a grin, he rose to his feet, feeling like he could move mountains, and headed for the golden door at the far end of the chamber. It was time to rack up some more wins by finishing this dungeon run. Chapter 9. Professor Eulis Rockhart, Rector Prime of the Shadowcroft Academy, and Master of the Azure Dragon Clan, stood alone in the Golden Serpent Hall. He absently smoothed out his cloak and picked invisible lint from the gleaming scale mail running down his front. He wore his formal regalia tonight, something he did far too rarely, which was a shame. He eyed himself in one of the polished columns lining the dais, and had to admit, he looked rather regal. Rockhart was a no-nonsense creature by nature, shrewd, pragmatic, and callous. But he also appreciated a finely crafted cloak or a complementing color scheme on ornate armor. He pulled his gaze away from the column as Shadowcroft came down the steps from the upper rooms of the castle. He limped along in his usual gait, one shoulder lowered, moving quickly. His green beard swayed, and the flowers on his grassy head wobbled. Rockhart offered the headmaster a shallow bow of his head, a gesture of genuine respect befitting Shadowcroft's station. One of his stone wings itched, and he scratched it with his beak. Images flashed across the wide-open air of the vast hall. 55 students battled their way through various threshing dungeons. Some of the weaker students would be killed, but that was the way of the threshing. If they couldn't even survive this simple trial, truly, they deserved to go no further. Ending them here was a mercy in its way, Rockhart mused. He wasn't a guardian known for mercy, just the opposite. But he fully endorsed ending the weak before they could suffer, or become a drain on Academy resources. Shadowcroft lurched up. It wasn't clear if the headmaster had chosen the trio in guardian form, or if he'd been born into that race. Shadowcroft was a mystery. Rockhart was too busy to ponder mysteries. For a century, he'd not only helped the headmaster run the entire school, but he'd been a clan master and taught classes. Rockhart didn't sleep much. He was overworked and underappreciated, and this new round of recruits wasn't about to make his life any easier. Except for a few exceptional students. Most of them were terrible. And Shadowcroft knew it. Honestly, the recruits seemed to get worse with every cycle, while the dungeoneers they contended against seemed to grow stronger and stronger, raiding ever more nodes, and harvesting even the most powerful dungeon cores. Rockhart couldn't help but wonder if that meant Shadowcroft Academy was slipping, that the other dungeon schools were attracting better talent, or whether this was some longer-term symptom of worlds withering away as their apothos was drained. The headmaster frowned as his eyes darted around to take in the onslaught of incoming images. He winced as one of the students, a swamp revenant, was torn in half by a Gorpter beast. Her core gem shattered on the floor, destroyed beyond repair, and her apothos rejoined the tree.
Oh, Darla, I had high hopes for you.
Shadowcroft sighed, the sound like wind rustling through fall leaves. Rockhart scowled.
We'll need to lose at least 3, Headmaster. In that way, we'll have 13 cohorts, though that is an unwieldy number. If I were you, I would thresh the lot ourselves to get down to 12 cohorts.
It was as if Shadowcroft hadn't heard a thing Rockhart said.
Oh yes, Inga. You are clever to have figured out the Sphinx riddle. I like that Okatori woman, even though her core is rather weak, at least compared to the others.
The tree man furrowed his brow.
We'll have the top cohort coming through any minute. Those 4 from Eritreus will be in the first cohort. Clearly.
Rockhart couldn't suppress his grumbling sigh.
Our recruiting process should give us 12 such cohorts. You expect me to provide the universe with the most powerful dungeon cores, and yet, you give me this to work with.
Rockhart waved a claw-tipped hand and brought up the worst of the incoming class. Some fungaloid named Logan something or other. A disgusting little creature, wearing unseemly linen pants. Utterly unflattering. Not that it would matter, since the mushroom creature surely wouldn't survive the threshing. Currently, he was dangling from a rope above a vicious hoggler.
Logan Murray.
Shadowcroft smiled, though it was a sad sort of smile.
Yes, he will be in the last cohort, assuming he survives at all.
All of the images flickered as a 12-foot-tall tortoise man took shape, first made of light, and then made of pure apothos that hardened into flesh. A black shell, cracked and chipped, covered his dark green skin, creased with age. Above his lip was a patch of white skin that looked like a mustache. He limped with a long staff made of polished black wood, the head a gnarled lump that resembled a closed fist. A cracked soul gem was usually a death sentence, yet here he stood. In his way, the Thresher Turtle was even more of an enigma than Shadowcroft. Unimaginably ancient, somehow this entity was able to keep all 55 dungeons running. The Thresher's voice was as cracked as his shell, elderly and rasping.
The top and the bottom are easily threshed, friends. Easily, quite easily.
Shadowcroft raised a branchy hand.
Hello, old friend. Any surprises?
The turtle grinned.
Always surprises, old friend. Look, your Urothling has come up with a unique solution to his hoggler problem.
Rockhart watched with a sour grimace on his face as the chitinous mushroom came crashing down on the monstrous pig, somehow lodging himself in the creature's throat. He shook his head.
It is but the 3rd room. He has 12 more rooms to go. I wouldn't bet a squirt of rain on his chances.
Shadowcroft reached into his robes and touched the gem set into his wooden belly.
How I do love watching the threshing,
he said, with another windy sigh. Rockhart always found that odd. Shadowcroft was an odd sort, who seemed to love the students as much as Rockhart silently loathed them. Yet he watched their demises with hungry eyes. He might play the doddering old grandfather figure, but Rockhart knew in his gut that the headmaster was as viciously pragmatic as any instructor at the academy.
But sadly,
Shadowcroft said after a moment,
it seems I have an important matter to attend to, Professor. I trust that you'll oversee the threshing in your usual exemplary manner. I couldn't run this school without you, Ulysses. I truly appreciate your efforts.
Shadowcroft clapped him on the shoulder in affection, rustling Rockhart's cloak. Rockhart straightened the garment at once. By the time Rockhart adjusted the fabric, Shadowcroft was already limping away, through the portcullis, and toward the exit of the castle. The headmaster didn't stand, sit, or stay anywhere long. Shadowcroft's voice drifted behind him.
I know how unsatisfied you are, Ulysses, so we'll put the top cohort in the Azure Dragon clan.
That made Rockhart feel a bit better. He glanced at the thresher. The turtle nodded.
Yes, of course. The Azure Dragon clan draws the unique and the heroic.
The thresher squinted.
Oh dear. Nathan isn't going to make it.
That was an understatement. The skeleton cavalier met his end in an ice trap. Frozen solid, the gem in his belly shattered into 1,000 diamond-like motes. The cavalier's apothos was reabsorbed into the Tree of Souls. Nourishment for the universe. Good riddance, Rockhart thought. A second later, a grand demonic figure came waltzing out of thin air into the room. He was 8 feet tall, and wreathed in flames and shadow, a serene look on his handsome face. His horns were long and sharp.
Well, that wasn't so bad, Professor, the Abyss Lord said. I've always heard the threshing was difficult.
Rockhart didn't show his proud smile. He only nodded.
Welcome, Prince Chadagroth of the First Realm, of the Eritreus elite.
The demon tipped his horns in deference.
Thank you, Professor Rockhart. I hope my performance impressed you enough to put me in your clan. It's not my decision, Rockhart said. The thresher decides.
The turtle chuckled, until he choked and coughed.
Yes, Prince Chadagroth. You and your 3 will be in the Azure Dragon clan. All will be threshed. All will find a home, either in the academy or back in the tree. Such is the way.
Rockhart couldn't help but scowl. The thresher's ways were far too cryptic for his liking. If it were up to Ulysses Rockhart, he'd appoint the clans himself. But it wasn't up to him. The threshing not only weeded out the weak of heart and will, feeding their essence back into the tree, but it somehow also delved to the depths of their very soul. Every choice, every door, every move, they all blended together in a grand tapestry that allowed the ancient thresher turtle to place them within the proper clan, a clan where they would be nourished and watered, growing to bear much fruit. The Azure Dragon clan of the East for the bold, loyal, and disciplined. The Vermilion Phoenix of the South for those of a virtuous nature and fiery temper. The Crystal Tiger of the West for the headstrong and brave, the proud maverick, determined to carve a different path. And, of course, the Onyx Tortoise of the North, with their cool heads and kind hearts. Rockhart had always considered them to be the weakest of the clans. Yet Shadowcroft himself was a disciple of the Onyx Tortoise, so that was one opinion he kept to himself. In time, other dungeon cores appeared in the Golden Serpent Hall, and the Thresher easily sorted them into both cohorts and clans. As for little Logan Nobody, he and the rest of the weaklings continued to struggle their way pathetically through the dungeon rooms. It was sad, really, but it was better this way. Ulysses Rockhart only wanted to teach the best of the best. For 3 hours, Logan scrambled from door to door, from room to room. 15 chambers to be precise, each more difficult than the last. The puzzles progressively harder. The golden luck rooms wicked and enticing in equal measure. He faced down rooms filled with stagnant pools of water and clouds of killer hornets. Clockwork puzzles that threatened to crush his frail body in titanic whirling gears. enormous spiders, dastardly deadfalls, and head-scratching riddles. He moved slowly, but he never quit, never even considered it, and eventually, against what seemed like all odds, he made it through. Logan finally found the onyx doorway at the end of the last gray stone corridor, like a mirage glimmering in the desert heat. But this was all too real. He tumbled through the magic portal, one arm missing completely, one leg burnt to a shriveled black crisp, a chunk of his left shoulder just gone. A swinging pendulum axe as big as he was had sheared the limb off. He fell onto the stone floor and glanced up with bleary eyes, finding himself no longer in the dungeon, but back in the reception hall where this had all started. He felt like shouting out, pumping his one remaining arm in sheer triumph. He didn't because he was too exhausted to lift his hand, much less pump it. That had been a brutal blow, losing another limb. At least his leg, however blackened, still supported his weight. He'd made it out with the satchel, dagger, the raggedy cloak, and the magic shield. So that was something. As he lay on his back, a fiendish rocky face glared down at him. The gargoyle griffin professor, Euless Rockhart, sneered.
Took you long enough, fungaloid fool. I'm surprised you made it at all. Now, restore your form, and we can continue.
Logan grinned at that one word. Restore. He sighed and closed his eyes. I don't know how to do it, but I love the sound of it.
Tree above, the professor spat. But you are pathetic.
Logan's eyes flipped open as the gargoyle grabbed him by his one remaining arm. Rockhart shook him a few times, in front of a room full of his fellow students. The gemstone in his belly gleamed, and Logan felt a pathos flow from his core to his extremities, circulating out like a river, pumping energy through his limbs, then returning to his core in a never-ending circuit. Logan's burnt leg plumped back into shape and turned a pasty white. A new arm came flapping out of his stump. Rockhart slammed Logan back onto his little toadstool feet before storming away in a huff. The gargoyle griffin marched up the steps of the dais at the front of the room to stand next to a giant geriatric turtle man leaning casually on a black staff. A black gem, badly damaged and leaking a reddish glow, was embedded in the turtle's belly. Rockhart addressed the room.
Congratulations to you all for surviving the threshing. 7 recruits died, thank the Tree of Souls, because that gives us an even number, divisible by 4, which is what we want.
A big demony fire guy stood a bit too close to Logan, causing his shroomy skin to dry and shrivel. Logan eased himself away. Rockhart continued.
We will divide the 48 into cohorts of 4. Each of the cohorts will belong to a clan. At the Shadowcroft Academy, you will be in constant competition with your fellow corps. We will have a leaderboard marking the progress of both the clans and the cohorts. The top clan, as well as the highest-ranking 3 cohorts, will be gifted with extra power, magical items, and cultivating pills and potions. The losers will get nothing but ridicule, as is right and proper.
Logan was trying to listen, but the Balrog wannabe kept inching closer, and his flames were hot. Logan figured if Demon Boyd didn't step back, he'd have to punch the guy. It might mean a bad burn, but no one was going to bully him. Marco sauntered over, pretended to trip, and slopped his wine onto the feet of the demon. The wine hissed, and the fire guy let out a grunt, and moved away. Marco rolled his goat-like eyes.
Chattergroth might be the best dungeon core in our class, but that's not going to stop him from being a total asshat. As in wearing a metaphorical butt for a hat, which would be both inconvenient and smelly.
Logan knocked Marco with a doughy, boneless elbow. You made it, Marco. Congrats.
Silence, Rockhart thundered. Yes, you have all passed the threshing, but your status at this school is not secure, nor will it ever be secure. You were reaped, you were threshed, and during your freshman year, you will be winnowed.
The reaping, the threshing, and the winnowing,
the turtle man croaked.
Yes, that is what we do. Watching you brave cores, I am filled with hope, however. And even if you die, you simply join the tree. We all rest in the end. Now, it's time I earned my paycheck. I'll divide you fine cores up, based on your choices in my dungeons.
Logan didn't like the sound of this winnowing business, but he took a second to go over the math, speaking his thoughts out loud. 48 students divided into 12 cohorts of 4. That means there will be 3 cohorts in each clan.
Of our year, yeah, Marco said. The Shadowcroft Academy is a 4-year program, and from what I've heard through the old grapevine, each class has around 50 students.
The gargoyle griffin lifted his claws and spread his wings.
Doubtless, you all know of the grand clans of the Shadowcroft Academy. You will be part of your cohort, closer than family, and you'll be part of your clans, more powerful than death. The clans are taken from the greatest guardians of all time, the 4 primal guardians, also known as the 4 auspicious beasts, the azure dragon of the east, the vermilion phoenix of the south, the crystal tiger of the west, the onyx tortoise of the north.
Yeah, but there's a 5th guardian, Marco murmured. The golden serpent of the center is not a clan, but represents Ashvada itself. That's why they call this the Golden Serpent Hall.
Welcome to the Golden Serpent Hall,
Rockhart echoed.
Like I said.
Marco gave Logan a knowing smile and a wink. For being such an easygoing guy, it was obvious there was more to Marco than strictly met the eye. The turtle tapped his staff on the dais.
Yes. Grand heroes of the past, though I am more interested in the heroic dungeons of the future. And so, on to the meat of the day. The first cohort will consist of the best students. That would be Prince Chadagroth of the First Realm, the Archduke, Jimmy McMarty of the Eritreus Elite, Her Lady Elisiel of Everstar, and Tetakat of the Coptic Champions.
Demon Boy was Chadagroth, and he was joined at the front of the room by a hulking earth elemental, not unlike the Fantastic Four's Ben Grimm. Lady Elisiel was a Lich Queen, as thin as a desiccated corpse, and as beautiful as a moonless night. Green necrotic energy glowed around her skeletal hands, and snaked up her arms in intricate swirls. Tetakat had an Egyptian Catwoman goddess thing going on. So that was the best of the best. And yes, they were sorted into the Azure Dragon clan, which Rockhart led. He made that clear, and he was enormously proud of it. Logan frowned as more students were called up, and sorted into cohorts and clans by the ancient, slightly loony turtle. Other housemasters walked up onto the dais to represent their clans. A woman wearing dark glasses, her head wrapped in a pink scarf, was the master of the Vermilion Phoenix clan. A massive shark man with a hook for a hand, wielding a spiked anchor, led the Onyx Turtle clan. Lastly, a tiger-headed giant in white crushed velvet robes, glimmering with diamonds and rubies, was the clan master of the Crystal Tiger. That last reminded Logan for all the world of a cross between Elvis and Liberace, assuming either had had a tiger head. Logan didn't catch their names. He was too busy watching. Marco sipped and grinned and nodded.
Yeah, it's looking like you and me are going to be together in the sewer, my mushroom man. Makes sense, since we are obviously terrible. But the real question is, who else will be joining us?
Rockhart clapped his stone hands together to quiet the room, as the new cohorts were talking loudly. The room hushed. The Thresher cleared his throat and spat to the side.
Yes, thank you, Euless. We are down to the last cohort.
Rockhart nodded.
This last cohort doesn't matter. But you 44 dungeon cores, are the universe's greatest hope.
The Thresher laughed a rusty chuckle.
This last cohort does have a great deal of work to do, yet.
He licked dry lips and raised a gnarled finger.
Yet they survived, and so we'll get them sussed out. The 12th and last cohort will be the following students: Inga Thosia Therian, Treacle Glimmerhappy, and Marco Lascarellis. And one more, the unlikely Urothling, Logan Murray.
Marco slammed Logan on the back.
Welcome to the terrible 12th. We suck, but we'll have fun.
The morose Minotaur and the socially awkward Mothwoman shuffled forward. The insect girl's antennae stuck straight up, quivering madly.
I'm Inga Thosia Therian.
of the Okatori elite, Grand Archivist of the Eastern Area Archive, and former sorceress of the Far Cloud Mountain Palace. The Thresher forgot my titles. I'm sure he just forgot. He seems aged."
Treacle Glimmerhappy sighed, and sorrowfully shook his great horned head.
I was a gnome lord. I had titles too. They don't matter. Nothing matters now, does it? We're doomed.
Logan wasn't sure he'd heard that right. Gnome Lord? The Minotaur was at least 7 feet tall. The turtle tapped his staff.
"Yes. And one last thing, if you please. This last cohort will join the Azure Dragon clan. May they rise to the occasion."
This can't be,
Rockhart thundered, turning on the old turtle like a cobra poised to strike.
No, they shouldn't be in my clan. They are weak. It doesn't look like a single one of them even knows the word discipline. You're mistaken, I'm sure. Surely they seem a better fit for the Onyx Tortoise. I dinna ask for them, lad.
The shark man had a definite Scottish-sounding accent. Were all sharks Scottish? It did beg the question. The turtle just chuckled.
"There are no mistakes, Ulyss. None at all. Ashvata decides as it will, and I am but a conduit of the tree's guiding power. Although it may seem unlikely to you, in your infinite wisdom, the tree believes they are best suited to the Azure Dragon clan. It is the way."
Rockhart fluttered his rocky wings, a scowl painting his face.
I'll be talking to Shadowcroft about this, he snarled.
"Do as you must, Ulyss,"
the turtle said.
"But we all serve the tree, even our honored headmaster."
Marco threw his head back.
Ugh, we're gonna have to deal with Chatagroth and those other uppity, annoying dungeon cores. Doomed isn't a strong enough word. Yup, Treacle Glimmerhappy, we have nothing to be happy about.
Logan stepped up. "Whoa now," he said, raising stubby hands. Stubby restored hands. How cool was that? Don't be so quick to give up. Yes, we're at the bottom of the barrel, but the only way to go is up. Am I right?
That or die.
Treacle exhaled through his big bull nostrils.
We could die.
But we won't, Logan said, cutting off that line of thought before it took root. We're going to show Rockbutt that he's put his faith in the wrong dungeon cores. Marco looked at his empty goblet.
I like your enthusiasm, Logan, but I'm gonna need a lot more wine to even flirt with optimism.
Treacle turned away.
I need a nap. To forget. To remember. To remember to forget.
Inga seemed to be deep in thought. Her eyes were completely black, and her face expressionless. It was hard to know what she was thinking. Finally, she nodded with determination. "I'd like to see the library before I rejoin the Tree of Souls, and I'm sure there's a welcome package with an introductory level. That would be fun to read." Logan had his work cut out for him. That was okay. Owning his own landscaping business had meant he'd learned how to motivate people. They might have been the last cohort sorted, but that didn't mean they had to be the worst. Chapter 10. Logan and the rest of the incoming freshman class were given a single day of orientation. Inga, the bookworm mothwoman, was overjoyed when they were given their DCG, or Dungeon Core Grimoire. It contained the following: a very encouraging letter from the headmaster, S. Shadowcroft, their class schedule, a map of the campus, their cohort and clan assignment, the leaderboard, which would be magically updated as their standings changed. Currently, Logan's Terrible 12 wasn't just the worst cohort in the freshman class. It was the worst team in the entire school, ranked dead last out of the 48 cohorts and the 192 students. Not the most promising or auspicious start to things, but Logan was still convinced that was an edge in its own way. Sure, they were at the bottom, but that meant everyone would discount them and underestimate their abilities. As for the rest of the faculty, turned out Shadowcroft Academy actually existed in its own pocket dimension, on a sliver of a continent called Arborea. Logan recalled the map on Shadowcroft's desk, with the deserts to the north, the western forests, the vast eastern lake, and the island on Loch Endless. The academy proper was located in a castle on the island. The central keep held the Golden Serpent Hall, the majority of the classrooms, and the 4 auspicious wings, each of which housed a clan dormitory, a common room, and a practice hall. Nestled in a labyrinth-like undercroft below the Golden Serpent Hall was the Codex Athenaeum, a grand library filled with endless manuals and cultivation texts. The Codex Athenaeum reached the cliffs over Loch Endless and boasted a spectacular view of the blue waters, where dark shapes swam in the depths. Logan didn't think they were guppies. If the monsters spoke, it would probably be with a Scottish accent. Across the way from the library was something called the Tartaruca Cells. Not even Inga knew what they were. Outside the keep itself, but within the academy's towering walls, were 4 practice fields between the 3-story stone dormitory wings. Monday orientation passed by in a blur, with Logan spending most of that time outside, on the grounds, checking out the practice fields, walking the walls, and finding his various classrooms. Marco had buddied up to him, while Inga spent most of the time nose-deep in a book, studying, while Treacle slept, which only made the Minotaur more depressed. Those two were a mystery to Logan in many ways. It made sense that Logan would be in the terrible 12th, and Marco also seemed to fit the bill. Logan couldn't help but wonder, however, why Inga and Treacle were in the worst cohort. Inga was incredibly smart and studious. She already seemed to know more about dungeon cores than everyone else combined, and Treacle bulged with bullish muscles. The words of the wizened threshing turtle drifted in the back of his mind whenever he thought about his new crew.
There are no mistakes. None at all. Ashvata decides as it will.
There was a reason they were all together, and he would figure out why, come hell or high water. The 4 of them ate in the Golden Serpent Hall. The hall was enormous, and even with every student, from every year, clan, and cohort in attendance, there was room to spare. Like everything else at the academy, the hall was sectioned off by clan, and further separated by year. The students ate at enormous oversized wooden tables, polished to a dull glow, and edged in the clan colors. It felt a little bit like being back in high school. That or hitting up a chow hall. Everyone formed into little cliques, gossiping and chatting over steaming platters of food. For Logan, it was a harrowing experience. For one, no one wanted to sit close to them, as though they stank to high heaven, and no one could stand the odor. Although it was possible that Logan did actually stink. Being a mushroom had its drawbacks. 2. Long communal benches flanked the tables, and thanks to his small stature, he could barely reach the tabletop. He had to sit up on his knees, which certainly wasn't great for his pride. And lastly was the food itself. They had fresh chicken legs and salty rice. It didn't taste right. It was too fresh and too cooked. He barely managed to choke the meal down. Tuesday morning, bright and early, he walked down the central azure dragon hallway, heading toward breakfast. The terrible 12th were together, all dressed in the azure dragon robes, magically sewn to fit them. Only like with his other outfit, and the table and just about everything else, Logan's were a bit too small for him. Marco's robes were fashionably big, and Inga's had slits to accommodate her flittering moth-like wings. The towering Treacle, awash in blue, followed morosely behind them. Marco could barely open his goat eyes.
Could you people walk a bit more quietly? Treacle, dude, your hooves are gonna split my head wide open.
You have hooves,
Treacle pointed out, his bullish ears twitching in apparent irritation.
Yeah, but my hooves slide across the stone like butter on toast. You have a definite clump to you.
Well, sorry for clumping,
Treacle sighed, and slowed his pace. Marco turned.
Sorry, my bullish bra. Rough night last night is all. I tied one on with a gelatinous knight. That guy is crazy. And hey, he had a question. The welcome letter in our DCG was from an S. Shadowcroft. What does the S stand for?
Sappy,
Treacle grunted.
stupidly hopeful, sinfully optimistic.
Inga's antennae wiggled.
Not sure, which is frustrating. I simply hate not knowing things. I wanted to study up on our dear headmaster, but when I eventually found the library, the doors were locked. So I still don't have an answer on that account, which is depressing.
She paused, antennae twitching.
Though not nearly as depressing as the stairwell of true seeing, which leads to the library.
Logan went to ask why, but Treacle moaned.
This whole place is depressing.
Marco shrugged.
The wine is good, and I got my friends. We're gonna have so much fun in our first class. What's our first class again?
The Ethics of Murder, Inga replied. I'm very excited to be taking a class by Headmaster Shadowcroft himself. He is as sweet as honey.
Logan chuckled. I wonder if honey comes from bee dungeon cores.
It could be,
the Mothwoman muttered, oblivious to the joke.
Insect dungeons are very popular. Not as popular as undead cores nor dragon cores, but still, a bee guardian would be interesting.
Honey is too sweet for me,
Treacle complained.
Makes my teeth hurt. Or at least it did, back when I was a gnome lord. I suppose it'd be different now that I'm a minotaur, but my gut says I'll have an allergic reaction and die from tongue swelling.
Good to see you're as chipper as always, Logan said. So, we're starting off with the ethics of murder this morning, huh? And this afternoon it looks like we have dungeon core calisthenics in the Northwest practice field. Hey, Inga, why was the stairwell of true seeing depressing? Inga's antennae wiggled.
You know the class I'm most excited about in our schedule? She said. The History of the Soul Tree. It's taught by Professor Bartholomew Neckbet. He's a legend.
She grew breathless.
And, if I'm being entirely honest, more than a little attractive. And dynamic. Did I mention dynamic?
You didn't. Marco rolled his eyes. Logan noticed Inga hadn't answered his question. She was the queen of non-sequiturs. Ask her about breakfast, and she'd talk about how respected she was on her world. A place called Toriopa, where there were vast libraries at the top of massive mountains. Hey, Treacle, what class are you looking forward to? Marco sneaked a hand into his robes and pulled out a little silver flask, and took a sip. Marco might have a drinking problem. Treacle had a sighing problem.
None of the classes are really going to help us in the end. I mean, they would, if we survive long enough to take advantage of them. As it is, we probably won't make it through finals. You know, if we fail, terrible things will happen to us. Terrible.
Logan stopped and let Treacle catch up. Let's pretend we won't flunk out. Big leap, I know. But say we all survive. Which classes look good to you? The Minotaur had an immediate answer.
Well, if I dared to hope, I would say I could be excited about Traps, Pits, and Pendulums 101. Rockhard is teaching us that one. But the class that I'm going to love, as much as I love anything, is going to be Fiendish Fabrication, Craftsmanship 101. Everyone knows that Ronald Crucible is the finest craftsman in the universe. Marco pulled Logan along.
Of course you knew that, Logan, right? I mean, back in the day, I couldn't go 5 minutes without talking about Ronald Crucible.
You're being sarcastic,
Treacle sighed.
You're not wrong, Treacle, old buddy. But I'm also waking up and feeling better,
Marco said.
As for me, I am really looking forward to underground feng shui, maximizing your dungeon for murder. It's taught by some teacher named Arquetta the Hellgazer. Where I come from, Arquetta means pretty. As for Hellgazer, oh yeah, I'm in. Give me hell, baby.
They walked into the Golden Serpent Hall, where a collection of plant people of all shapes and sizes were serving breakfast and removing dirty dishes. There were flower women only about 2 feet tall. There were big leafy oak men well over 7 feet. Inga knew all about them. They were the Treegees, and they did all the cooking, cleaning, and janitorial services at the school. Who didn't like the Treegees? Logan had to choke down the eggs. They tasted vile, the texture somehow slimy and overcooked at the same time. And again, they were too fresh. Upstairs, they found their Ethics of Murder class. It was your typical classroom, with desks, windows that showed blue sky with wispy clouds, and a lectern next to a desk in front of a chalkboard. Sitting at the desks were a menagerie of dungeon cores, including the first cohort gang, Chatagroth, his rock monster buddy, the undead queen, and the gothy catwoman, who looked beyond bored. Inga had explained that the school rotated the cohorts through classes, so everyone would eventually work with every single student at the school. Shadowcroft stood at the front, curling his massive tree form around the lectern. On the chalkboard was the name of the class, The Ethics of Murder, with Professor S. Shadowcroft. The headmaster's expressive eyes brightened.
Ah, excellent. Welcome, welcome. Come in. We are going to talk about murder today. Killing in the name of goodness. It's a remarkably interesting subject, and my heart sings at the idea of getting to know you all better. It goes without saying that I'm also glad you weren't killed in the threshing. You live, which means you are still able to do wonderful things.
Taking his seat, Logan heard Treacle grumble under his breath.
His sweetness wears me out. I need a nap.
Too many naps aren't good for you,
Marco whispered.
I'd like to see the research on that,
Treacle returned. Shadowcroft cleared his throat. A few flowers bloomed on his dome.
I know many of you are wondering, how can murder be ethical?
Inga's hand shot up. Logan grinned. Why didn't that surprise him? Shadowcroft was genuinely delighted.
Yes, Inga Thoza Therian. Yes, you would know, since you were the Grand Archivist of the Eastern Area Archive and former sorceress of the Far Cloud Mountain Palace. Also, you were a renowned beauty on your homeworld of Toriopa, unless I'm terribly mistaken.
Inga's mouth dropped open. She blushed, a gentle purple color creeping into her pale cheeks.
Well, I was the Grand Archivist, yes. The beauty contest wasn't... I inherited my feathers and my beak. My wings... Well, I worked on those, but I enjoyed the exercise.
She swallowed, blinked, and her antennae drooped.
I'm sorry. What was the question again?
Shadowcroft chuckled, as did the classroom, except for members of the first cohort. Logan wasn't sure what kind of world Inga had come from, but she must have been some kind of bird creature. They all had new bodies, after all. Shadowcroft smiled at the mothwoman.
I suppose my question was rhetorical, my dear. But yes, here, murder can be ethical. We are here to stop Dungeoneers from destroying the universe one celestial node at a time. We murder for the greater good, since wouldn't it be better to kill a few villainous people than let all life die? For life is precious, wouldn't you agree?
The trolley problem, Logan found himself saying. Shadowcroft snapped his wooden fingers.
Yes, on your world. Moral philosophy professors have pondered this issue before. If you're driving an out-of-control trolley, should you throw a lever to kill one person, or refuse to do nothing at all and kill 5?
How drunk am I?
Marco asked, eyebrows scrunching as though he were seriously considering an answer. The headmaster waved a finger at him.
Sober as a judge, Mr. Lascarellis. And the answer, of course, is that you throw the switch and doom the one, as plain as the wooden nose on my face. You see, my friends, we here at the Shadowcroft Academy have a very utilitarian view of our work. Yes, in a perfect universe, we could convince the Dungeoneers that what they are doing is inherently wrong. We have even tried that a time or two. Why, back in the 60s, that would be the 600s of the Age of Harmony, mind you. I even advocated for a non-violent solution. Give peace a chance and all that. Fruitless.
He shook his head, mossy beard swinging.
These raiders will not stop, will not be deterred. They do it for money. They do it for power. And, in the end, they are searching for immortality.
He shrugged and spread his hands as though to say, and here we are. Logan nodded. I can see that. The more powerful they become with stolen apothos, the higher they climb in their classes. An immortal crowned Dungeoneer would be immortal. Are there any Dungeoneers who've become immortal? Shadowcroft lifted a finger to speak. He then closed his eyes.
That is a difficult question, and better suited for Professor Neckbett's course on the Tree of Souls.
The headmaster inhaled.
Yes, a long story, and a sad one. Suffice it to say, Mr. Murray, some raiders are driven to plunder by their fear of death. That which we cling to can kill us in the end. You are an example of the opposite.
Logan felt a shiver on his neck.
Me?
The headmaster nodded. Yes, you come from Uroth.
Chadagroth's desk near the back smoldered from his flames. The Abyss Lord laughed.
Uroth? That place is a myth. No world could be so weak. It would fall from the tree of blackened cinder.
Yeah, Chad,
Jimmy McMarty agreed, his voice the sound of churning cement.
You tell him.
Shadowcroft motioned to Logan.
Not only does he come from Uroth, but his reaping was unexpected and a bit extreme. He leapt at the chance to fight raiders and save dungeons, and his performance during the threshing impressed us all.
Even Professor Rockhart? Logan asked.
Impressed most of us,
The headmaster conceded, bowing his head a fraction of an inch. Here's what I don't get, Logan said. Did the Dungeoneers know they are destroying the Tree of Souls?
That is the central question, Inga agreed. I have part of the answer.
Shadowcroft gestured for her to continue. The Mothwoman blushed, glanced around, then drew her wings in close. She touched her hair, as if to make sure she still had it. What had she said about feathers? She talked in an awkward, slightly choked voice.
The lesser raiders are either clueless or are in terrible denial. They tell themselves they've never seen a world die, so people are probably overreacting. Or they convince themselves that some worlds should be destroyed because they're weak, like Uroth. Who would want to live in such a weak, pathetic place in the first place?
Easy there, Logan said with a sharp smile. That's my hometown. It's not much, but we do have Netflix and nachos.
I apologize,
Inga said, still nervous and quaking a bit. Again, her hand went to her hair.
Or, the raiders say that the universe is so vast that it can't die. Some Dungeoneers think that destroying celestial nodes actually helps the Tree of Souls grow, like pruning a grapevine. You clip off some branches to help it grow. That's not correct. The tree doesn't work like that.
The headmaster nodded.
Very good, Inga. You are, of course, correct. You see, my friends, everyone is born with an instinctive knowledge of the Tree of Souls. We know we are connected. However, the Iron Trunk, Azure Branch, Jade Leaf Dungeoneers all convince themselves that the celestial nodes, the place where the tree meets the worlds, aren't real. They think dungeon cores are evil monsters, deserving of destruction. This changes, however, when raiders move from being Jade Leaf cultivators to S-class cultivators. Heartwood, Crown, and Immortal Crown raiders know exactly what they are doing. To advance from Jade Leaf to Heartwood is no easy feat, mind you. It requires both a massive amount of energy and a divine connection to the tree, what we call a revelation. They know all right, and they don't care. They simply don't care.
Shadowcroft got choked up, eyes watering at the mere thought of it all. Chadagroth's aura of flame exploded. Those villains think that if they become immortal crown cultivators, they can create their own realities. And who cares about anyone else? We need to stop them. All of them. Even the fools, he growled, fiery claws digging into the desktop.
We do need to stop them,
Shadowcroft agreed softly.
As I've said, the raiders, even someone as weak as a Deeproot Dungeoneer, instinctively know that what they are doing is wrong. Still they do it. We have no choice but to stop them. If we lose too many celestial nodes, the Tree of Souls will wither and die. If the tree dies, then all of reality will die with it. How many will lose their lives? Countless souls will be lost. Countless animals. Countless people. All of reality will be gone like tears in rain.
The ethics of murder, Logan muttered to himself. This made the trolley problem seem so small in comparison. What was a few thousand Dungeoneers when compared to the impossible number of all possible lives strewn across the multiverse? Still, it was hard. He'd fought in an active combat zone, even killed. He'd pulled the trigger because it had been him, or the man behind the wheel of the car-borne IED barreling toward his convoy. He'd done what needed doing, but it had haunted him. This, though, was war on another level. When Logan created his dungeon to protect a celestial node, he wouldn't be killing pixels. he'd be cutting down real people. Still, there was also a sure knowledge that this was a war that needed fighting. There were no politics involved here, no uncertainty. They were defending the universe itself from annihilation, and he would gladly pull the trigger again when the time came. No hesitation, and not a moment of doubt. However, he had to make sure he didn't die first. He hoped his next class, Dungeon Core Calisthenics, would help with that. Chapter 11. Logan and the Terrible 12th hit the Golden Serpent Hall for a quick lunch, some kind of roast in a thick gravy sauce, and then made their way to the Acros Coliseum, which was the northeast practice field. A dirt running track, packed down from thousands of feet, surrounded a grassy field, filled with a variety of odd implements. Some of them resembled obstacles Logan had seen at Fort Jackson, such as the Victory Wall and the enormous wooden ladder bars. Others, made of polished metal and engraved with glowing runes, were a mystery. Stone seats rose up around the arena grounds in a ring, just like a football stadium. Luckily, no one would be watching Logan and his cohort. No, their attention would be firmly fixed on the first cohort, who were already limbering up on the field. Chadagroth had his wings tucked back as he stretched his hamstring.
Well, hello there, weaklings. Look at you, coming out here with such bravery on your faces.
Megmarty, rock arms crossed, flexed his stony muscles. Sludgy mud oozed out of the cracks. His eyes were just as muddy.
Yeah, Chad. Bravery's probably the middle names.
Lady Elisiel rolled her eyes. Logan had no idea how her skeletal face could be so pretty, what with the miasma of green necrotic energy lingering around her. Her face was gaunt and rather angular, and her hair was so black, like liquid midnight. The combination shouldn't have worked, but somehow she managed to make it look like an absolute 10. Tedakant merely sighed, her green feline eyes so incredibly bored. Marco laughed. I don't have a middle name. What about you, Logan? Eugene, he winced, though I generally don't tell people that.
Ennui is my middle name,
Treacle said.
Treacle Ennui Glimmerhappy. Life is so very heavy.
Inga wasn't saying anything, and so Chadagroth asked,
Don't you have quip to add?
The Mothwoman frowned, and hit them with a non sequitur.
This class should test both our physical bodies, as well as our apothos cores. I'm interested in learning more about the cultivation techniques that will allow us to increase our power.
McMarty wrinkled his rocky nose.
That wasn't funny. Aren't all of you supposed to be funny?
What was the question again?
Inga asked innocently, cocking her head to one side, as though only now realizing there had been a question at all. That one was an absolute space cadet. Maybe that was why she'd ended up in the Terrible 12th, because her head was so high up in the clouds, she couldn't be bothered with reality. As for McMarty, it was clear that guy wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. He sounded about as dumb as a pile of rocks, which was what he was. Logan put the other cohort from his thoughts, focusing on the arena. This place really was different, and it wasn't just the training equipment. The air here felt powerful, rich with apothos, something he'd not noticed before. This was a place that was near the Tree of Souls. He could feel it in his core. The colors were vibrant, and the very air seemed to thrum with life. Professor Rockhart came flying in from the blue sky, his great stony wings catching an updraft as he descended. Today he wore a splendid velvet doublet with a high collar that bore the symbol of the Azure Dragons. The gargoyle landed on the running track near them in a blast of dust, debris billowing up around him. When the cloud cleared, Rockhart shook his wings and rose up on his lion legs. He had a whistle around his neck, like a medieval PE coach.
Welcome, cohorts, to Dungeon Core Calisthenics. I am not going to waste my time explaining this class to you. Your understanding will come from suffering, and suffer you shall. Release the Doomhounds.
Several sections of the stone seats rose. Hellish dogs the size of horses rushed out snarling. They looked like an unholy mixture of wolves, bighorn sheep, and bonfires. They coughed dark flames and smelled like a dog kennel on a hot August day. Logan wasted a precious second by asking, "What are we supposed to do, Rockhart?"
Run, fight, or die.
Rockhart barked like just another slavering doomhound. Logan turned and ran, because fighting and dying weren't such good options. He started down the track, working his legs as fast as he could. Inga was lucky. She took to the air on her resplendent wings, quickly gaining altitude to avoid the snapping maws. Treacle had such long legs that he easily tore ahead, hooves digging deep divots into the earth and throwing up trails of dust. Marco was right behind him, nimble and fleet of foot, though not as fast as the Minotaur. They outpaced Logan in seconds, and he could feel the doomhounds gaining on him. The pounding of their paws reverberated up through his feet as they drew closer. In moments, he could feel the heat radiating off them in waves. There was no way he could outrun them, not in a million years. Logan had no choice but to use his harden ability. But before he could thicken up enough, a doomhound had him by his toadstool cap, vicious teeth digging down, thrashing him this way and that. The demon dog spit him out once Logan hardened into a chunky gray lump. That wasn't the end, though. The hound continued to claw and bite at him, trying to rip apart the calcified exterior. Logan felt like a chew toy. Logan triggered his pollen ability, but that only made the doomhound sneeze a bit. It snot like liquid red-hot coals. It sizzled onto Logan's armor. Why had he chosen Fungaloid again? The doomhound eventually got its fangs through the thickened skin around his thigh and chewed one of his legs clean off. Well, it was hardly clean. Oddly enough, Logan was getting used to losing limbs. The overgrown puppy ram took the leg and gnawed on the severed limb like a bully stick. All Logan could do was lie there, face down in the dirt, hoping a leg was all he would lose to the monstrous creature. That and watch. At least he had a great view of everything else going on. As for the first cohort, they chose the fight option. The 4 powerful guardians already stood over a mound of the doomhound corpses, and it looked like they were ready to add more to the pile at the drop of a hat. Rockhart blew his whistle.
Enough. Ned, Zed, can I get some help?
2 huge rose bushes came scurrying out of the chambers, under the seats like weird flowery spiders, creeping along on twisting roots. Seeing the living rose bushes come at him freaked Logan out. He tried to crawl away. However, one of the rose bushes quickly scurried over, picked him up, and touched the gemstone on his belly with a branch. Fresh apothos was injected into his core, and then magically, the White Rose Doctor healed Logan. "So I can heal any damage?" Logan asked, eyes wide. The bush giggled, roses coming together to form a face, 2 eyes and 1 long multi-flowered mouth. It spoke in a high-pitched cartoony voice.
"Yes, silly. Your guardian form is only a manifestation of your core gem. As long as your gem is not destroyed and cultivated, you can heal any wound. It may take time, but such is the way of all dungeon cores."
The shrubbery doctor set Logan down on his feet and gave him a friendly little pat on his toadstool head. Then the bush, either Ned or Zed, Logan couldn't for the life of him discern the difference, scurried back under the seats. The other rosy medic, this one with red flowers, took care of Treacle and Marco, who'd also been torn up pretty badly by the doomhounds.
All of you, gather at the kill site of the first cohort. I want to show you something.
Marco rolled his shoulder as they walked over, the skin knitting together with fresh apothos.
Damn dog nearly tore off my arm. It was a good workout, though.
Logan had to chuckle. Yeah, I was very motivated. Too bad my legs are so short and squishy. It's like running on pasta. Marco turned philosophical.
I like pasta. You know, it's a simple dish, but satisfying. Back on my homeworld, we had this garlic and mussel sauce I liked with a fine white. I guzzled it by the gallon. The wine, not the pasta sauce. Enough, Rockhart roared. Your banter is not cute. You both are ridiculous. If you knew how ridiculous you were, you wouldn't speak a word, ever, for fear of becoming even more ridiculous. It is a shame on your head, and a pox on our distinguished clan.
Treacle raised a hand.
I know I'm ridiculous, sir. I'll be quiet.
Inga landed with a whisper of fluttering wings, her antennae going crazy. Rockhart glared at the Minotaur, but held his tongue. The first cohort guardians tried to hide their smiles, except for Tedicott, who was examining the black polish on her human fingernails. Cat head, human hands. She did have a black tail, and it seemed as bored as the rest of her. The professor nodded at the 4 dead doomhounds.
Even though these monsters are dead, they still have energy in them that can be cultivated. All life in the universe is filled with apothos, but there are different kinds of the mystical energy, each with an elemental affinity. Who can name me the 13 different meta-affinities of apothos?
Inga raised her hand, but Rockhart called on Lady Elisiel. Fresh green fire burned around her midnight hair.
Ignis is fire. Magma is the earth/fire mix. Then you have corrosivus and toxicus. One devours the world, and one poisons it. Fulgar lines itself with lightning. Glacius is ice. Air is the gases we breathe. Terra is in the rocky ground under our feet.
I like Terra and magma,
Magmarty growled. Lady Elisiel went on.
Aqua is the water. Malice is raw kinetic force. Luminosus is light. I myself am drawn to Umbra, the shadows. Finally, there is Vita and Morta, life and death.
Logan tried to keep track. He'd expected the classic 4 elements. This was far more complicated. How many is that? And why do we have a corrosiveness and a toxicity? I'm not getting this. Inga brightened.
I created a mnemonic phrase that helps me remember the 13 apothean energies. I make coffee and tea for Grandfather Tiberius and make lemonade under the Velveeta moon.
How do you know about Velveeta? Logan asked, glancing at her ensconce. Inga tilted her head.
The real question is, how do you know about the goddess of dairy products?
Dairy products? Logan started. Rockhart cut him off.
Ignis, magma, corrosivus, toxicus, fulgar, glacius, terra, aqua, malice, luminosus, umbra, vita, morta. Those are the 13 meta-energies, and each dungeon and dungeoneer has a predilection for specific energies. For example, Chadagroth is clearly an Ignis cultivator. The demon prince opened his palm, and fire burst forth. The gargoyle griffin nodded. The doomhounds are also rich with Ignis apothos, though it is tempered by Umbra apothos. Chadagroth is a creature of like nature, a balance of fire and shadow, so he can cultivate the energy more effectively than Lady Elisiel, for example, who is a Morta cultivator. Can I show them, Professor?
Chadagroth asked, sounding for all the world like the teacher's pet he was. Rockhart nodded, a small grin curling his lips.
Yes, but first, all of you open your internal eye.
He glanced at Logan.
Even you should be able to do this.
Just focus on your core, as though you're accessing your guardian core matrix. But instead of pushing that thread of apothos into your core, direct it up, into your eyes, and then out in an arc. Logan did as instructed, channeling a small portion of the energy flowing through him upward, infusing his eyes with a spark of power. He gasped as all around him the world came to life with added color and texture. He felt like he'd been playing one of those old PS1s, only to suddenly upgrade to the newest model. He watched as Chadagroth bent and touched the skin of the Doomhound. The dead creature shriveled as the Abyss Lord's nostrils flared, and a haze of purple and orange light bubbled up, swirling around Chadagroth, seeping into his skin and clawing at his nose and mouth. Rockhart described what was happening.
Chadagroth is absorbing the Ignis and Umbra apothean energies into his core. He can process it almost immediately, since he is aligned with both the fire and shadow energy. If this were Aqua Apothos, it would take him twice as long to cultivate the energy. He would be able to absorb it directly, but then his core would need to refine it, banishing the elemental affinity over the course of minutes, hours, or even days, until it becomes pure Apothos, which is usable by any cultivator. During that time, the energy wouldn't be accessible to him.
Like this one seaweed beer I once drank.
Marco nudged Logan with his elbow.
My stomach is not aligned with kelp-based alcohol. There was a lot of refining involved, though the less generous might call it puking, I suppose.
The professor ignored the satyr and continued with his lecture.
Any cultivator can harness and absorb any energy,
But that energy must be processed in the core and converted into the primary strand of energy that the cultivator utilizes. This process is slow and takes time and focus. Dungeoneer cultivators are drawn to celestial nodes that already bleed the right type of apothos for them to cultivate, without needing to convert it. That inherently makes some apothos types more valuable than others, based on how common or rare they happen to be. Ignis, Aqua, Air, and Terra are the most common elemental affinities amongst Dungeoneers, while Malice and Vita are comparatively the rarest among cultivators.
Logan had to ponder the different energies for a minute. So each of the dungeons protecting the celestial nodes had its own specific flavor, maybe even a couple types of flavor, since Chad was both Ignis and Umbra, which probably came from the guardian of that dungeon. Logan pulled up his dungeon core matrix and saw that his primary elemental affinities were Morta and Toxicus. That made sense since mushrooms took advantage of decay, and many mushrooms were highly poisonous. He didn't quite understand how all this worked. He had so much left to learn. Rockhart shoved his beak into Logan's face.
Oh, look. The Rothling is trying to think. It's adorable watching you attempt higher logic. Do you have questions, then?
Logan grinned. I have a ton of questions. First off, can you make beer out of kelp?
The professor withdrew, scowling.
Inga's antennae drooped as she adjusted her hair. Don't worry, Logan. I can help you with cultivation theory. You'll get the hang of it.
Rockhart stood with his arms crossed.
He'd better get the hang of it, and quickly. Finals will be here before you know it. And he is a weak, deep-root cultivator. Hardly more than a simple dirt digger. Now, Prince Chatagroth, on the other hand, is already a highly ranked Azure branch cultivator. He is only here to sharpen his skills, and to be a shining example of what all dungeon core should aspire to. And I'm good with the ladies, the Abyss Lord said, with a confident grin. He towered over Logan, who felt like a football about to get kicked. But leveling gets more difficult as you go, right, Inga? Logan asked. It does, Inga agreed. Going from Deep Root to an Iron Trunk cultivator is far easier than going from Iron Trunk to Azure branch, and even gaining ranks is easier the weaker you are. Logan smiled. Glad to hear it. This is good news for us, actually. I mean, sure, we might be on the low end, but that means if we train harder than everyone else, we could grow by leaps and bounds, while everyone else is plateaued. After I lost my leg back on Uroth, I had this physical therapy trainer who called them noob gains. He said even if you had no idea what you were doing in the beginning, you could make crazy progress just by showing up and doing the work. Laughter rang out, starting with Rockhart, but then Chatagroth started guffawing, as did the rest of the first cohort. Everyone in the terrible 12th looked dejected, even Marco. The professor motioned to the two cohorts. You are being daft, Mr. Murray. There is no such thing as noob gains, and the difference between your two teams should be clear, though it seems you don't truly understand how outclassed you are. What a worthless piece of dirt you are. Some of the guardians on this field are the epitome of strength and power, while the rest of you are cooling dog turds.
Marco waggled his hairy eyebrows. Oh, Professor, how did you guess my mom's pet name for me? Not like Rockhart was going to pause.
Perhaps a tangible example of how far you have to go is in order, Mr. Murray. Prince Chatagroth, I would like you and your cohort to subdue Logan and his team. Don't kill them, but please, hurt them.
Inga didn't pause. She turned and leaped in a single fluid motion, desperately trying to fly away. But Chatagroth's fiery rope pulled her from the sky. Logan bolted in her direction, but then ran right into McMarty's big rocky fist, mutated into a hammer the size of a wheelbarrow. Logan went flying, and lost an arm in the process. Another limb seared off his body, by McMarty's red-hot rocky skin. Treacle lowered his head to ram his way out of the trouble, but skeletal hands reached from the ground and tripped him. Lady Elisiel danced forward and stabbed him in the chest with a dagger made from green fire. She pulled the blade free, only to plunge it back in over and over again, turning the former gnome into a bloody pincushion. Marco backed up and raised his hands as Tetakat approached. Who's a good kitty, huh? You are, Tet. You're a good kitty. You wouldn't scratch a half-drunk goat man, would you? Tet didn't scratch him. She punched his lights out. In seconds, the terrible 12th were on the ground, bleeding, burned, bludgeoned, and all just a hair's breadth from death's door. Rockhart clapped.
Yes, you see? That is the power of mature dungeon cores working with the apothos inside them. Let this be the true lesson. Class dismissed.
Tet helped Marco up, then went over to Logan. She was carrying his arm.
I think you lost this, she said,
Handing it over with a thin grimace.
Thanks.
Logan took the limb and held it awkwardly. Already, Ned and Zed were racing out onto the field to help with injuries. Tet gave him a long look.
Sorry we had to kick your asses. This really is about saving the universe, though. Better you bide at this school than in a dungeon, failing to protect a celestial node.
She nodded and sauntered away, tail twitching. Her words were cold, but they carried no malice. Marco, Inga, and Treacle drew near. The Minotaur winced, then sighed.
I was stabbed in the heart, also the kidney, lungs, and stomach. It's so depressing. Stabbing, hearts, organs, losing.
I never should have left home,
Inga said morosely, staring down at the dusty ground beneath her feet. I never should have stopped drinking. Marco dropped his head.
But you were drinking this morning,
Inga pointed out. Yeah, I never should have stopped. Logan, though, didn't feel too bad. He'd grown himself a new arm, and he knew what he'd told Rockhart was true. Being at the bottom was hard, sure, but it didn't mean they had to stay there. He just needed to convince his ragtag crew of misfits that winning really was possible. You guys, after dinner, we need to talk about the law of diminishing returns. Our situation is bad, but we can make it better. And I'm wondering what we'll learn in our other 4 classes. He swung his severed arm around like a baton. Will there be more dismemberment involved?
Likely,
Treacle muttered.
Very, very likely.
Well, at least he had that to look forward to. Chapter 12. Dinner was better for Logan, but only because the menu was leftover chicken legs. They were lukewarm, and some pieces were about to turn. For a fungaloid, apparently, the extra tang was just what the doctor ordered. Logan traded his fresh pieces for Marco's questionable ones, and stuck a couple of chicken legs away in his satchel for later. Some part of him felt more than a little mortified at the notion of eating nearly expired food, but then he reminded himself he was literally a walking, talking mushroom. Moreover, he'd just spent the morning in a class called Ethics of Murder, so he was withholding all personal earthly judgments for a while. Treacle had a sack of hay on his tray, and he ate it, sighing the entire time, clearly not enjoying it. On the other hand, Inga had a jug of honey, which she poured on everything. Literally everything. Chicken wings dipped in honey drizzled over broccoli, honey slathered thick as paste on butter noodles. The lady certainly had one heck of a sweet tooth. After dinner, with the various Treegees starting the cleanup, Logan made sure his cohort didn't disperse. Listen, I know today wasn't ideal for anyone, but that doesn't mean we should give up. We're not the strongest here, just the opposite. But that doesn't mean we can't outwork everyone here. Strength and work ethic have nothing to do with each other. In my experience, it's usually the opposite. The strong coast by on their natural ability. But if we put in the elbow grease, we can make up for our lack of physical ability. I think we should head over to the stairwell of true seeing Inga mentioned. We need a private place to talk, to strategize. And I'm thinking the library is perfect. Plus, it should be dead this time of night. Reluctantly, the others agreed, and Inga led the way to the southern part of the Golden Serpent Hall, and down smooth stone steps, worn by time and the countless passing of feet. One single unbroken mirror covered both walls and arched overhead. A few magical torches burned in sconces in the glass. At first, Logan didn't think anything was strange with the mirrored stairwell. He saw his red and white toadstool head bobbing along, short and dopey, like one of those Goombas from Mario. As he walked, though, he started to see changes in himself and the others. By the time they reached the bottom of the winding staircase, Logan was seeing himself as he'd been seconds before the Reaper box had eaten him. He touched his face, but didn't feel stubble. He also didn't feel his hair, only the gills of his mushroom cap. He moved back against the other side to get a better look. All four of them did. Logan realized he was seeing a literal dead man in the mirror. He'd never be human again. In the mirror, his left leg was gone. Gone also were his landscaping business, his Uncle Bud, any chance of dating another human again. Realizing the finality of it all was a gut punch. He was dead. Or at least, he had died, and now he was something else. But then it dawned on him that he wasn't the only one experiencing that loss. Perhaps it was harder for him than the others, because he knew absolutely nothing about this world. However, each of his teammates had likewise experienced the trauma and loss of the reaping. He stole a sidelong glance at the other members of the Terrible 12th. In some ways, Marco wasn't that different. In the mirror was a dark-haired human with a deeply tanned Mediterranean complexion, a wavy mass of dark hair, and an infectious grin. His eyes were the same color, but didn't have the weird goat pupils, and no horns, but basically similar. Marco pointed.
True seeing. That's me. That can't be more me. But I have to say, I'm happy to be here with a tail. My old life was so tailless, and I'm gonna save a fortune on shoes. Who's frickin' rule?
The satyr smiled that same friendly lopsided grin. So did the human in the mirror. Treacle Glimmerhappy frowned, sighed, and shook his shaggy head. Whereas Marco was remarkably close in appearance to his old self, the looming Minotaur couldn't have been more different. His reflection was only about 2 feet tall. Tiny. The treacle in the mirror was the classic gnome, with a big white beard, a red cap, little blue overalls, and big black boots. He could have walked off anyone's lawn. And yes, people still bought lawn gnomes. Treacle moved his big Minotaur head back and forth. The gnome echoed the movement. He stroked his bare bull chin.
No beard.
He opened his mouth.
And my teeth are different. I've more stomachs now. Lost my life, picked up more stomachs.
He paused, shrugged.
Might not be such a bad deal, I suppose.
You don't miss being royalty?
Marco asked.
On Plimkini, I wasn't very popular,
Treacle said softly, still feeling for his absent beard.
I was a gnome lord, sure, but I found the money boring. Plimkini gnomes love money. I liked crafting things, not to sell, but to use. I made machines in my workshop. My wife always complained I spent too much time out there. My wife always complained. She was very good at it. She mostly complained because we were so poor for a lord and a lady.
We're not gonna talk about how we got here, are we?
Marco asked uncertainly, eyes squinting, forehead bunching. For once, he wasn't smiling. We don't have to, Logan said. Treacle, though, kept talking.
How I got here? I had no idea I was being recruited, truth be told. Near Castle Candylick. That's where I was the lord, though my wife did most of the lording work. We had an infestation of nickelchucks, these metal rodent critters who would devour anything and anyone they could. Those nickelchucks were such an itch in our beards, so I made a very fine chuck trap and took it to their cave, which now I understand was a reaping dungeon. Long story short, my chuck trap worked too well, and I was reaped. Now here I am. I chose to be a minotaur. At the time, I didn't care much. When Shadowcross suggested I might like a labyrinth full of traps, it made a certain sort of sense.
He took a deep breath and sighed, deflating as though in defeat.
Suppose it doesn't much matter, though. Not in the long run. I think I could have liked being a guardian, but I won't live long enough to see that happen, I reckon.
Treacle, the little gnome, smiled wistfully.
Of all the things I miss, my workshop is at the top of the list. I don't miss the complaining wife.
The cogs in Logan's head clanked to life, and he started slowly piecing it together. Treacle must have come from a world richer in apothos than Earth, but the Gnome Lord hadn't done much cultivating. That was why he'd wound up in the terrible 12th. Marco and Inga, on the other hand, knew about civilization and about the Academy, so they must be terrible in other ways. Marco didn't laugh at the wife joke. He was sweating a little. So, nice story. We can keep going. Check out the library. Maybe stop talking about this forever, because the past is the past. Logan patted Marco's furry hand. It's okay, Marco. You don't have to share. He caught Treacle's eyes. So, you didn't sign up for this. Did you do any cultivating? Before, I mean. I still don't quite understand how my core and my body work together, or the 13 apothine energies. Or are there 14? The Minotaur shrugged one shoulder, apparently unconcerned by the lack of knowledge. I can't imagine I'll survive long enough to really understand how they work together. There's this winnowing Professor Rockhart spoke of. It won't matter once I'm winnowed. Marco tapped Logan on the shoulder and pointed at Inga. She hadn't said a word, but instead stared entranced at the image reflected back at her in the unnatural mirror. Tall and slender, the moth-woman's antennae drooped. Even her wings seemed to sag as she regarded the monstrous bird creature in the mirror. In her former life, she'd been a massive owlish creature with a long golden beak encrusted with jewels. Her feathers looked a tad bit greasy, but they shined white, black, and brown. She had golden eagle eyes as intense as burning embers. Those eyes filled with tears. Logan recalled what Shadowcroft had said in their class that day. Something about a beauty contest. Inga sniffed and dabbed at her eyes.
This does nothing but bring back bad memories. The life I had is gone.
She reached up a delicate, pale hand and wiped away the tears streaking down her flawless cheeks.
We should go to the library, otherwise known as an Athenaeum. There are many kinds of libraries, you know?
She spoke matter-of-factly, clearly trying to hide just how upset she was by the changes in her appearance. Logan could sympathize, though honestly, he thought she'd made a heck of an upgrade.
Different words mean different things, Inga continued. For example, we use the word undercrot for this section of the castle, though it's somewhat inappropriate, because this isn't a church. Regardless.
Less regard. I completely agree. No bad memories.
Marco pushed them all the rest of the way down the stairway and into a wide lobby where a turtle fountain gurgled. Comfortable chairs surrounded the basin. To the left were 2 huge wooden doors, large enough to accommodate even the most formidable guardians. The entrance to the Codex Athenaeum. The entrance to the Tartaruca cells was across the way, whatever that was. They moved to go into the library, but the doors were locked. The water stopped flowing, and the turtle perched atop the fountain spoke.
Library hours are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily.
After-hours access is limited to advanced-level cultivators, Azure branch or higher. Thank you for your interest. Knowledge is power. The stone head stopped talking, and water flowed out once more. Like schoolhouse rock, Logan muttered. Inga stood with her arms crossed.
No books? How can I live even a single night without books? This can't be happening.
She threw her arms up in obvious frustration.
It's a nightmare. A genuine nightmare.
They don't want us to succeed,
Treacle said, nodding slowly.
It's open, but only if you have the school seal of approval. Only the strong should survive. The weak should just give up.
Treacle, this isn't helping us, Logan said. Yes, all right. Everything is against us. Yes, we're the weakest of the weakest. But I keep thinking about the law of diminishing returns, and I feel like you guys just aren't getting it. Rockhart made it clear that cores like Chadagroth and the first cohort aren't going to level that much during their time here. But us? We're going to level our asses off. Already, I feel stronger, tougher. Hold on. The gem in Logan's belly glowed, and he was able to cast an image of his character sheet into the air. Yes, it was kind of like dropping his pants, but he was going to have to trust his cohort. Logan had the perfect example. Listen, I know my matrix isn't impressive, but I started off the day as rank 9 Deep Root Cultivator. But after a single day, one day, I'm rank 8.
and I don't even know how to cultivate properly. Those are massive gains. Chadagroth and his buddies can get into the library after hours. But I'd be surprised if they stopped flexing in the mirror long enough to come down here. They don't need to. Like I said before, they're going to skate their asses off. Just coast along because they already know they have it made. Inga squinted. E-class? Rank 8? You're proud of that?
She looked aghast. Marco had another question, which was even harder to answer.
What's fungal vision? Can you hallucinate at will? Also, follow-up question, can you give me fungal vision? That'd be trippy.
I don't know, Logan said. I'm as clueless as treacle when it comes to this stuff. We have a ton of stuff to learn, but we have Inga, who is not only brilliant, but she was an impressive archivist. Inga threatened tears again.
It's true. I was so impressive. Terribly, terribly impressive.
Stay current, Miss Moth, Marco said a little desperately. We're not talking about the past. Ever. You're still impressive. Believe you me.
He shot her a wink. Treacle opened his mouth and closed it, snorting a puff of hot air from his oversized nostrils. What were you going to say? Logan turned off his gem. The Minotaur shook his head sadly.
It wouldn't be hopeful. I'm enjoying your motivational speech. Please, continue blowing sunshine up our butts. I think you missed a spot in my large colon.
Marco burst into laughter. Logan wasn't going to let a dumb joke stop him. In the mirror, you saw that I didn't have my left leg. You know why that is? Because I lost it in combat. Roadside bomb, just north of Fallujah, which I know doesn't mean anything to any of you, but it means everything to me. What matters is that I got off lucky, because I survived. Not all of us did. Not Sergeant Martin. All the doctors told me I would be lucky if I ever walked again, because there was also shrapnel lodged in my back. Which is when I decided I was done with luck, that I was going to make my own luck. No one believed in me, but I believed in myself, and I put in the sweat equity. I put in the work. I went to rehab. I went to the gym. I worked and worked and worked until I could strap on a prosthetic, walk right out of that hospital, and take charge of my life. We can do this if we want it bad enough. We just need to work for it. That, and we need to be prepared. If my time attached to the 2nd Infantry taught me anything, it's that prior preparation is the key to victory. Which is why I vote that we wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow, so we're out in the Akros Coliseum at 6. Inga can give us a private lesson on cultivating the rich apothos out there. Marco pooched out his lower lip.
I don't get it. What's a 5 a.m.? I'm pretty sure that doesn't exist.
Marco, our lives are on the line, Logan said, somber as the grave. This is the only card we have left up our sleeve. We're going to outwork everyone else and level up, and we're going to do it together as a team. The satyr wasn't convinced.
It's official. I hate this guy. So much hatred is in my heart right now for this guy.
Inga ignored him.
It really is the law of diminishing returns. Even if Chadagroth and his crew worked as hard as we're going to work, they wouldn't show the same results. We are uniquely poised to advance exponentially.
Logan tried to snap his fingers, but his finger nubs were too stubby and moist. That's right. Being the worst makes us the best.
Worst motto ever,
Treacle said, folding his furry tree trunk arms across his chest.
Gah.
Marco burst out with a,
Fine, I'm in.
Logan quirked an eyebrow. Marco grinned unabashedly.
Oh, I couldn't stay mad at our little mushroom leader. He's too cute. Also, I'm a joiner. I like to join things.
He poked the Minotaur with an elbow.
Come on, Treacle. We can make all your murderous labyrinthine trap dreams come true.
I'll get up early. I'll work. It won't matter.
The Minotaur inhaled doubt and exhaled sorrow. Logan would have to work on him. Inga smiled.
It will be a lot of reading. I like that part. And I like teaching. But it's late, and I need my 10 to 12 hours of
drinking,
Marco finished.
10 to 12 hours of solid drinking. We'll sleep for 15 minutes, and then kick some butt.
Sleeping,
Inga said firmly. Out of habit, Logan checked his wrist for a watch. It's past 8. If we're getting up at 5-ish, we need to get to bed. Marco complained the whole way back to the dormitory. At one point, Treacle huffed, ears twitching like mad.
Honest to God's below, but you're starting to sound like my long-lost wife.
If only I could be that lucky, you sweet beast, you.
Chapter 13. After trekking through what felt like half of Shadowcroft Castle, they finally returned to the Azure Dragon wing of the keep. Each clan had its own residential area for the students, complete with common room, training hall, and dormitory, though the dormitory was further divided by year. The common room was a welcoming space with gray stone floors, covered by plush rugs edged in blues and golds, the clan colors. An ornate marble fireplace large enough to fit a horse occupied the far side of the wall, burning with an otherworldly blue light. Leather chairs and oversized sofas, large enough for the clan's monstrous residence, littered the room, along with sleek coffee tables. Intricately woven tapestries covered the stone walls, displaying magnificent battle scenes that could have been ripped straight from the pages of a fantasy novel. Some dark elf warrior, wreathed in glowing shadows, sat atop a 6-eyed shadow dragon. A ferocious dungeon troll with a meat tenderizer fought beside a tortoise-shelled lizard. A shape-shifting golem, with mace hands, waylaid a small army of dungeoneers. Mounted prominently above the fireplace was a golden tree, entwined with a curling azure dragon. The Tree of Souls. The common room was genuinely warm and welcoming. At least, it would have been if the terrible 12th weren't at the very bottom of the proverbial pecking order. Shadowcroft Academy was an institution that valued strength, and the Azure Dragon clan emulated that ethos to their core. The couches and chairs were already occupied by the strongest teams, while the private alcoves, fitted with bookshelves and oversized desks, were all occupied by the upperclassmen, who pretty much got first dibs on everything. Despite that, some part of Logan wanted to stay and socialize, but then he spotted Chattigroth and his undead girlfriend hamming it up with some of the senior dungeon cores. Logan wasn't one to be pushed around or bullied, no matter how small he was, but he just didn't have the mental energy to deal with that guy tonight, especially not since he had more important matters to occupy his time. So, after a quick round of goodbyes and goodnights to his team, Logan beelined for the curling staircase that led to the first-year dorm rooms. Since he was the weakest core, he also got the worst accommodations. All the way at the top of the tower, in the attic, which meant trudging up 10 flights of stairs. His narrow room was nothing to write home about. Not that he could write home, but it included a small cot, a water closet, and a little wood-burning stove. The room was small, but Logan thought of it as cozy. Besides, he was small, he reminded himself, so it wasn't like he needed a giant room. Plus, the attic came with a fantastic view of Loch Endless. He had to climb a ladder up from Marco's room, which was pretty Spartan at the moment, though the satyr had big plans. According to him and Inga, crafting items was part of the dungeon core gig. The more they leveled, the more they could furnish their rooms. For the time being, Logan liked his little space. He pulled the bed over next to the window, the wooden legs scraping against the stone. He wanted to fall asleep watching the moonlight on the lake and wake up to the sunrise. He had a wardrobe, mostly empty, a chest of drawers, and a worn table. A little fire burned in the stove. As a mushroom, he didn't much like fire, but he did find the warm flames fun. It would go out in the middle of the night, and he'd enjoy the damp darkness under the sloping ceilings of his attic home. That night, Logan couldn't sleep. He knew he needed to, and he should capitalize on the fact that Marco wasn't home and snoring. With his horns, the satyr couldn't sleep on his side, so he slept flat on his back, which made the snoring worse. The guy sounded like a foghorn alerting incoming ships. Marco, against all reason, had gone out with his friends to the nearby town of Vralkag, the only non-academy settlement on Arborea. The gelatinous knight was not being a good influence on the satyr. Marco's question came back to Logan, one of the serious ones. What was fungal vision? Also, Logan had to figure out which fungus he could start growing. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Logan closed his eyes, accessed his core, and focused on the menu options. He found a description of fungal vision, as well as his other passive skills. Passive fungal form abilities. Fungaloids have a wide variety of passive abilities, which never need to be activated to be in effect. Because of their unique anatomy, evolved fungaloids cannot be blinded, deafened, or poisoned, and because they don't have a single source brain, they are additionally immune to mental spells and psionic attacks such as Charm, Frighten, and Calm. At E-Class, ranks 10 to 6. Fungal Vision. Current status, unlocked. The rest of the passive abilities were locked, but they were impressive. At E-Class, ranks 5 through 1. Disease Immunity. At C-Class, ranks 10 through 6. Poison Immunity. At C-Class, ranks 5 through 1. Ability. Replicate. At B-Class, ranks 10 through 6. Blindness Immunity. At B-Class, ranks 5 through 1. Deafness Immunity. At A-Class, ranks 10 through 6. Mental Immunity. At A-Class, ranks 5 through 1. Psionic Immunity. Logan then read about his current unlocked ability. Fungal Vision. Fungaloids are creatures made from a collection of spores, and they can use those spores to see in a variety of ways. Fungal vision allows the fungaloid to see in the dark and to detect invisible entities. With practice, the fungaloid cannot be surprised, since their sight encompasses their spore field. It was a little nerve-wracking to think Logan was constantly leaking spores, but he decided to give fungal vision a whirl. He exhaled and felt the spores leave his gills, just like when he was using his pollen ability. This time, though, he concentrated on his core. He still had a pathos, but more than that, it opened him up to the knowledge that he wasn't his body. Not really, but the gemstone in his belly. Abruptly, he was seeing himself, lying on his bed, with this tiny fire flickering in the stove across the room. His clothes were hung up, and he was comfortable on his mattress, under the scratchy sheets and comfy blankets. The darkness didn't matter. He had his fungal vision working. What else could he do? His character sheet had said that one of his racial abilities was fungi domestication. He'd read about that while he'd been in the threshing dungeon, but hadn't had the opportunity to go through the options available to him. Now, though, he had all the time he needed to delve into the information. It was time to get elbow deep in all the nitty-gritty details of the abilities his new guardian form had to offer. Everyone seemed to think the fungaloid was rather worthless, but Logan knew he just needed to find the right loophole, the right build. Domestic fungi. There are thousands of types of mundane and magical mushrooms that grow throughout the realms connected to Ashvata. But the fungaloid can spawn many of the rarest, deadliest, and most valuable mushrooms around. These fungi can be quite useful to dungeoneers and attract those looking for rare alchemic ingredients. More advanced types of fungi can have additional abilities, or even be mobile and aggressive. Protospore cultures live inside of the host fungaloids and can be spawned even if mature specimens are lost, destroyed, or harvested. Mature mushrooms can take days or even weeks to grow, though it is possible to drastically increase maturity with the rapid growth spore ability. As an E-Class rank 8 cultivator, you can select 2 level 1 protospore cultures and 1 level 2 protospore culture. Would you like to view a list of available protospore cultures? Yes/no. Logan read over the text once more, though this time at a far more leisurely pace than when he'd been dangling above a wild monster hog, looking to gore him to death. After rereading the description, he mentally selected yes, pulling a brief overview of the E-Class system. At E-Class, ranks 10 to 6. Unlock 2. Level 1 protospore cultures. Unlock 1. Level 2 protospore culture. Ranks 5 to 1. Unlock 1. Additional level 1 protospore culture. So, even new and weak, he could unlock 2 level 1 spore cultures and 1 level 2 culture. Feeling excited at the possibilities, he immediately dove into the various mushroom types. Suddenly, his situation seemed better, and maybe next time, he could find a way to avoid becoming a chew toy for one of Rockhart's doomhounds. Protospore cultures by level. Level 1. Opal truffle. Type, ingredient. Growing in mossy and damp areas, the opal truffle is a prized cooking ingredient, coveted by gourmands everywhere. They cannot be farmed by humans or other sentient races, so finding a cache in the wild is worth its weight in gold. Literally. Rarity, C-Class. Elemental Affinity, Terra, Morta. Silverbeard. Type, Ingredient. This is a wispy silver fungus that hangs from trees and other bushes. A good coagulant often sought by healers and clerics. Ground silverbeard can often halt bleeding in its tracks. Rarity, C-Class. Elemental Affinity, Vita, Fulgar. God's Eye Caps. Type, Ingredient. This fungus glows with a pale blue bioluminescent light. It has a bitter and pungent taste, but is a key, though common, ingredient in many core purifying elixirs. It is highly valued and sought after by alchemists and luminosis cultivators since it is one of the few natural resources with luminal affinity. Rarity, B-Class. Elemental Affinity, Puripothos, Luminosus. Blisterwort. Type, Ingredient/trap. If this fungus is stepped on or touched, it creates a painful skin rash, which includes raised blisters filled with watery pus. No one wants to touch blisterwort, but it can be harvested and processed to produce an antibacterial salve that drastically speeds wound recovery when applied directly to an open wound. Rarity, E-Class. Elemental Affinity, Corrosivus, Toxicus. Eyelash Stinkhorn. Type, Trap. This ghostly green mushroom often grows on the sides of rocks and trees. They look like oversized eyelashes and are capable of emitting a horrendous smell that can deter even the most stalwart dungeoneers. Rarity, C-Class. Elemental Affinity, Toxicus, Air. Ghoul's Snare. Type, Trap. This is a type of curling purple-black fungus that grows on the ground. When touched, it activates, curling around feet and entangling enemies while dealing acid damage over time. Rarity, C-Class. Elemental Affinity, Corrosivus, Umbra. Mucal Film. Type, Ingredient/trap. This is a thin fungus that can be stretched taut over open pits. Although it is often used to conceal deadly traps, it can be harvested and used as antibiotic wrappings for injuries. Rarity, E-Class. Elemental Affinity, Vita, Air. Level 2. Owl Eye Berries. Type, Ingredient. Not true berries at all. These fungi look like large owl eyes perched on top of spindly white stalks. These can be eaten directly and are often quite sweet, part of the reason for the name, and help cure many types of poison. Rarity, C-Class. Elemental Affinity, Ignis, Toxicus. Ashvane. Type, Narcotic. This type of fungus has narcotic properties, often used as a mild anesthetic in small doses. Because of its chemical properties, it is sought by both healers and rogues in equal measure. Warning: high doses cause nausea, vomiting, and possibly strokes. Rarity, E-Class. Elemental Affinity, Toxicus, Glacius. Bird Bill Bulbs. Type, Ingredient. These fungi look like yellow bird bills that grow up from the soil. Though they are highly toxic, they are very valuable. If strained properly, they can be turned into a tincture that rapidly speeds along the elemental affinity purifying process. These fungi are highly prized by alchemists, who use them in a variety of specialized potions. Rarity, B-Class. Elemental Affinity, Pure, Vita. Gem-studded puffballs. Type, Trap. These are among the most beautiful mushrooms that grow anywhere. These bulb-shaped mushrooms are amethyst in color and studded with brilliant multicolored spikes that look like gemstones. They are very enticing, but anyone who gets too close will suffer since they explode, hurling their sharpened projectiles in every direction. The fine fragments of crystalline glass can cut through skin, blind the unwary, and cause extreme respiratory problems. Rarity, C-Class. Elemental Affinity, Glacius, Air, Malus. Skullcap Waddlers. Type, Sentient/Minion. These are the first sentient mobile mushrooms fungaloids have access to. At only 3 feet tall, these stubby mushroom-shaped creatures move around on thick arms and short legs. They aren't quick, but they do follow orders well and can wield primitive weapons. They are most effective in packs, where they can overwhelm their enemies. Beware the waddlers. Rarity, C-Class. Elemental affinity, Vita, Malice. Brain cap. Type, Parasite. This is a parasitic growth that pairs with a symbiosis spore ability. A brain cap can be planted on a willing host, allowing its fungaloid master to control the host or boost its abilities. When implanted, a brain cap mushroom offers its host a wide array of positive abilities: fungal replication, poison immunity, and more. Level 3 through 6 fungi were locked. Reading over the various fungi he could grow, Logan saw a definite silver lining. Although he still didn't perfectly understand cultivation or the elemental affinity types, it was obvious even to him that some of these mushrooms would be incredibly valuable to certain people. If he chose wisely, he could entice the right type of dungeoneers while actively warding off those with less desirable and more dangerous affinities. Logan carefully considered his options. For the time being, he didn't necessarily need to choose any of the fungi, but he was sorely tempted to. Going through the level 1 fungi, he couldn't help but imagine the potential uses for the combat-oriented mushrooms like ghoul snare and mucofilm. With a few nasty surprises like that, he might have a fighting chance. But all of the ingredient-type mushrooms couldn't be dismissed outright. If ghoul snare was the stick, then strands like opal truffle and silver beard were the carrot. Going through the level 2 spores, Logan definitely liked the idea of having minions, the skullcap waddlers. Yet braincap seemed especially powerful, particularly if he could team up with another dungeon. What had Shadowcroft said? No dungeon cores would want to combine their powers with him. He returned to what had drawn him to the fungaloid dungeon core in the first place: symbiosis. With those spores, he could co-host dungeons with another core. Well, he had 3 friends now. Would one of them want to team up? He wasn't sure, and he didn't know how to ask. So for now, he'd bide his time. He didn't think his life was in danger at the moment. No need to jump in without knowing a little more first. Still, he didn't want to wait too long. After all, he also hadn't thought a video game console could come alive to eat him, so it was possible his life was always in danger. He fell asleep wondering about the winnowing, knowing that unicorns and rainbows probably wouldn't be involved. Chapter 14. Logan woke up with his dungeon core grimoire vibrating on the nightstand. Despite the fact that it was a leather tome as thick as a phone book, the book brimmed with so much potent magical energy that it might as well have been an iPad. It was 5 a.m., and time to get up. "I need sleep," he said to the room. "I need not to suck," he said to himself. He had a little jug of water, which he drank and splashed on his face over a porcelain tub on his bare desk. He didn't need to brush his teeth because, no teeth. He was feeling a little hungry, however, and he had the chicken legs from the night before. While Marco had spent the night drinking in Vralkag, Logan had stayed up way too late, studying the various aspects of his guardian form. Fungaloids might not have been much to look at, but man, they were fascinating. They had a wide array of skills, and among the more intriguing abilities he'd read about was his digestion ability. Supposedly, it was critically important to his race. If he understood correctly, he could use digestive spores to consume dead creatures even at a distance, absorbing additional core essence in the process, then instantly converting it into usable apothos. That last bit he still didn't entirely understand, but it seemed like a selling point. Once he started building dungeons, he could use the ability to create an acidic dungeon pit to aid in digestive efforts. Sort of an easy, hands-off way to eat your foes. Logan put the chicken leg in a bowl near the fireplace. He then concentrated on the meat, shedding a fine powder of nearly invisible spores. A layer of fungus appeared on the skin, moldering and gray. A second later, Logan felt like he'd eaten something. He didn't get a shot of apothos, but that was probably because it was only a piece of the animal, and not the animal itself. If this thing had contained a pothos at some point, it was probably all gone by the time it wound up on his plate. He shimmied down the ladder and found Marco, upside down in his bed, with his hooves in the air. Logan tapped his forehead. "Okay, Marco. Time to pay the piper. We warned you about staying out all night." Marco didn't move. Logan checked for a pulse. Sure and steady. Check. He went out into the hall and down the stairs, all the way to the empty common room, where the fires had all burned to coals. Inga was already there with her DCG, reading while absently sipping some sweet-smelling tea.
"You're late," she said.
Logan grinned. "Inga, I like you. You get me like no one else."
"Insects and plants should get along."
She turned a page and kept on reading. She also must have some magical ability to see in low light. Treacle came lumbering into the room. "I'm going to need your help," Logan said to the Minotaur. Back up the stairs they went. Treacle threw the satyr over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Marco snored like a jackhammer the whole while, and they made their way out to the Akros Coliseum in the crisp morning air. The world was still mostly dark, the sky the color of a fresh bruise. Like most things on campus, the Coliseum didn't properly open until 8. But unlike the library, there were no locks, bars, or doors to keep them out. And there was also not another soul in sight at this ungodly hour. That made Logan obscenely happy. Thin fingers of gold and pink sunlight were starting to break across the horizon when they started training in earnest. That also happened to be when Marco finally stirred from his bender-fueled hangover. They'd laid him on the first row of stone seats. He lifted a fuzzy hand.
"I need coffee and a hammer. The coffee's for you. The hammer is for me."
The air had a brisk, autumny chill to it. Somewhere there were pine trees, and their morning perfume mixed with the murky stink of the lake. Inga had them head off the dirt track and into the gently swaying grass in the middle of the field, which was a terrible mistake. Logan tromped in with confident steps, eager to sprawl out in the dewy grass. Pain hit him seconds later, when the green grass sliced through his fragile skin like frozen razor blades. He let out a yelp and backpedaled, a series of lace-fine cuts littering his body, arms, and legs. "What the heck?" he called out, even as the others forged deeper into the ocean of green.
"Ice blade grass,"
Inga called back over her shoulder.
"It's meant to help you focus while cultivating. Plus, it's designed to help you refine your iron trunk. Once you become an iron trunk like the rest of us, you will hardly feel the sting at all. Take a seat."
She motioned toward a deceptively lush section of grass in front of her.
"And we'll begin."
Logan grimaced, took a steadying breath, then nodded. He gingerly waded back into the sharpened blades, as though preparing for battle. It felt like rolling around in a fire ant mound, but he ignored the blazing pain and took a seat, crossing his legs just as the others had, then straightening his back.
"Excellent."
Inga started her lecture like she was a tenured professor.
"Now, there are hundreds of different cultivation techniques and theories. The more interesting ones include Boundless Wheel, Heavenly Root, Ancient Void Flame, Metamorphic Array, Blood Prison Sea, Ashen Sun in Ascension, Wise Moonlit Chain, Spirit Water Feeding Tree, Parasitic Coil Blossom, and Lost Branch Path. And these barely scratch the surface of the possibilities. Powerful Heartwood and Crown Class cultivators are even known for inventing their own cultivation techniques, shared only with their closest disciples.
Heavenly Root? Metamorphic Array? Ashen Sun in Ascension? What in the world was she talking about? Logan raised his hand. "I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand. Do all these techniques do different things, or—" He trailed off, not sure how to finish. Inga pinched the bridge of her nose.
"My, but you really are from a backwater world. Listen, the answer is both yes and no. Each of these techniques, and the thousands of others like them, is designed to help cultivators absorb a pothos and cycle it through their cores so they can power their innate abilities, and so that their cores can ascend to the next level. Different cultivators believe that these techniques allow you to process a pothos better or faster. Some of these techniques also focus on specific elemental affinities, and how to best integrate them. Still others deal in the art of core configuration.
Core configuration? Logan asked.
She waved his question away. That won't become important until you reach the upper levels of Deep Root and start the ascent into Iron Trunk. And even then, your core configuration doesn't drastically start to affect outcomes until your ascension to Azure Branch. The knot patterns are too basic at the lower levels to really have a huge impact.
Marco swallowed and squinted.
Professor Inga, I have a question. Which technique allows for the most vomiting?
Treacle burped and chewed his cud from the dinner the night before. He was mellow, but not enthusiastic, and Marco was barely even present. Logan had to save their morning.
Okay. So I don't need to worry about core knot configuration yet. Good to know. But where should someone like me even start? Maybe you could just pick your favorite technique, Inga, and teach us that.
The mothwoman snorted and laughed awkwardly.
But they're all so good. I generally do 10 minutes of each. For us noobs, we need to choose one and stick with it.
Logan had the idea that Inga probably should have done that as well. In his experience, being a master of a single thing was far better than being a novice at 100 different things. She paused, lips pursing into a thin line, as she tapped at her plump bottom lip.
Just one. Well, that is a challenge. But I suppose for someone entirely unacquainted with proper core cultivation, the best technique is probably Boundless Wheel. It is a good foundational form that will help you to cycle a pothos quite efficiently. First, I want you to close your eyes and focus on your breathing, the rush of air filling your lungs, then trickling out.
Logan did as he was told, stilling his mind, fighting to block out the painful cuts from the ice blade grass. No easy task, that. It took several minutes, but eventually the sensations faded to a dull roar in the background noise of his mind. He was one with his breath. The crisp pine-scented air swirled around him, rich and alive with energy.
Good,
Inga intoned, her voice mellow and strangely distant.
Now, while still feeling the ebb and flow of your breath, I want you to focus on your core. Envision it in your mind's eye and call it forth.
Logan followed suit, shifting his thoughts away from his lungs and toward the gem embedded in his belly, reaching out for it with his will. A picture formed inside his mind. A swirling cloud of jade and gray energy, shot through with veins of gold. It looked like a disheveled tangle of dying weeds. Unkempt strands of wispy energy trailed away from the sprawling tangle.
Since you're new to cultivating,
Inga said, chances are high that your core will look a proper mess.
You are probably seeing tendrils trailing off. That's what we refer to as seepage. You're losing energy all the time, getting weaker every moment, because you're not actively cycling that power back into your core and through your body. The goal of using the Boundless Wheel is to turn that untidy affair into a singular orb of energy, a perfectly dense marble of a pothos. To do this, you must push your core. Spin it in a great circle, all while feeding those wispy strands of energy back into the ball in a never-ending wheel.
Logan focused, and his body trembled with the effort. He envisioned the ball on a potter's wheel, spinning round and round, faster and faster. His core responded, whirling, even as he pressed down and in, shaping that power through sheer willpower, feeding the strands of energy into the mass, reeling them in like stray fishing line. It was almost impossible to do both at the same time, though. True, he managed to capture a few of the free-floating strands, but for every one he caught, another seemed to slip through his mental fingers. His heart was pounding like mad inside his narrow chest, and he felt like he was trying to carry a pickup truck on his back up the side of Mount Everest. Carrying a pickup while simultaneously juggling a trio of buzzing chainsaws.
Good,
Inga said.
This is the first phase of cultivation, a process known as refinement. During refinement, you aren't actively filling your core with new apothos, but instead you're cycling the apothos already contained within, harnessing it. Now it's time to use it, though only a little bit.
Logan could feel her close by, but he kept his eyes shut tight, focusing on the churning sphere of power.
What I want you to do now is peel off a few of those wispy strands and push them out. Circulate them through the meridians that crisscross the body. Meridians are a bit like veins, but instead of carrying life-giving blood to various parts of your body, they carry the essence of life themselves. Circulate the energy to your skin, reinforcing your body, tempering it against the slicing ice grass blades.
Logan concentrated, digging down while he envisioned a slim tether of energy floating away from his core. He focused on that tether, pushing it outward by flexing some sort of internal metaphysical muscle he didn't fully understand yet. The energy moved slow at first, almost hesitant, like water trickling through the cracks in a dam wall. He kept pushing, though, forcing the energy through a snaking network of invisible meridians that pulsed with a gentle life of their own. He focused on the meridians closest to his skin and felt the energy begrudgingly flow where he directed it. A shiver ran through his body, followed by a sweet wave of relief as the nicks and minor lacerations began to heal themselves. Spongy flesh knitted closed in an instant. The sensation was so extraordinary that it almost broke the meditative spell. Logan held strong, though. He was making real progress, and he didn't want it to end. Not now. Not when he felt so close to a breakthrough.
Reinforcing your skin, Inga mused. Impressive for a first attempt. Maybe there's more to you than I thought.
She paused, the silence tense and somehow thoughtful.
Let's push it a little further, Logan, and see how far you can go. Next, I want you to cycle the energy upward, through the heartline meridian, and into your eyes. Reinforce them, just as you did with your skin.
Logan licked his lips, his body violently trembling from the strain, which only served to open up fresh cuts, courtesy of the razor-sharp grass blades. Still, he wasn't one to give up. Never had been and never would be. So he did as he was instructed. The apothos was responding even slower now, more sluggishly. It seemed the farther he forced the energy from his core, the harder it was to control. But after what felt like a lifetime, the buzzing energy reached his eyes. Unlike with his skin, he didn't feel any immediate difference, but he was sure he'd done as Inga had asked. Operating on gut instinct, he opened his eyes. Not an easy task while trying to hold the image of his core in his mind. What he saw took his breath away. Covering the field were swirling pockets of mist and a kaleidoscope of colors. Fiery orange streaks that danced here, chilly waves of blue and purple light there. He even spotted streaks of green and gray energy, drifting up like heat waves on a hot day. When he turned to his friends, he saw a faint halo of light surrounding each of them. A nimbus of gold, purple, and white flashing around Marco. Copper, crimson, and silver cloaking Treacle. A vibrant whirlwind of opal, electric blue, and neon green around Inga. It was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. Apothos, the life force of the universe on display. And now that he could see, he felt an unbridled desire to drink it all up, like a man dying of thirst finding a refreshing oasis. Without actively thinking about it, he focused back on his breathing. Inhale, hold. Exhale, release, drawing a strand of bright red mist into the gill fronds running beneath his mushroom cap. For the briefest moment, Logan felt a surge of fiery power, filling him with boundless energy. And then the mist hit his core. It felt like snorting a line of cayenne chili powder. The image dissolved, and Logan found himself sprawled out on his back in the painful grass, struggling to breathe and keep his eyes open. Everything hurt. Marco was looming over him, cackling. You just tried to cultivate Ignis. You're a squishy plant, dude. It seemed Marco had finally shaken off his hangover and was back in good spirits. Respect for the effort, but that's a classic leap before you look situation. And believe me, I would know, because I'm constantly leaping before looking. Bet you're feeling about like I did when I woke up this morning. Logan groaned and nodded. He really did feel hungover. You have to be careful what you cultivate, Inga said, a smile on her normally reserved face. Still, not terrible as first attempts go. She offered him a hand up. Logan noticed that she wasn't covered in grass blade cuts and didn't seem at all winded by the exercise. Before you can actively start cultivating new energy, though, you need to refine your core to at least rank 6. And to do that, you need to practice the boundless wheel. Practice it until it's second nature, until you can do it in your sleep, while reading a book, while in combat.
Get that down. Get to rank 6. And I'll teach you how to actively cultivate and purify elemental apothos without killing yourself in the process.
Hey, don't let it bum you out, Marco said, slapping Logan on the shoulder. It takes time, but even I managed to get to Iron Trunk, so you know it can't be that hard. Am I right?
Yeah, okay, Logan replied. I think I'm wiped on meditation. But maybe we could get in a round of sparring before we call it a day? He asked. He was feeling exhausted to the core, but he would sure like to have a few moves to pull out against those Doomhounds. He was sure he hadn't seen the last of them. Inga snorted and rolled her eyes. As if. You're as weak as a Kelpie grub. More grub than Kelpie for sure. Right, Marco?
No idea, Moth Mama, Marco shot back. But I have a better idea. Instead of meditation or martial prowess, I think it's time for coffee and breakfast. I have a greasy omelet with my name on it.
The resounding chime of the dining hall off in the distance seemed to agree with Marco.
Fine.
Inga crossed her arms.
Breakfast it is.
Chapter 15. As they walked to the Golden Serpent Hall, Logan realized he wouldn't need breakfast. While he'd been busy refining his core, the chicken leg in his room was busy filling his stomach. Hooray for digestion. Neat trick, all right. Logan idly wondered how hard it would be to get his own dead chicken. He'd start with an egg. It must have some primal energy to it. He got one from a friendly Treegee. While she ate, Inga flipped open her DCG. Her hand went to her mouth.
We have a problem. I should have read closer about today's class, but I got caught up in a biography of Professor Bartholomew Neckbet.
She paused, eyelashes fluttering madly.
It was a spicy read, let me tell you.
She sighed and shook her head.
At any rate, this new class with Professor Hellgazer could be a bit problematic.
Treacle moaned.
Is this the dungeon decorating class? Please tell me it's not.
Heck yeah, it is, Marco erupted. It's my jam. Who needs murder when you have passion?
Logan held up a hand. What's the problem, Inga?
Well, Professor Hellgazer's class isn't at the castle. It's in the Ziru forest to the west. We'll have to run to get there in time.
Yes, we could run, Marco replied with a grin. Or we could blow it off, and I could go back to bed.
Inga looked miserable.
I can't be late. I just can't. Maybe I could fly there, but I'd have to leave you 3. That would be horrible.
Logan liked that she wanted to stay together as a team. Treacle burped a cloud of hay stink.
It's at least 30 miles to the Ziru forest. No way we can make it in time. That's a shame.
He crunched some more, unconcerned. Marco made a face.
You guys, let's just skip this one class. I promise we'll never do it again.
Inga was near tears.
No crying, Inga, Marco said. I'm allergic to women's tears. Fine. I can get us there right quick and in a hurry. We can die to get there.
Tell me I didn't hear you right, Logan said. Marco rolled his eyes.
And you guys didn't want me going to Vralkag last night. The gelatinous knight showed me the die, as in the dungeon interchange of entrances. It's a way of getting to any dungeon on Arborea.
He paused and shot a smug smirk at Inga.
Looks like you haven't memorized the entire dungeon core grimoire yet.
Inga scowled, but didn't correct him.
So you used die to get there, she said. Now, quit your games and take us there.
The satyr stood.
It would be my pleasure. Good old Marco, saving the day.
They headed outside to the northwest practice field. Near the ramparts of the castle was a large stone pavilion, with statues of the 4 clan animals carved into the top. Nice thing here, the grass wasn't trying to kill them. They gathered around a stone table under the pavilion's roof. There were weathered stone steps for the smaller folk, though as far as he knew, Logan was the smallest core at the school. On top of the table was a painted map of the circular content of Arborea. Demon skull icons lay scattered across the land.
My boy, the gelatinous knight, told me each of the scary demon heads marks the entrance of a dungeon,
Marco explained. You touch the skull you want and channel your apothos into the icon. You'll be taken right to the entrance. From our work this morning, this shouldn't be a problem.
Logan studied the map for a beat. Land nav had always been one of his strongest suits, and noticed that the deserts to the north had 3 dungeons. The mountain region had 2, as did the sprawling swamp to the south. The grasslands around Vralkhag had 2 more, while the forests to the west had 3. Loch Endless had 1 as well. There were 13 dungeons in all. The castle was also prominently displayed, and there was a tree icon to the east. Marco pointed to a building in the Giru forest.
That's the Wayfarer Inn. GK. That's what I call him sometimes. Says it can get pretty dicey there, and it's hard to get to. But apparently it has the best monster meat anywhere in the multiverse. So there's our Saturday night plans.
Treacle appeared slightly amused.
GK?
Yeah, man, Marco said. I have no idea what that guy's name is. He's told me like 5 times, but I can't ever remember it.
Which forest dungeon do we need? Logan asked, focused as a laser. Although, admittedly, a round of drinking monster meat didn't sound terrible. But that was for later, once he'd improved his cultivation and achieved a higher rank. Inga already had her DCG open. Well, pluck my feathers. It does talk about the dungeon interchange of entrances. I missed that. The 3 forest dungeons are Rootkill, the Understump, and Cruelwood. Cruelwood is the one nearest Vralkrag. We need to get to the Understump, which is the southwest dungeon. Marco didn't pause. He touched the demon skull and vanished in a swirl of silver light. Treacle went next, then Inga, and Logan was left alone for a second. He enjoyed the moment. He was about to magic himself 30 miles away. Based on the dungeon locations and the scale of the map, he figured Arborea must be 100 miles or so in diameter. He'd figured that water surrounded the land, but the painting swirled to life, with white clouds rolling around a void of inky black. Didn't look like water. Was Arborea floating in the sky? More questions to answer, but not now. Logan touched the Understump's demon skull and cycled the merest trickle of energy from his core, sending it coursing through his finger and into the map. A second later, he was in a forest, under looming trees, standing on a carpet of pine needles. The pines smelled good, and the place was pretty. However, Logan was so dizzy he had to put his hands on his legs so he wouldn't fall over. Marco lay flat on his back, looking a little green around the gills.
Probably should have ordered my greasy omelet with a little less grease.
There were 2 other cohorts present, but not the first cohort. Good. The less Logan had to interact with Chatagroth and his goons, the better. There were 8 other monster students of various shapes and sizes, ranging from an inferno salamander to a lady ice dragon to an undead kobold mage. The professor, Arquetta the Hellgazer, walked over to stare down at Marco. She might have stepped off the set of Legally Blonde. Dark sunglasses covered her pale green face. The pink scarf wrapping her head matched both the pink business suit and her pink heels. Her fingernails, tapered to deadly points, sported the same color. She was the essence of style and grace, and yet, something was off about her. The professor's voice had a sorority girl's lilt to it. You must be Marco Lascareles. There may or may not be a warrant for your arrest in Vralkhag.
I'm either totally innocent or completely guilty, Marco said with a smile.
He shamelessly held up a hand so she could help him up. Arquetta the Hellgazer stepped back. Oh, no, dear. I don't think so. A green rot troll, tall and impossibly thin, came over, nose as long as his lengthy index fingers. He helped Marco up. The satyr gave the troll a hug.
Thanks, Ed. You're the best.
The troll grunted.
Help. Friend. Good.
Well, now, that makes everyone. While the professor talked, Logan caught a glimpse of her forked tongue. I'm Professor Arquetta, and yes, I'm the Hellgazer. It's why I wear the dark glasses. I'm an A-class Gorgonic enchantress. Simply put, a Gorgon.
Not a Gorgon, Marco said loudly. More like a gorgeous.
Arquetta laughed, the sound light and bubbly. Oh, sweetie. I haven't been single in centuries. But we won't be talking about my private life. Now, I wanted to give you a tour of your first dungeon here at Shadowcroft. As you'll find out, I'm a very hands-on teacher.
She took off her pink heels and held them slung over her shoulder with one hand. Don't make the hands-on joke, Logan warned the satyr under his breath. Marco swallowed loudly, and mercifully, didn't make the hands-on joke. Arquetta led them to the stump of a huge tree, long dead. Under the rotting wood was a moss-covered set of stairs.
You guys are so great. I feel so lucky to be teaching you. Just so we're on the same page, this is underground feng shui, maximizing your dungeon for murder. Unfortunately, for budgetary reasons, we had to combine this class with Minion Maintenance 101.
She paused and glanced back at them over one slender shoulder.
Believe me, I am not happy about it.
Inga snorted out an awkward laugh.
I understand. While having a fashionable dungeon is important, minions are basically the heart and soul of the operation.
Arquetta clapped.
Oh, you're that nice astral moth core. Yes, you did so well in the threshing. So proud of you. I'm sorry you're, well, stuck below your station. Hope that's not rude to say.
Inga blushed, and her antennae curled inward. Without waiting for a proper reply, Arquetta turned and ushered them down into the dungeon, talking in her sorority girl voice.
And we're walking! And we're walking!
She paused at a narrow corridor near the entrance.
Now, class, a good dungeon is all about flow, you see? We have a choke point here, so those devious dungeoneers can't easily swing their larger weapons, like axes and polearms.
On the other side, she pointed out the punji pit, a collection of stakes concealed in the dirt and leaf clutter.
Notice, we altered the floor so the punji sticks are just the right height to pierce the feet and tear up the calves of our would-be heroes. Of course, you would want your punjis dripping with toxins to really mess with the raiders. I'd suggest something either on the corrosivus or toxicus side of things. Professor Rockhart will cover this more in your traps class. That Rockhart.
She sighed and shook her head. Logan didn't know how to take that. They went through more rooms. Traps were hidden in the twisting roots of the trees above. Other rooms had tentacled monstrosities and underwater lakes. Another chamber had a literal carpet of poisonous insects. Arquetta moved the spiders and scorpions aside easily with her magic.
I must say, I prefer snakes to spiders.
She laughed like she was flirting with a frat boy.
You can understand why.
Logan made sure Marco didn't make any snake jokes. In the end, the satyr was too excited to really pay attention. Logan had never seen his buddy so focused. Arquetta pointed out little flourishes a dungeon core could make. The unexpected cursed fountain, a painting that trapped you inside the canvas, and trick tiled rooms that could bring monsters dropping down on your head. They stopped in one such room with a very Raiders of the Lost Ark feel to it. Diamond-shaped stones covered the floor, while curling vines climbed the muddy walls. Logan felt at home in the dark, wet environment. He kind of wanted to move there and set up shop. It was the perfect place for a mushroom dungeon core. Arquetta beamed at them all.
In this class, and for the rest of the year, we'll be talking about room size, corridor length and width, as well as the proper use of staircases. Your natural inclination will be to trap every single staircase. But come on, let's avoid the cliches when we can. The dungeoneers will be expecting the sliding stairs and false floors. Plus, pacing is important. I cannot stress that enough. You want to lure them into a false sense of security before pouncing with something really nasty. We're also going to be doing a fair amount of resource management, since you'll be severely limited in dungeon design based on your core strength. In some cases, she glanced toward Logan, severely limited is the understatement of the century. Her face seemed to soften, empathy flashing across her perfect features. Logan had fully expected all the professors to be like Rockhart, but maybe he'd been wrong. But there are even ways around that, assuming you are creative in your build. Any questions so far? Logan raised his hand. Just so you know, all of my dungeon experience is from a video game, but how big can our dungeons be? Arquetta smiled, her very pink lipstick unsmudged and perfect. A very interesting question coming from a fungaloid. Logan wasn't exactly sure why she was smiling. She continued. As I said, your dungeon design, including its relative size, is limited by your core strength. The more apothos you can cultivate, the bigger your dungeon, because apothos is the metaphysical energy that materializes dungeon elements. This is why cultivation is so important, and this is why the type of dungeoneers that you attract is critical. The more powerful you get, the more powerful you want your dungeoneers. I want to stress something.
Arquetta paused for dramatic effect.
It's not just about protecting the Tree of Souls. It's about attracting high-quality raiders, murdering them mercilessly, and siphoning their energy. A quality dungeon core will cultivate only what they need, while giving the rest of the energy back to the tree, which is why dungeon design is such a delicate balance. We want to stop the dungeoneers, but we also need to attract and kill them in order to rebalance the universe. Make your dungeon too difficult, and no dungeoneers will ever come. Make it too easy, and they'll butcher you where you stand. We are like the deadly flytrap, emitting an enticing smell, while simultaneously arming ourselves for the kill.
The professor pointed at Logan.
Believe it or not, but I happen to think you were smart to choose the fungaloid form. You can attract high-level raiders by growing any number of interesting mushrooms. Others of you, like Yelsa over here, she motioned to the Lady Ice Dragon, can craft serious loot and imbue it with powerful spells and abilities. I've heard about your winter diamonds. Oh, yes, I have. We'll talk.
Yelsa was in her half-dragon form at the time, a woman with a mostly serpentine body, except with long ice-white hair.
But be careful, Arquetta warned. As I said, it is a delicate balance, a dance of sorts. If you draw on raiders too powerful, they might take your loot, kill you, and keep going.
She threw Logan a glance.
For some of you, this will be the more pressing concern.
Logan steeled his resolve. He was the weakest core in the class, but he was determined to change that. Arquetta wasn't about to let up on her endless encouragement.
However, for weaker dungeon cores, you need to get creative. It's not the size of the dungeon, but how you use it. For example, you can multi-purpose rooms by mixing treasuries with trap rooms and putting them near your minion barracks.
Logan nodded. Do more with less, and utilize even the smallest space, like a murdery trip to IKEA. Arquetta laughed.
I don't get it, but you expected a laugh. I want to be polite.
She shot him a wink.
Okay, class, we are walking.
She led them deeper underground. They passed a collection of natural caves.
Sometimes, you want a more natural look. The stalactite and stalagmite combo is a classic for a reason. Also, such caves can branch off to house your minions. The trick there is to make sure your minions have their privacy, but are still able to get anywhere in the dungeon as quickly as possible.
She shook her head and sighed.
We really shouldn't have merged these courses. Well, maybe next year I can find a volunteer to teach the intro minion class. These professors can be so prickly.
Arquetta took them to what was obviously the center of the dungeon, with waterfalls of slimy root water gurgling through channels in an ornate stone floor. The walls were a mixture of mud, vines, and stone, carved into monsters' faces. Torches sputtered in the damp cavern. A familiar-looking pedestal rose up on the central dais. Professor Arquetta walked to the pedestal, turned, and waved her hand.
One cliché that you must embrace is the placement of the inner sanctum. Believe me, we've had dungeons try to hide their sanctums near the entrance. It simply doesn't work, and always, always, always ends in ruin. You want to protect your gem at all costs. Also, you want your raiders to work for their ultimate reward, which will be your destruction.
One question I've always had, Logan said, sticking a spongy arm into the air, is why not just wall off the inner sanctum? I mean, if they're trying to destroy your core, why even give them a chance? I can build walls. Why not just cement myself behind 10 feet of stone?
An excellent question, she beamed. You see, no matter where you position your inner sanctum in relation to the rest of the dungeon, the inner sanctum itself always connects to the celestial node. It is the energy that flows from the node that makes endogenous apothos manifestation possible. But more importantly, the apothos that flows from the tree and through the node is the same apothos that keeps the connected world from withering and dying. If you block off the inner sanctum, the apothos will well up, doing great damage over time. For that reason, it must never be done. Now, who wants to take ownership of this dungeon?
Ed the Rot Troll raised a hand.
Me will, Professor Pretty. Me will try.
Arquetta tilted her head.
Aw, Ed, that's sweet. But Professor Arquetta is fine. Just come forward. You're a C-class guardian, if I'm not mistaken. This should be easy for you. Fairly straightforward.
Logan watched as Ed took the scratched-up gem from his belly and let it float above the pedestal. A ripple of unseen force washed out from the pedestal in a wave. Light flashed along the pedestal, and the walls seemed to glitter briefly with arcane power. Arquetta nodded.
This is good, Ed. Now, do you want to try some changes? This isn't your crafting class. That's going to be fiendish fabrication with Ronald Crucible. He'll show you how blueprints work, and how to craft items as well as architecture. Ron can be abrasive, but in the end, he's a real sweetheart. For now, I'll impart you a bit of my apothos to give you a bump.
Ed lifted his hands, and 4 stone columns rose from the black water. He added torches at the top. The professor adjusted her glasses.
The columns are useful in hiding you, but if that were the case, you wouldn't want the torches. Yet this is good, Edward, a simple improvement. Your columns create a bit of mystery, and also, you have both cover and concealment from potential ranged fighters, such as archers. Oh, I hate archers. Arrows are the worst.
Since Logan's IKEA joke had fallen flat, he wasn't going to attempt a Clash of the Titans joke. After a few more tweaks, Ed took his gemstone and slipped it back into his belly. One by one, the students took their turn connecting their core to the dungeon and crafting little changes to the room. Marco added gorgeous paintings to the columns and a fountain that smelled suspiciously like beer. When Ed the Rot Troll saw that, he produced a flagon crafted from a hollowed-out yellow horn. He stood sipping the brew. Marco's magic was impressive, but wouldn't really do much to repel raiders, though maybe a beer fountain could be a good lure. Treacle crafted a steampunk-looking machine that flung little copper spheres like ping-pong balls at an alarming rate. It was a good piece of crafting for the former gnome, though Logan couldn't see the boiler or flames that a normal steam-powered machine would have. Inga summoned huge centipedes that crawled out of the water and skated around the columns, tearing the canvas of some of Marco's paintings. The satyr scowled.
No one appreciates fine art like they should. Beer me, Ed.
Ed passed him the flagon. Finally, it was Logan's turn. He approached the pedestal, trembling. So I just take the gem out and put it up there? He asked, licking his non-existent lips. She nodded. Remember, you are the gem, not your body. The body is just an apothos-manifested version of your guardian form. Now relax, little guy. This'll be fun. Before dying, Logan had been well over 6 feet tall. He hadn't been called little guy since the 6th grade. He took a deep breath of courage and touched his gem, and it easily came out into his hand. He then placed it on the pedestal, where it floated upward to spin lazily around. Logan blinked as fresh spores dropped from his gills. He suddenly felt lightheaded, and then all sensation disappeared for a minute. When he could feel again, it was like he was wearing a big coat full of pockets. Different parts of the dungeon filled the pockets to overflowing. The hallways, the rooms, the traps. He felt the giant centipede skittering about in the room, the placement of a punji trap near the entrance, and each leaf on every vine. He wasn't watching over the dungeon. He was the dungeon. He could sense things he never sensed before, and it was overwhelming. Now, Logan, try to create something, the professor encouraged, her voice echoing and oddly distorted in his ears, almost as though he were hearing her from more than one source. Logan couldn't think straight. Every square inch of the place threatened to crush his brains into gravel meatloaf. There were just so many rooms, and he could feel Arquetta helping him. Alone, he very well might have gone insane. Logan focused on growing one of the skullcap waddlers, just a single mushroom. A single red and white toadstool grew out of the cracks near Marco's beer fountain. He tried to increase the size, maybe have it grow some arms and legs like a real minion. Instead, he drew it upward until the toadstool was a foot tall. Then he felt himself losing consciousness. His gem fell and would have smashed down on the pedestal if Arquetta hadn't grabbed it and and pushed it back into Logan's belly. Her forehead creased with worry.
Dear me, you have a long way to go, Logan. Have you heard of the Tartaruga cells?
Logan blinked, as though he was seeing with both his eyes and his spores because of fungal vision.
Heard of it. Yeah. It's in the Undercroft.
Arquetta knelt so she could look him in the eye.
The Tartaruga cells are a simulation dungeon. You need as much time in there as possible. That might be difficult, since there are so many cores signing up to use it. Incoming freshmen are at the bottom of the list, which is sad, since you have the winnowing to deal with. She shook her head. You need practice. A lot of practice. A miracle, really. Hate to say it. I'll see what I can do, but I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you.
2 questions, Logan said, raising 2 stumpy fingers. God, it was embarrassing to have this conversation in front of the whole class, but part of him didn't care.
1, why do you seem to like fungaloids? And secondly, what exactly is the winnowing?
The professor tapped him on the head.
Well, fungaloids are rare, for one thing, which is always exciting. And for the record, I've long suspected that fungaloids can be amazing. We've just never seen one grow into its full potential. Incidentally, I also have a soft spot for this truffle cream sauce I once had in Haven's Door on Eritreus. Made from opal truffles, and absolutely amazing. It was delicious, and virtually impossible to get outside of Eritreus.
Now that's something, Logan thought. So far, Arquetta seemed like good people, and it just so happened that he could grow something she loved. There had to be a way to use that to his advantage. He'd need to revisit that later.
As for the winnowing,
her expression turned deadly serious.
Basically, the winnowing is your freshman final at Shadowcroft. The 4 worst students are expelled.
I've been expelled from schools before,
Marco waggled his eyebrows.
It's not so bad. Weekends aren't a big deal anymore. Except you get to hang out with your unexpelled friends.
Arquetta let her sunglasses slip a little and threw a withering gaze at Marco. The satyr shut his trap and stopped smiling. Logan felt his insides turn to slush.
Expelled is a nice way of putting it,
the professor said.
Dungeon cores who wash out become wandering monsters. Alone, readily killed, at the mercy of every dungeoneer with a smirk and a sword. The winnowing is cruel, but crueler would be for a dungeon to fail at protecting a celestial node.
Utilitarianism at its best, Logan murmured under his breath. He had to find someone to team up with, because there was no way he was ever going to avoid the winnowing on his own. Chapter 16. The next 2 weeks went by in a flash. After that first underground feng shui class, Logan had decided on 2 out of the 3 mushrooms he would cultivate. However, he was still on the fence about the second-level mushroom. Like on Earth, the school gave the students weekends off. Logan wasn't going to spend any time goofing off, however. Inga said he needed to master boundless wheel so that it was as natural as breathing. So, Logan cultivated. Constantly. Walking up the 10 flights of stairs to his room. Going to sleep. Waking up at the crack of dawn. Cross-legged in the swaying field of ice blade grass. Relaxing in the Golden Serpent Hall. Sitting through Shadowcroft's musings about ethics and the universe. Logan worked on spinning his core into a perfect orb and taking care of all that seepage, all while constantly circulating a hair-thin tendril of power through his body, reinforcing his skin against damage and improving his eyes so he could see the floating wisps of Apothos. Logan insisted the Terrible 12th keep their early morning schedule 6 days a week, despite the extra time off. He would have done 7, but Marco threatened to violently revolt. However, it wasn't like waking up early on Saturday would stop the satyr from partying with his other friends on Friday night. As for Treacle, the Minotaur didn't mind much. Whenever he got bored, he would simply chew his cud like a Wyoming Guernsey cow. Inga, though, matched Logan step for step. On that second Sunday, she was reading in the common room when Logan came down at 6 a.m. He hadn't really expected to see anyone else and had planned to go alone to the Akros Coliseum to cultivate. The ice blade grass was miserable, but it really did help him sharpen his mind. In just 2 weeks, he'd already progressed to E-Class rank 5, which was a major threshold. He didn't feel it when he went up a rank. According to Inga and the others, that wouldn't happen until he ascended to Iron Trunk. For him, ranking up was more like a status bar in a video game. It showed the progress he was making toward his next evolutionary form. He hauled himself up onto the bench next to her. She steeped her tea with her left hand, while turning pages with her right. A fresh log burned in the fireplace on the glowing red coals, casting a scarlet light on her blue-black wings. She was in her azure dragon robe with the matching scarf, blue and gold. Logan wasn't about to interrupt her, so he pulled up his Guardian Matrix form. He glanced through the new abilities he'd been given with his E-Class Rank 5 upgrade. He was an E-Class, Rank 5 Deep Root Cultivator. His Level 1 fungi were opal truffles, mucal film, and his latest mushroom, Ghoul's Snare. He took a second to read about it. Ghoul's Snare. Type: Trap. This is a type of curling purple-black fungus that grows on the ground. When touched, it activates, curling around feet and entangling enemies, while dealing acid damage over time. Rarity: C-Class. Elemental Affinity: Corrosivus, Umbra. Along with the new fungal culture, he'd also gained total disease immunity as part of his passive fungal form. And, even better, he'd managed to unlock a new Spore Halo ability, Athlete's Foot. Athlete's Foot. Release a burst of spores that causes irritating itching between the toes. Although not lethal at this level, Athlete's Foot can be quite painful if left untreated, and takes ages to clear up. So inconvenient. Available at E-Class, Rank 5+. Going up 3 ranks in 2 weeks was no easy task. From here on out, his improvement would slow, though he was determined not to let it stop. He was still contemplating his Level 2 spore culture, but he didn't have to decide on anything right away. Right now, it was a toss-up between the Waddler and the gem-studded puffballs, but he didn't want to rush things, and he still had some time. Inga read on, and so he blinked away his character sheet and quietly began to cultivate. Reinforcing his eyes, he watched a thin golden red miasma of Ignis Apothos drift across the floor from the fireplace. As a fungaloid, he had a natural affinity with Morta and Toxicus. Cultivating those elements was like drinking pure water on a hot summer day. Ignis Apothos, however, was the hardest elemental affinity for him to cultivate by a country mile. That also made it the best to practice with. He breathed in a thin line of the churning power and drew it into his swirling core. The pain hit like a taser to the sternum, and his skin smoked and smoldered in places as that fiery energy burned through his meridians like a wildfire. Logan was ready for it. He staunched the incoming flow and sent a pulse of his own power surging out along his internal pathways, putting out those fires and instantly reinforcing the skin and healing the burns. He was getting pretty good at directing the Apothos through the meridians in his body. He could heal the minor injuries, yet still needed Zed and Ned, the Rosebush doctors, for when he lost limbs, which happened all too frequently. From there, he contained the rest of the unincorporated Ignis affinity through sheer force of will, directing it to circle his core in elaborate loops and swirls. His core looked almost like Saturn, with its many rings. If you cultivated pure Apothos, or Apothos that was already elementally aligned with your nature, it could be incorporated and used immediately. This Ignis affinity, though, he needed to strip down and purify. Ever so slowly, Logan peeled away fine strands of the golden energy, manhandling it into his center, where the Ignis would be chipped away by bits and pieces, then expelled as he breathed out.
You really are getting much better at this.
Inga closed her book. Logan opened his eyes, keeping the purification process running quietly in the back of his head.
Sorry about being absent,
Inga said after a beat.
I got lost in that last chapter. Professor Neckbeck can spin such a wondrous tale.
Logan adjusted the book so he could see the spine. The butter knives of Eritreus? Am I reading that right? The moth woman got defensive and clutched the book to her chest like a treasured prize.
It's more than about spreading butter, Logan. It's a memoir about his travels to Eritreus. Bart captures what it feels like to dine in the cafes and bistros of Haven's Door on a spring morning or a winter night, having quiet conversations on any number of interesting topics.
Bart? Logan wondered. Inga's antennae pulled in close.
Professor Neckbet. I shouldn't have referred to him as Bart.
Logan had no idea what she saw in Professor Bartholomew Neckbet. He taught there the History of the Soul Tree class, which was supremely boring. Grass-growing, paint-drying, solitary confinement levels of boring. Marco had completely given up on trying to stay awake through Neckbet's droning lectures. Logan had thought the subject matter would be interesting, talking about the fundamental reality of all creation. And yet, Professor Neckbet talked in a monotone voice, and had spent the first 2 weeks going over the anatomy of the tallwood pines, the most common tree of the Giroux forest. The idea that he'd written a book about butter knives wasn't a stretch. Neckbet had nattered on endlessly about roots, sap, heartwood, and branches, giving them every mind-numbing detail, none of which seemed relevant or useful in any way that Logan could understand. However, Inga sat enraptured, hanging on every word as though he were some sage prophet of old, dispensing ancient wisdom from on high. He was no Charlton Heston, though. Neckbet was a paunchy birdman monster, with a big vulture head. A bright red wattle hung from his yellow beak. Maybe it was a birdwoman thing, since Inga's original race, the Okatori, were big owlish creatures? No idea. Logan seriously didn't even know where to start with that whole situation. Sounds interesting, he said, shooting for genuine, and missing. I imagine we'll get to Eritreus at some point. Rockhart has talked about going there on a field trip to see a real dungeon core in action. Eritreus was the most apothos-rich world in the multiverse, and the birthplace of Chatagroth, who wouldn't let them forget it.
I enjoy Rockhart's trap class far more than that terrible calisthenics torture, Inga winced. Sorry to bring it up. I would stay off the grass as much as you can.
Logan shrugged. The murder grass is terrible, but things are fine. And on the bright side, I think the Doomhounds are finally starting to lose their taste for me. Last time, they tore me apart, sure, but then they kept running. A part of me was offended. We'll change subjects. Which do you like better? Traps, pits, and pendulums, or our crafting class? Inga cupped her tea in both hands.
I don't care much for either, really. I'm far more interested in the more theoretical aspects of dungeons. And Professor Crucible can be distant. He doesn't have Professor Neckbet's warmth and charm.
Logan held his tongue. She was wrong about Neckbet. She wasn't wrong about Ronald Crucible. He was a big ogre, 8 feet tall, with a lustrous mustache and a permanent frown. He mostly grunted, sighed, and grumbled at the students as they used their apothos to create simple items. They'd been working on a single wooden chair for a few days now. Objects had to be created carefully, based on blueprints, and then brought into reality through a complex process called exogenous apothos manifestation. It was far more complicated than endogenous apothos manifestation, which was the process they used to manipulate dungeon spaces, creating rooms, spawning monsters, and engineering traps that would never leave the dungeon's core sphere of influence. Exogenous apothos manifestations were crafted enchanted items that could be removed from a dungeon space by dungeoneers. Crafting such items was no easy task, and Crucible threw annoyed sighs at them when they couldn't understand the basics. The mustached ogre was the embodiment of taciturn. He offered no personal details, didn't ask any of his students a single question, and was generally antisocial. Rumor had it Crucible didn't even live at the academy proper, but instead had a cabin deep in the heart of the Giroux forest. No one had ever visited the cabin and survived. Even worse, getting to their fiendish fabrication class took forever, since they had to walk to Crucible's workshop from the closest dungeon, Bloodrock, up in the heckish hills of the Worldforge wastes. Probably hellish would have been better than heckish. It was like a pile of miniature Mount Dooms all clustered together. Planning for that extra time was easy for Logan, Inga, and Treacle. In fact, the Minotaur always showed up early for that class. Marco? He was forever late, which hurt them in the rankings. Tardiness was a surefire way to lose points for both their cohort and their clan. Sitting there with Inga, a realization hit Logan like a hammer blow. Inga had said it herself. She liked the theory of dungeons. That made sense. She had the study skills and discipline to really explore the many different aspects of cultivation and how that could help them work on their dungeons. But at the same time, she lacked focus. In a way, she was like a Swiss Army knife, with 1,000 attachments that could do everything, but none of them particularly well. Logan, on the other hand, was a meat cleaver. He could only do one thing at a time, but he excelled at that one thing. However, out of the terrible 12, she was further along than any of them. If he wanted a committed partner, without a partying problem or bovine depression, Inga would be the perfect match for him. She was the answer he'd been looking for, but he suddenly grew nervous. Inga saw it. "What's wrong? Your energy just changed completely." He gulped and tried to hide it. "Nothing. I'm just not used to sleeping in that extra hour. I'm fine." He nodded his toadstool head. "Would you like some of my honey apple tea?" she asked. He would, but he'd like it a few weeks old, with a layer of bacteria slowly creeping over the top. He couldn't say that, of course. Now that the idea had laid root, he had to ask her to join him. Instead, he veered off on another subject. "I guess in our next Ethics of Murder class, Shadowcroft is going to talk about the morality of murdering evil before that evil bears fruit. It's an old argument on my world about a certain fascist in Central Europe." "And you say I have a non sequitur problem," the mothwoman tisked. "So, no tea then?" "No tea for me." Logan kicked himself. He couldn't waste time. If Inga didn't want to join up with him, he'd have to move on to treacle. However much he liked Marco personally, the satyr had trouble taking anything seriously, and nothing was more serious than survival. "Inga," he started. When words failed him, he took in a deep breath. "Listen, you like theory. I like the application of theory. I'm a fungaloid, and I have this power that would allow us to—" She cut him off and let out a breath of relief. "Night Mother above, finally." She sighed with an eye roll. "If I had lost out to the sad Minotaur, I would have been very distraught indeed. Yes, Logan, of course we're going to use symbiosis to join our cause together. I've been pondering on it since we found ourselves in the same cohort, but I didn't want to pressure you in case you were going to go in a different direction with your dungeon build. On the off chance that you would ask, though, I've been trying to sign us up to get into the Tartaruga cells, but I'm fearing it will be impossible. We simply don't have the seniority. You know, if you haven't picked fungi to domesticate, I have some very specific ideas on which mushrooms you should grow. Or must you have a dungeon to start growing them? The literature was unclear." The tornado of words left Logan's head spinning. "What now? Literature who?" Inga's antennae were stretched out to their full length. Her wings shivered. "Imelda Menagerie Ink Bloom's definitive work on guardian forms. The eternal monsters of our infinite selves. Dungeon cores, magical creatures, and the many protectors of the tree souls." "That's the title?" Logan asked uncertainly. "Oh, Volume 1, yes." Inga nodded enthusiastically. "There are 18 volumes. Each has a unique title. It took a bit for me to find Fungaloid, since it's so seldom selected. You do realize that there have only ever been 13 Fungaloids in recorded history across all the Dungeon Core academies, correct?" He winced. "Yeah, only 6 here. It's at the bottom of the barrel." "Almost half come from Shadowcroft," Inga said. "It's because Shadowcroft himself has a more liberal view of what lesser creatures can do. Like everyone in the Terrible 12. No other school would have ever taken us in at all, you know?" Her eyes, solid orbs of black, looked far away. She was having a moment. Logan wanted to ask more about her history, but then those black eyes darted to his face. "Yes, and so, for you to use your symbiosis ability, we'll need a dungeon. I've been coming up with some options, though none are very good. We need to get into the Tartaruga cells, but the question is how?" She tapped on her chin with a pale finger. Logan slid off the bench. "Come with me. I want to show you something." They left the common room and hiked up the steps. She flitted along with ease, while he felt like he was trying to summit Everest, thanks to his stumpy legs. Finally, they slipped through the door into the shared room. Logan and Inga found Marco asleep, snoring like a wood chipper with his legs straight up the stone wall, and the rest of him sprawled perpendicular to them on his bed. The place smelled like a teenage boy's socks dipped in beer. Inga's hand went to her tiny nose. "Bless my beak. That is a terrible stench." You get used to it, Logan said with a half-hearted shrug. He didn't mention that the bacteria in the room had a certain charm. She'd be shocked enough by the state of his own place. He climbed the ladder and motioned for her to join him. They stood in his attic room, which now had pearl-covered mushrooms growing in most of the nooks and crannies of the ceiling, and a bed of green moss. The place was chilly and dark, though a flickering fire burned in the stove. Logan's human side still liked a little light and heat, though not too much. It would dry out his damp attic home. "Do you need more light to see?" Logan asked.
No. As an astral moth, I can see just fine.
She glanced around.
You went with the opal truffles. It's a lure mushroom. An odd choice, especially since for the winnowing, you don't need a lure. You'd have been better to grow something far more aggressive.
She toed some slime leaking out from under his bed.
Oh yes, buccal film. A very good choice.
Thanks. Logan went and touched the biggest mushroom growing near his bed. He'd watched it form over the past few days. You're right about the truffles, but I think there's another way they can help us. During our first lesson with Professor Hellgazer, she mentioned that she has a soft spot for some sort of truffle cream you can only get in Eritreus.
Of course,
Inga said, eyes lighting up.
Opal sunset sauce.
She patted her leather-bound book.
Professor Neckbeck described it as one of the wonders of the culinary world.
Logan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course. Neckbeck's stupid book would actually have something useful in it. Yeah? Well, it's made from opal truffles. And I managed to talk to Chef Treegi. He ran the Academy's kitchen staff with a steady hand, into whipping up a special batch just for Professor Hellgazer. I wrote her a little note, letting her know how much I would appreciate her help getting us into the simulation dungeon. I told her I would appreciate it so much, in fact, that I'd keep her flush with opal truffles for the rest of the school year. Inga fluttered her wings.
Logan, you're simply brilliant.
He nodded. He appreciated the kind words. And best of all, Inga didn't think his fungal attic home was gross. In fact, she seemed at home there. Logan's plan worked perfectly. The next day, their DCGs vibrated with an incoming message, marked urgent. There, in a letter written by Shadowcroft, was an announcement. The Tartaruca cells would be open for extended hours from 8 a.m. to midnight. And who was signed up in the 11 p.m. slot on every Monday night? Logan/Inga. On Tuesdays, they'd feel the lack of sleep. But that didn't matter. Logan and Inga were going to build their very first dungeon together. He couldn't wait. Chapter 17. That Monday night, Logan and Inga met in the Undercroft lobby, at the bottom of the stairwell of True Seeing. Logan had brought the shield and dagger he'd won from the threshing dungeon. The chipped dagger would have a hard time cutting butter, but it was better than nothing. The shield had much more promise. After a long discussion, Logan had chosen Braincap for his level 2 protospore culture. Now that he knew he was teaming up with another dungeon core, he needed to commit fully to the idea. Both he and Inga stood with the library behind them, facing the Tartaruca cells. The big dungeon doors flew open. The guy in the slot before them was spit out onto the floor, and the doors clanged shut. The turtle fountain had definite opinions on the subject. "I told you, Alphonse, that you don't get a second longer. Please do keep track of your time better. Spitting you out makes me uncomfortable." Alphonse looked like your classic Egyptian mummy, with a gold headdress and a body wrapped in bandages. He smelled like dust, rot, and really old cinnamon. He bent his bandaged head. "Sorry, guys." He slunk away up the stairwell of True Seeing. His reflection showed a tall elf, with the pointiest of ears, wearing the leafiest of clothes. Logan approached the fountain. "Hey, turtle guy, we're here for our 11 o'clock slot. We good?" The stone turtle coughed on some leftover water. "You are good, Logan and Inga. Though this is strange. Only one of you can take control of the dungeon at any one time. You know that, right?"
Mr. Turtle,
Inga said in her crisp voice.
"That is our business, if you don't mind. We know what we're doing."
"Just don't make me spit you out," the turtle said. "I do enough of that all day long with this fountain gig." He stopped talking to let the water gush from his mouth and into the basin. Logan and Inga pushed through the huge doors into a plain room of chiseled gray rock. A beaten bronze pedestal, sturdy but not pretty, stood in the center of the generic dungeon room. Logan found himself nervous again. Talking about joining his core with Inga's was one thing. Actually doing it was another story altogether. Again, Inga felt his anxiety.
It's fine, Logan. I've already seen your guardian form matrix. If anyone should be nervous, it should be me. I've learned about your guardian form from Inkmoon's book. You don't know much about me. I fear what you'll see, and what you'll think of me.
Logan could relate. I won't pry into your past, Inga. Don't worry. They approached the pedestal. Logan wondered aloud. So these are the Tartaruka cells, but it's a single room. I wonder how that works. Inga's antennae were curled up against her head. Her wings were flat against her back.
We'll find out soon enough, I imagine. But first to the matter at hand.
She was practically quivering.
Well,
she said after a moment.
Don't keep me in suspense. Please. Let's get this first part over with. The anticipation is positively killing me.
Logan just hoped that he didn't actually kill her. He had no idea how symbiosis worked, or what they would experience once joined. There was only one way to find out, though. He took a deep breath, steadying himself and steeling his nerves, then released the symbiosis spores from his gills. They glowed whitely, and Inga leaned in to breathe the dust in. Her eyes swelled, glossy and distant. His guardian core matrix popped up of its own accord, and a message flashed bright and bold. Inga Thoza Therian has accepted symbiotic bonding. Notice, as the infecting agent, you alone can terminate the symbiotic bond. In addition, you will receive 10% of all apothos cultivated by Inga Thoza Therian from this point forward. Bonding initiating in 3, 2, 1. Inga doubled over, clenching her stomach in pain, as tiny crystalline mushrooms sprouted along her shoulders, while what looked like a living crystal crown formed around her head, fungal roots digging down. A heartbeat later, Logan got flashes of memories that didn't belong to him. He saw a vast library with shelves several 100 feet high. Inga, with big eyes, feathers, and a beak, flew to retrieve books and to reshelve titles. She'd been the Grand Archivist of the Eastern Airy Archive, and seeing the mountaintop library in all its splendor took Logan's breath away. The other Okatori were perched in the center on hanging platforms, like a collection of nerdy owl people. Inga would fly to give them their books, and everyone looked at her with such love and admiration. A second later, he saw Inga flying through a snowstorm, on her way to a cave set in the side of a rocky cliff, miles above the ground. A collection of tall, older owls stood on steel bars set into the rock wall. This was some kind of test for her, but then Logan felt himself shoved away. Inga's disembodied voice hit his brain.
That's enough, Logan. I don't want to remember the day of my Stringentia Strigiforms exam. I don't ever want to recall that. So please, try not to invade my privacy.
Logan had been curious, but he hadn't wanted to see her memories. Sorry, Inga. I'm not here for that. He blinked his eyes. Did I just talk to you?
Yes. We can communicate in this fashion very effectively.
The moth girl was covered in a fine white powder, which made her sneeze. He saw her sneeze, and he felt it at the same time. He removed his core gem and let it float onto the pedestal. He got that lightheaded feeling again, but it was better this time, because Inga's gem joined his, to drift lazily over the pedestal. With all his practice with the boundless wheel, he could sense the apothos in both gems, joining together through a thin tether. She had so much more apothos than him. Inga was strangely quiet. Are you okay? He asked. Her response was immediate and somber.
I am. I think you can access my matrix. Why don't you look it over, and I can answer any questions.
Astral Moth. Astral Moth guardians are as rare a sight as an interplanar eclipse. These beautiful winged creatures have a unique ability to traverse the multiverse without the aid of the interplanar branches that yield everywhere, system. With enough concentrated luminosus apothos, astral moths can migrate along the solar currents, tending to the tree of souls wherever the need is greatest. Though their appearance may make them seem harmless, astromoths can harness the power of the 1,000 moons, shaping it to their will. They can also call upon the deadly insectile inhabitants of the Terex Hive Enclave, unleashing pincers, poison, and 1,000-legged horrors against would-be invaders. Inga Thoza Therian, Guardian Core Matrix. Base race, Astral Moth. Current evolution, Mothmancer. Cultivator class, Iron Trunk Cultivator. C-Class, Rank 3. Primary elemental affinities, Vita/Luminosus. Racial abilities, Flight, Astral Migration. Racial skill, Breed, Golden Centipedes, Spike Flies. Path of Transformation, Reflective Sight, Chrysalis Swords. Metamorphosis, Path of Propagation. Insect Infection, Lepidopteral Reflex. Path of the Moon, Moonlance, Lunar Aura. Logan saw how her matrix was similar to his. Of course, she had more options, since she was an Iron Trunk cultivator, and a fairly high-ranked one at that. Inga's body stood stock still. Her gem, however, was alive and active.
Is everything all right? Do you see anything that troubles you?
No, I'm just impressed with how much you can do. Logan was also stunned by how easy it was to take over the Tartaruka cells. Back in the Understump dungeon, the experience had been overwhelming. Since then, he progressed a long way, and now he had Inga's core to keep him steady. Inga's voice was amused.
Yes, my countless hours of work and study has paid off, as you well know. So, let's get to work. For now, we'll keep it simple. A simple room and a simple trap that combines both our powers.
Logan thought that was a great idea. Best to learn to walk before they try to run a marathon. Let's create a room off this one, so we can practice hallways. Why don't you open a corridor on the west wall? He was met with Inga's dorky laughter.
I can't do much in this situation. You're the primary core. I'm your infected thrall. My sinuses are never going to be the same.
Funny, and slightly troubling, Logan sent. Okay, where can we access the blueprints to craft a hallway? Inga's gem clicked against his. Her moth form tapped his mushroom body on the head.
The Tartaruka cells are merely simulation, so the items don't exist in any real sense. This is perfect for us, since we don't have as much apothos as some of the more advanced dungeon cores. Remember how you created that little mushroom in the understump? It will work similarly here, but will require far less apothos since we are not actually engaging in endogenous apothos manifestation.
Someone's been paying attention in our fiendish fabrication class. Logan had gotten good at channeling apothos through the meridians in his fungaloid form, so it was easy to concentrate on the western wall and open a hallway there. The dungeon was his body now, and had meridians of its own. He chose a wide, friendly corridor with vaulted ceilings, wide arches, and iron candelabras jutting from the walls at evenly spaced intervals. Professor Arquetta said that an inviting wide space was good because it gave dungeoneers a false sense of security. A narrow hallway often meant a trap. He extended his corridor out 20 feet, then shaped a room on the other side. Doing this by himself would have weakened him completely, maybe even incapacitated him. However, he was sharing resources with Inga, which made all the difference in the world. He added a pit in the center of the room, then threw in some flourishes for good measure. Alcoves in the walls, some shelves where he could grow mushrooms, and a few ornate stone cornices. He and Inga moved their guardian forms into the room, but there was a sense that the moth and mushroom were just more aspects of the dungeon. They each controlled their own guardian form respectively, but at this point, he and Inga were really more stone than flesh. The moth and the mushroom? He thought. That sounds like a new show on Disney+. Inga wasn't amused.
Culturally specific references will not aid me in liking you more. I feel both ignorant and alienated.
Sorry. Inga had other suggestions.
From the reading I did on the Tartaruka cells, you need to add an entrance. Then from there, we can choose a simulated dungeoneer. We only need one at this point, though as we advance, we can add more. From my exhaustive studies of the available practice dungeoneers, we should choose Sir Rosencrantz Brandybutter. He's an old favorite, a cavalier mage from Baruch. We'll keep that character class, and we'll make him a low-ranked B-class raider with good strength and good intelligence.
Since you've obviously invested a lot more time into this than I have, I'll defer to you. Sir Rosencrantz brandy butter it is.
Logan quickly crafted an entrance with a nice big archway set into the stone, and a very narrow staircase descending to their trap room. With luck, Sir Brandy Butter would waste a spell on the staircase, and then die in their trap room, without ever getting close to the inner sanctum. With a thought, Logan summoned the Cavalier Mage, who stood under the archway in silver plate mail. He had a big backpack, a bit cartoony, a kite shield, and a thin silvered rapier, sheathed at his side. A thick head of salt and pepper hair matched an equally salted goatee. The only thing wizardly about him was the gnarled staff in his right hand. He stood there, not moving, a scowl etched into the lines of his face. Logan would trigger him once they had their trap room set. He recentered his consciousness in the trap room. Regarding the trap room, Inga was positively full of ideas. We should grow a great many mushrooms in the alcoves on either side of the corridor that leads to the inner sanctum. Then we can hide there and pounce on the raider if he gets past our trap. I can breed golden centipedes for the pit, which you can then conceal with a fine layer of mucal film. Logan packed the alcoves on either side of the inner corridor with opal truffles. The truffles littering his attic room had taken days to get large enough to harvest, but he hoped these would grow tall enough to hide them. Was it hope or wishful thinking? Inga stood in front of the pit. She reached into the pocket of her robe. Tiny centipedes scuttled around her fingers. She dropped the insects into the pit with a flick of her dainty wrist. They immediately grew into 4-foot-long monsters with dagger-like mandibles and hooked razor-sharp feet. Since between them, they had plenty of apothos, Logan added spikes. It was a 6-foot drop to the bottom, and if Brandy Butter survived the spikes, he'd have to fight the giant insects. If the simulated raiders somehow avoided the pit and killed Inga's scampering minions, then the mushroom and the moth girl would jump out to finish the job. At this point, the only thing Logan could do was harden himself into a target, or spam pollen at the raider. Inga, though, had other options. Not that Logan knew what those other options were. Chrysaliss' sword seemed cool, but what was metamorphosis? Would she devolve into a giant caterpillar? Or was this more of a Franz Kafka thing? Maybe she'd become a German-speaking bohemian novelist. Logan had no idea, and they were running out of time. Inga walked back to him and surveyed the tiny mushrooms in the alcoves. Is that it? She asked, arching an eyebrow. Yeah, I thought they would grow faster. He walked into the mushroom patch covering the floor of the alcove. His feet were hidden, nothing else. You know, I could try putting some ghoul's snare in the stairwell. Inga's eyelids flickered. And how long will that take? No, perhaps brain caps are a better option. They are your level 2 spore culture, correct? Yeah, but I don't know how long those will take either. She sighed and shook her head. Sorry, Logan winced. But no one said this would be easy, Inga. Patience. She shrugged it off. It's fine. It's all fine. We'll manage. But we only have 10 minutes left, so we must hurry. We can use my lunar aura instead. So long as we don't move, we'll be invisible. We'll stand in the alcove on the right together. She hustled in and cast a shimmering silvery dome over them. Logan stood awkwardly, pushing up against one of her thighs. He gripped his small shield and the dagger. Now, don't move, she sent. Logan made sure his fungaloid form stood stock still. With only 10 minutes left, it was going to be close. Most likely, the turtle would spit them out. He just hoped the raider would be dead by then. It was time to see if their impromptu dungeon could hold up against a real foe. Taking a deep breath, Logan sent a thin trickle of apothos into brandy butter. The spectral dungeoneer sprang to life at once. Jolly-ho! A dungeon! He exclaimed. Huzzah! And I'm just the dungeoneer to destroy it by destroying the gem in the inner sanctum. Pip, I dare say it is a good day to steal apothos from the universe for my own selfish needs. The guy talked like an Englishman who had left his manor house, his butler, and his accountant to go fox hunting. Inga sighed. They're laying it on a bit thick with this gentleman. Brandy Butter cast a fine trap spell at the top of the steps leading down. Drat. I was sure this narrow staircase would turn into a slide,
and drop me into a series of well-placed spikes. Well, onward we go. This dungeon won't plunder itself. The Cavalier Mage reached the room and glanced around. His eyes brightened. What do we have here now? Opal truffles? My. Why, my Nana Beer Butt had a delicious omelette recipe which required such mushrooms. But no, I must resist the urge to indulge in such delicacies. It is my solemn duty to soldier onward and slay the dungeon core. Logan didn't have breath to hold, but it looked like the trap room was working. Right up until Brandy Butter stopped and frowned. This feels too easy. He slammed his staff on the layer of mucal film covering the pit. It promptly turned into a sludgy brown goo, dripping from the end of the staff. The Cavalier Mage gazed down at the centipedes that were already climbing the walls to get to him. Egad, spikes and centipedes. Avoided the one, but not the other. Perhaps a fireball can clear the way. He spun up a spell in the air with his staff, and sent an orange orb of death spiraling down into the pit. It landed with the force of a bomb blast, the ground shaking. Plumes of gray smoke rolling up, along with the smell of fried bug and roasting fungus. Inga wilted, clearly defeated. Logan reached out to her. Don't worry. We'll stop him at the last minute. I'll be the bait. You have your chrysalis swords ready. Very well. I shall be ready. Logan added several layers of hardened fungi to his skin. With the centipedes cooked, Brandy Butter eased around the side of the pit, heading toward the hallway. Once the raider passed the pit, Logan waddled out like a 3-year-old in a snowsuit 2 sizes too big. His normally white skin was a dark gray, from the hardened layers of chitin. He raised his shield and his dagger as high as he could, which wasn't much, and belted out his best monster scream. He sounded about as intimidating as the Pillsbury Doughboy. The Cavalier Mage dropped his staff and drew his sword. Well now, a mushroom man and a moth lady. First, I'll handle you, my fungal friend. You are precious, and yet your cuteness will do nothing to slow the fury of my blade. He brought the sword down on Logan, cutting through his thickened skin and hacking off the arm holding the shield. On a backlash, Brandy Butter smacked the dagger out of Logan's hand. The raider then hewed off a leg as well. Logan lay on the ground, but he still had one good arm. He hooked it around the Cavalier's leg. Inga leaped into action. Her slender arms were gone, replaced by razor-sharp blades made from silky white metal. From the elbows down, she could have passed for a T-1000 cosplayer with his liquid metal sword arms. From the elbows up, not so much. She shot in like a bolt of lightning, wings fluttering madly. She flew in from over the pit and flanked the raider. What the devil? Brandy Butter called out. He tried to step forward, but Logan wasn't about to let go. Inga landed. She brought one sword arm screaming down, slashing at his exposed face, but he was far too quick. Faster than Logan's eye could follow, Brandy Butter had his rapier free of its scabbard, deflecting the blow with a resounding clang. Inga danced back and forth, as graceful as a ballerina, both arms flying in a flurry of precise cuts, thrusts, and slashes. But despite Logan's grip, the Dungeoneer managed to repel every attack. Inga was good, way out of Logan's league, but surprisingly, so was Brandy Butter. If they were going to win, Logan needed to pull his weight, and not just as the dead weight pinning Brandy Butter in place. He might be able to reach his fallen dagger, but he didn't have the limbs to use it, not without letting go. But he did have his new athlete's foot ability, and he was perfectly placed to use it. With a thought, he released a gangrenous cloud of green spores, dusting the tops of the Dungeoneer's boots until they looked like sickly powdered donuts. Logan wasn't sure this would even work, since the man's boots covered his tootsies. But after only a few seconds, he got an answer. Blazes all! What is that infernal itching? Brandy Butter started to fidget, trying desperately to shake Logan free. Inga capitalized on the opening. She feinted, then bounded back at the last second, opening up some space between them. Her left hand morphed and changed as she lifted it, palm up, fingers splayed wide. Pale blue-white light coalesced in the center of her hand for the briefest moment before rocketing out. A lance of pure moonlight shot toward Brandy Butter's face. The Dungeoneer was so preoccupied with his itching toes that he noticed the blast half a beat too late. The light slammed into him like a laser beam, slashing skin and blinding him in an instant. Inga charged, driving the tip of her remaining sword arm through his breastplate. She flew back, pulling the Cavalier mage with her. Logan felt the raider's weight shift. He let the Cavalier go. Sir Rosencrantz brandy butter fell face forward into the soot-covered spikes.
Curses! Foiled again!
Inga fluttered over the pit, looking down, the ghost of a smile on her lips. Logan crawled over. He wanted to see the impaled dungeoneer. Before he was given a gory sight to remember, both he and Inga were spit out into the Undercroft lobby. Their gems were back in their bodies as they slid across the floor. Logan's shield and dagger came clattering after them. The door slammed shut. A second later, the doors reopened. A severed arm and leg hurtled out, smacking Logan's face. "I do apologize," the Turtle Fountain said. "But it's midnight. I'm tired, and so I had to close the Tartaruga cells. Congratulations on besting the dungeoneer. I witnessed the whole exciting encounter." Logan fell backward onto the ground, holding his severed leg. He was breathing hard. "Inga, we did it. It was close, but we got him." Talking felt so inconvenient now. He missed their immediate telepathic connection. "For our first time?" Inga giggled. "We did amazing. And that was without your brain caps and all the other various enhancements at our disposal. Inga, what were your swords made out of? Also, what is metamorphosis? Or insect infection?" Logan had 1,000 questions and 2,000 ideas to improve their dungeon. He couldn't stop smiling. This was 1,000 times better than playing a video game. Yes, he was going to have to find medical help in the middle of the night, since he still wasn't skilled enough to reattach or regrow limbs. But that seemed like a minor detail. His stumps throbbed, but not as bad as when he'd been human. All in all, it had been one of the best nights of his life. He'd made the right decision with Inga. Chapter 18. Professor Eulis Rockhart stood on the ice-blade grass of the Akros Coliseum. A light snow covered the ground. Winter had come, and while that meant fires and hot cocoa, it also meant snow. Rockhart crossed his arms, a tad chilly, and silently regretting that he left his embroidered scarf back in his office. Logan went screaming by on the dirt track, waddling as fast as his legs could carry him. It wasn't fast enough. A doomhound pounced on him. Golden spores leaked from the fungaloid's gills, which caused the devil dog to sneeze. A burst of flame hit Logan, scorching half his face and a good portion of his toadstool head.
Yes, Logan. I'm sure if you keep giving the Doomhound a runny nose, you will be able to repel A-class dungeoneers.
Rockhart shook his head and shooed away the Doomhound, before it could again dismember the pathetic dungeon core. The rest of his students in the core calisthenics class had already handled their Doomhounds. The satyr had produced a flute, and was piping a song that had his dog on the ground, paws over his ears, whining. The astral moth had wrapped her dog in a silky chrysalis. Even the Minotaur had used some of the moth thread to bind his own dog on the ground. The Minotaur's muscles bulged nicely, as the Doomhound threw Rockhart a pleading look. The first cohort had already graduated from Doomhounds to actual Hellhounds, which were bigger, hairier, and could hurl lava with their tails. Even with the greater challenge, Chadagroth and the other 3 master students were sitting on the stone seats waiting patiently. There was some laughter and some eye-rolling, as Logan struggled with the level 1 monsters. Logan got up on his feet. He wiped some of the soot off his forehead. "You know, Professor, I'm only 2 ranks away from getting my next evolutionary form. Then we'll just see how we do." Rockhart knew exactly where Logan was in his levels. The Gargoyle Griffin had been tracking both the Terrible 12 and its leader, the worst student in the school. However, Logan had jumped from being a rank 9 Deep Root Cultivator to a rank 4. He would move into his next body when he reached Iron Trunk. 5 ranks in 2 months was impressive. Rockhart couldn't help but be moved by the dedication and the work ethic of the Fungaloid. Logan and his cohort were waking up early 6 days a week, practicing their cultivation techniques, and spending each evening in the library before it closed. Then, on Monday nights, Logan and Inga had their usual time in the Tartaruga cells. That, though, was troublesome. 2 cores working together? It wasn't natural. However, it had become a phenomenon at the school. All of the professors, from Shadowcroft to Arquetta the Hellgazer to John Toothbite, all of them were fascinated by the antics of the two. Rockhart had his own opinions. Yes, the Astromoth had promise, yet she lacked focus as well as social skills. She was not well liked. And yes, perhaps the Minotaur Treacle wasn't so bad. He had managed to get some time in the simulation dungeons, and he was progressing quickly in his crafting class. But their satyr friend was unbearable. He did the bare minimum, unless it involved trips to the Wayfarer Inn or boozy adventures in the town of Vrolkhag. Rockhart was scowling when Logan approached, walking on the ice-blade grass and making a number of annoying sounds. Oof! Ouch! Ack! The toadstool came up and put his hands on his little hips. Listen, Professor, I hope to do better when I go from a toadstool to a Shroomian acolyte. The fungaloid seemed cheerful, despite the burns, the missing limbs, and the heinous slashes from the bladed grass. The gargoyle griffin sniffed.
Yes, yes. Your progress is amusing, and I do appreciate your efforts. In fact, the entire Azure Dragon clan is mildly impressed. At least you haven't actively lost us any points. However, the same cannot be said of your satyr friend. He is late, he is obnoxious, and he takes nothing seriously. Any points you have won for the Azure Dragons have been taken away by the satyr.
I'll talk to him, the Mushroom Man said solemnly. But my progress is weighed in the ranking. I've been doing my part.
You've studied hard in all your other classes, Rockhart agreed begrudgingly. Too bad you are failing in this one, which is the single most important class of all, Mr. Murray. As a dungeon core, it's critical that you be a living weapon. In the real world, you won't have your astral moth friend to help protect a celestial node.
Logan shook his head. Maybe not, but I'll find someone to partner up with. Here's the thing. I don't want to do this stuff alone, and I don't have to. So I'll suffer through your class, Professor, because in the end, I will pass it, no matter what. I'm not going to be winnowed out during finals. Rockhart bent down on both eagle knees so he could lock eyes with the fungaloid. The gargoyle griffin kept his voice low.
Oh, but you will fall to the winnowing, and you shouldn't blame yourself. The Reaper Box should have known better. You don't have the Apothos to succeed here, and you never should have been selected. And if you were to succeed, it might encourage others of inferior stock to attend this fine school. Rest assured that I will not allow that to happen. Not under my watch.
The fungaloid had the audacity to laugh in his face. Professor, I didn't ask for this, but now that I'm here, I like it. And I like the idea of protecting the Tree of Souls. I'm going to fight to stay, so you better get used to the idea of me being here.
And you had better get used to beatings.
Rockhart straightened, smoothing out his stony feathers. He turned and walked on eagle talons and lion claws back to the track, where the first cohort sat. Logan yelled after him. I'll do you one better, Professor. I'm getting so I like the beatings. They're forcing me to really improve at directing my Apothos through my meridians. I can heal myself now.
But you still need Ned and Zed to put your limbs back on,
Rockhart growled over one shoulder, irritated at the gall of the little fungaloid, and also at himself for allowing this miscreant to get under his skin. You're not wrong, the fungaloid said with a sigh. But once I hit Iron Trunk rank 5, I'll unlock Replicate.
Assuming you make it to Iron Trunk, Rockhart sneered. Now, who here wants to give Logan his next lesson in humility? He asked the first cohort.
I'll do it, the satyr yelled happily. The others of the Terrible 12th had come forward. The Doom Hounds and the Full Hell Hounds had run back into their kennels. Logan squinted at his friend. The satyr gave him a big toothy grin. I'll be gentle in my beatings, almost loving in the way I'll tear you limb from limb.
Really?
Rockhart asked a bit too eagerly. The fungaloid would surely fail without the support of his cohort.
Huh, gotcha,
the satyr laughed, slapping at his fur-covered knee.
No way. Logan is my buddy, the most fun guy to ever fun it up in an attic. You should see his room. It's a mushroom mansion.
No puns,
Rockhart thundered. Chattergroth stood.
I'll give him his daily pounding, Professor. Poor guy. I kind of feel sorry for him. And then, like magic, I don't.
He paused and stared coolly at each member of the Terrible Twelfth in turn.
I could care less about any of these dweebs.
Inga wrinkled her forehead in thought.
A dweeb is a boring, studious, or socially inept person.
Treacle raised his hand.
Boring.
Logan followed. Studious. Inga sighed.
Socially inept.
Marco laughed.
Ha! I'm not a dweeb. Just a drinking goat with a party problem. Or is that a party goat with a drinking problem? Heavy drinker with a goat problem?
The Fungaloid stepped forward. How about I choose my opponent? He walked in front of the first cohort. Tedicott licked the back of her hand and fastidiously smoothed the fur on her cat face.
Don't choose me. I'm not in the mood to tear you apart, mushroom guy.
Hey, Tet, do you know my name? Logan asked.
I don't. Sorry. I shall eviscerate this little person,
Lady Elisiel offered. The green fires in her hauntingly dark eyes flared. Here's my problem, Logan said. Chattergroth is too flamey. Mushrooms don't like fire. Ted is too fast. Lady Elisiel is too undead for me. Or is it not undead enough? Either way, I want McMarty. I think under the right conditions, I might be able to take him. The Earth Elemental got to his feet, shedding a few pebbles and leaking mud from the cracks in his body.
My pleasure.
He opened his mouth and let out a roar of fire.
You forget. I'm both Terra and Magma, stupid shroom.
Logan shed a weak rain of pearlescent spores and hardened his exterior form. McMarty paused for a second, eyed the cloud, and then walked right through it. Nothing happened. However, it did buy Logan the second he needed to draw the rusty dagger from the sheath on his little belt. Logan darted in low, hoping to drive the blade into the behemoth's knee. Not a chance. The fight was over before it began. McMarty reached down and grabbed the Fungaloid in one meaty hand, scooping him into the air and shaking him like a rag doll. Instead of stopping, having made his point, the Earth Elemental ever so casually tore the arms off the Mushroom Man, like a sadistic toddler with a daddy longlegs. The Elemental hurled what was left of Logan to the ground. The Rosebush medics came running to fix him up. Rockhart went and stood over him.
You might succeed in your other classes. You might impress people with your antics in the Tartaruka cells. But if you can't win a fight, alone, with only your own powers, then it would be better for you to fall prey to the winnowing. Not better for you personally, but better for the universe.
Logan laughed weakly, a somewhat crushed mushroom lying in the dirt. You keep telling me that, and I keep coming back for more. Wait until next week, Professor. For a second there, I had McMarty right where I wanted him. Rockhart didn't find this weak creature amusing in the slightest. If he had been in any other clan, Rockhart wouldn't have cared. But Logan was part of the Azure Dragon, the finest clan at the school. The Gargoyle Griffin wasn't about to suffer 4 years with this annoyingly plucky nuisance. 4 years of him and his lackeys smearing the clan's good reputation and costing them points and leaderboard position. No. Even if Logan somehow survived his freshman year, Rockhart was determined that the Fungaloid would not be coming back to this esteemed academy. The universe needed wandering monsters too, and that fate was all that the inept toadstool deserved. Rockhart might not wait that long. Could he somehow be rid of the terrible 12th on his own? It had been done before. He turned away from the students, rubbing his rocky chin, pondering his options. Chapter 19. Logan and the rest of the Terrible 12th sat in their crafting class, far across Arborea, nestled deep in the fiery expanse known as the Heckish Hills. Professor Crucible's classroom was about half a mile away from the entrance of the Bloodrock Dungeon. In theory, not a terribly far distance to navigate. In reality, however, it was a half-mile of sheer terror and near-certain death. A series of stone corridors, steep narrow stairs, and bridges spanned deep gorges with rivers of lava glowing far below. The Heckish Hills were all about the lava. The place stunk of sulfur and felt like an oven on perpetual cleaning mode. Logan had to peel off his coat and scarf, both blue and gold, and slightly imbued with magic to keep his mushroom form cool. He liked it cold, but not freezing. Anything below 32 degrees or above 86 degrees Fahrenheit was dangerous for a fungal entity. Luckily, Crucible's workshop was more cave than classroom, so it was relatively cool. Stalactites reached down, while craggy stalagmites crawled their way upward. Some walls leaked water, while others were scalding hot to the touch. Open pits burned with green flame, giving the place an otherworldly feel, while also making it far hotter than Logan would have liked. One whole wall was a workbench, carved out of the stone itself, covered with tools categorized and organized by height, weight, color, and functionality. Not that tools were critical. They were creating objects out of Apothos itself. The tools simply made the process easier. The professor called them foci. Opposite the immense wall of tools was an abrupt cliff face that dropped off into a yawning pit with no bottom in sight. Definitely not Logan's aesthetic, but it fit the professor to a T. Logan tucked himself into a gloomy corner and stood in a few inches of water, which trickled down and disappeared into the cracks of the wall. Marco lingered nearby, because Marco didn't care about school, but he loved his friends. Inga sat with Treacle, way up front, as close to the teacher as they could get. Professor Ronald Crucible sat on his stool, custom crafted to hold up his massive ogre body. The stool was a piece of art. The gleaming shadbush wood was etched with runes of power, and the legs were painstakingly engraved, making it seem as though living vines were holding the seat up. Professor Ronald's face was a series of wrinkles, each deeper and more perturbed than the next. They culminated in a luxurious brown mustache that matched a dark brown crew cut. His brow was permanently upset. Pale blue eyes, forever stern, stared from under a thick brow. He crossed his arms. "Now, class, you've been working on your chair for months. Today we're going to see if they're any good." According to their professor, a finely made chair was one of life's simple pleasures. Crucible's list of simple pleasures was short. 3-legged stools, the love of a well-trained hunting dog, beautiful women, and a hearty steak. The students held their newly crafted chairs, waiting to be graded. Logan had kept his project simple. It was the first time he'd ever made something out of thin air. His chair was wooden, just 4 legs, a seat, and a back. Classic. Certainly not lavish, but functional. Inga had gone with a reading chair that included a gently curved arm where you could hang a lantern. Treacle's had built a small steampunk wheelchair with various gadgets and gizmos, cogs and wheels. Logan wasn't sure why it was so small. And again, he didn't see a steam engine. As for Marco, he'd spent forever crafting a Baroque throne that was ridiculously ornate. On the back was a carving of the gelatinous knight, raising a goblet in front of a stag that was being killed by the goddess of the hunt. Whenever Crucible looked at Marco's monstrosity, the professor sighed. The mustache ogre was very adept at sighing. "Yes, class. We'll get to the chair evaluations. First, however, we'll review what we've learned so far. Who can tell me?" Treacle beat Inga at raising his hand. Not that either of them knew what the question was. When it came to their crafting class, the Minotaur came alive. It was the only time Logan saw sparkle in Treacle's eyes. The rest of the time it was all sighing, and waves upon waves of existential dread. But not in shop class. There, at least, Treacle had real purpose. Crucible gave the former Gnome Lord a weary look. "Would it be too much to ask for you both to wait until I finish the actual question?" Inga lowered her hand. Treacle didn't. Crucible squinted at him. "What's the problem, son?" "If you'd like a review, Professor," Treacle said, "I can provide one. Crafting is based on 3 important things: blueprints, apothos, and raw materials. As long as we have all 3, we can create anything, as often as we like. Raw materials are usually based on raw elements, like water, dirt, fire, metals, glass, things like that. There are some precious metals that, of course, can be used as lures in and of themselves. We can use our apothos to create most things like hallways, rooms, and traps. If we need to, we can reabsorb that energy back into our cores, with a slight loss of energy.
This brings us to the two basic kinds of objects. Endogenous apothos manifestations are items that cannot be removed from the dungeon core sphere of influence. Such items will melt like dust in the wind. Your words, sir.
Crucible frowned.
Yes, son, I understand, but...
Treacle wasn't about to stop. He snorted and forged right on ahead.
Exogenous apothos manifestations, on the other hand, are more difficult to build, because they can be removed from dungeons. This allows advanced crafters to create valuable magic items, both for themselves and as lures. You yourself built the Glaive of Kings, which was a polearm known for being useful against any cultivator below your class. I get it, Mr. Glimmerhappy. You like...
The Minotaur was actually smiling.
I would stop, Professor, but truly, this is the part I like the best. Once you slay dungeoneers, you get to keep their items. The items themselves can be used as lures, or dungeon cores can reprocess them, transforming them into two of the three basic components, their blueprint and their apothos. The third component, the raw materials, are destroyed in the process. You used the example of the Helm of Darkness, a classic cap of invisibility. If you were to absorb that item, you would get a great deal of apothos and the object's blueprint. There is also a slight chance that you would get the glyphic signature, which would then mean you could bestow that invisibility enchantment on subsequent items. Treacle Glimmerhappy, Crucible thundered. How old are you, man? Or rather, how old were you when you were reaped?
The Minotaur looked confused.
102. Middle-aged. Why? Because you're popping off like an excited schoolboy. Look, I know. You chose the Taural Guardian form for a reason. You're a what? A horned artificer? Low to mid-range C-class? Almost a terrific artificer, sir,
Treacle said. Marco spit out a laugh. He's gonna be a terrific artificer. Crucible shut the satyr up with a look of pure, silent rage.
You be quiet. I like the horned artificer. I'll be patient with him. Not you, goat boy.
Goat man, sir. The professor's forehead doubled in wrinkles. He let out a low growl. Then he turned his attention back to the Minotaur. He considered Treacle for several long moments. Then he nodded. He addressed the rest of the class.
It seems we've had our review. Thank you, Mr. Glimmerhappy. Are there any further questions?
Can you go over the purpose of foci once more, sir?
Inga's wings buzzed behind her in anticipation. Professor Crucible grunted, folded beef slab arms across his enormous chest, then nodded.
Mr. Glimmerhappy is correct, and that we dungeon cores can create with only the essentials. All you need is a pothos, a blueprint, and the necessary materials. But we can also create specialized foci that aid in the creation process, reducing apothos costs, production time, or even in some cases reducing material component costs. Foci are rare and extremely hard to make, or find blueprints for, but they're worth their weight in gold. Some foci can even increase your odds of capturing an item's glyphic signature. He reached into one of the deep pockets adorning his leather apron and pulled out what looked like a complicated jeweler's loop. I crafted this once I hit Heartwood Cultivator. It took 3 months to forge, and it gives me a 60% chance to analyze and capture a glyphic signature. But I wouldn't expect anything like this from any of you. I teach first years the bare-bones basics. We don't get fancy with glyphs and enchantments until years 2 and 3, and only the most talented crafters learn to create foci in year 4. He paused and stared down each monster in the room. The look on his face said in no uncertain terms that he expected none of them to make it so far. Now, anything else? This time, everyone chose to remain silent. For the next half hour, they took turns bringing their chairs to the professor. He would stand, walk to the bottomless pit, and stick the chair out to see if it vanished. Most items created within a dungeon were endogenous apothos manifestations, constructs of pure energy, which could never exist outside the walls of a dungeon proper. But exogenous apothos manifestations, such as the newly minted chairs could, in theory, be removed by potential dungeoneers. In essence, this was the process of creating loot, and Professor Crucible's test revealed just how successful they'd been.
If the loot survived being held over the pit, then it would also survive a trip outside the walls of a dungeon. For Treacle's weighty contraption, Crucible asked for the Minotaur's help in holding the chair over the edge. They both struggled to keep from dropping it. The wheelchair was small, but solidly built, and Crucible nodded in satisfaction. That was about as close as you'd get to praise in the class. Logan approached, nervous. His chair passed just fine. Crucible grunted.
It is an adequate chair, Mr. Murray. One that would not hold my weight, but would probably seat the mediocre just fine. Now, where is the Gump Boy's work?
Marco danced up, holding his masterpiece. Crucible took it in one hand. Logan watched Marco's face light up.
See how pretty it is? And that carving is an homage to my buddy, GK. I made it just for him.
Uh-huh. Crucible held the gaudy piece of furniture out. It turned to dust in his hands.
We needed an exogenous item, Mr. Lascarellis, not endogenous. This will not help your grade, the ranking of your cohort, nor the ranking of your clan. I'm sure Rockhart will not be pleased.
Marco put his head back.
Dude, I worked so hard on making it pretty. I didn't even think about the blueprint matrix of the thing. Do I get any credit?
Pretty is for dinner dates, fine dogs, and sunsets, son. Pretty is tolerable if there's function first.
With that, Professor Crucible stalked off, leaving the class alone, not even bothering to dismiss them. Not that he ever bothered to dismiss them. Logan considered his adequate chair. What do we do with them? Treacle pushed a button and his chair chugged to life. A hidden electric heart, like a small sun, buzzed merrily along, powering the engine's army of pistons.
We get to keep them. Take a seat, Logan. I was getting tired of looking you around when we had to run someplace. Here's your forever green gift, by the way.
Logan climbed up and realized it fit him perfectly. That was why it was so small. Forever green? What's that? Marco got on the back and shouted, "Joyride!" Then he reached and hit a switch. The wheelchair went screaming off as Inga covered her hands with her face. Logan couldn't see it, but he was pretty sure that Treacle was grinning. That night, over dinner in the Golden Serpent Hall, Logan heard all about the Forever Green Festival. It was basically Christmas, a holiday in the middle of winter, when snow was everywhere, and spring seemed like a dream too good to be true. That weekend, Shadowcroft would be celebrating the festival with a big party, food, drink, and dancing. According to Marco, GK was brewing up his own hooch, which would consist of distilled Hydra tears, Sooner berries, and GK's own slime, which didn't make it very appealing to anyone not made from living goo. Logan didn't eat dinner. He only had a little cup of old coffee, left over from the morning, though he would have liked for it to age longer. The Fungaloid sat and watched Treacle happily eat his hay, Inga pour honey on her roast beef, and Marco create a pattern on his plate, using rice, green beans, and a liberal amount of gravy. Marco would eat eventually, but he was more interested in his artistic masterpiece. Inga had a book open, reading while they munched, but she shot a sidelong glance at Logan. "Why aren't you eating?" He didn't know what to say. Marco tried to explain.
"It's kind of gross, Inga. No offense, my fungal friend."
None taken. Logan paused and knew he had to say something. "I actually am eating. Just not here. It started with eggs."
"The egg phase didn't last long," Marco said. "I was glad. The rotten eggs did nothing to help the smell of our rooms."
Inga grinned, her solid black eyes full of wonder.
"I understand, Logan. You're using digestion. You don't need to eat here. You can eat anywhere. So you started with eggs, but now what are you using? You get both apothos and nutrients, right?"
Logan opened his mouth. Even then, he could feel the energy in food filling both his gem and his form. Marco again beat him to the punch.
"One whole chicken, recently deceased, that he keeps buried somewhere in his mushroom mansion. I don't smell it. I don't like to think about it. I don't want to know."
"Where is it?"
she asked. Logan shook his head. Not telling, It's my business. We don't tease Treacle for chewing his cud. We don't need to talk about my dietary habits. Marco let out a frustrated yelp. Don't wanna know. Moving on. Are we giving each other forever green gifts? Because, funds are tight, can't really craft anything, would probably only give you booze anyway. Inga lowered her eyes.
I wasn't going to say anything, but yes, I have gifts for you all. Books from the library, pulled from the shelves, special reserve.
She snorted a laugh.
Yes, I know. Extravagant, but important. Shall we go? The anticipation of seeing the glee on your faces has been killing me.
Marco closed one eye and gritted his teeth. Not really into the Forever Green Festival. I have some unprocessed holiday trauma, which I kinda want to keep unprocessed.
Sounds reasonable,
Treacle said. Inga wasn't about to be denied, however. Logan drove his new wheelchair to the stairwell of True Seeing. He left it there while they made the trip down to the Undercroft. Both Inga and Marco kept their eyes forward and hurried down after him. For Inga, it was about her new appearance. For Marco, it was all about avoiding his past, which seemed to involve the winter holiday. They'd been going to the library for weeks now, since Chadagroth and the first cohort had taken over the Azure Dragon common room like they owned the place. That was okay, since the Codex Athenaeum was a good place to study. However, it was like no library Logan had ever been in. For one thing, the librarian, Madame Origami, never left the place. She was a rare guardian, a papyrus harpy, and her body, head, and wings were made from what looked like folded paper. She was silent, scolding, and she ran the library like it was her own personal dungeon. That meant traps in periodicals, random monster encounters in the stacks, and some peculiar ideas on sorting. She used an ancient version of the Dewey Decimal System that only she and Inga could understand. Of course, Madame Gammy loved Inga more than anyone, and most of the time, she would only talk with the Astral Moth. It was love at first book. The Terrible Twelfth had their own little space reserved at the far end of the library. They had to cross old wooden planks that spanned a dark abyss. The rickety bridge led to the private carrels and tables near the windows, carved into the cliffs of the island. When the wind was right, the water of Loch Endless blew against the panes. Most nights, they had the place to themselves. Once Inga got them situated at their usual table, she went back and got the book she'd put on hold. She had 3 big volumes, which she handed out in turn. Logan loved the look of happiness and expectation in her eyes.
For Treacle, I have Tig Alex Hereforto unpublished crafting book, Don't Stand Naked on my blueprint.
She gently placed a leather-bound tome, nearly as big as Logan, on the desk.
For Marco, I have Ob Rosso's lesser-known text, Painting for Joy and Murder.
His book was slimmer, but far more grandiose, with a crushed red velvet exterior edged in gold.
And lastly, and the book I'm most excited about, for Logan, I have Imelda Menagerie Ink Boone's only published appendix that focuses on plants and fungal guardian forms. It's called A Forest of Screams and Silence, Deadly Flowers, Terrifying Trees, and Mushroom Magics.
She showed Logan the spine.
It has never been opened. You're going to be the first person to ever read this.
She snorted in excitement once more, obviously tickled with herself.
You might be the only person to have ever read this. It is exceptionally rare.
From somewhere in the library, someone wailed, "By the dark gods, I've been shot!" Madame Gammy was there to shush them with a voice that sounded like an octogenarian smoker. 2 packs a day at least. "Hush, child." Her words floated to them like the rustling of book pages. "I will take the spear out of your back. No need to make a fuss." Logan took the book from Inga, who couldn't stop smiling. Marco grinned. "So you aren't giving us these books? You're checking them out for us?"
No,
the Astral Moth returned.
You'll have to check them out. However, I risked my life to get them for you. These were buried deep in the stacks, and the challenges that I faced getting them were..."
She trailed off, lips pursed.
"Formidable,"
she finally finished.
"Well worth the effort, though. They are absolutely perfect, aren't they?"
It's the thought that counts.
Treacle perused his book.
I, for one, like a gift I don't have to store or pretend to use when the giver comes over. Being polite is a terrible burden. Still,
He paused and flipped to a page displaying an elaborate schematic.
I think I might just like this Tig Alleg. Thank you, Inga.
You're welcome, Treacle,
Inga said, beaming. Marco adjusted his book on the table and laid his head on it.
Oh, so comfy. The crushed velvet really is delightful. Best pillow ever.
Logan punched his buddy's arm. Be nice. The satyr leaned back, opened it up, and let out a happy laugh.
Hey, pictures! Oh, Inga, you know I like pictures.
His whole demeanor changed in a second.
These are actually very well done. There's a happy tree, a happy cloud, and a way to paint shadows so they come alive to stab raiders in the back. Wow. Joy and murder.
Logan's tone was as thick as a dictionary, made from something that didn't feel like leather, but rather more like someone took tree bark and hammered it flat. He opened the book, and it fell right open to a page that was made from a single flower, crushed perfectly flat, until it was the width of a single page. When the air hit the flower page, it plumped out into a delicate white display of petals and a yellow disc. Suddenly, Inga's eyes were the size of frisbees.
No, it can't be.
She inched closer, inspecting the page with wide eyes, her antennae quivering.
My word, that isn't a simple flower. I believe it's a cultivation bloom.
That would be awesome, Marco exclaimed. Sometimes cultivation blooms have more recreational effects. You should just eat it, man. Or we can share it. Go on a trip, get trippy, listen to music, and look at my book.
Treacle sighed.
Eat it. Don't eat it. But please quiet down. I'm enjoying my book.
He licked a broad finger and flipped another page. Logan knew a little about cultivation blooms. Some were beneficial. Some were dangerous. They were similar to the cultivation pills and elixirs that they would learn to make in their 3rd year, except these were natural and unrefined. That made them more powerful in many ways, but also more dangerous. Purified elixirs lost a bit of their juice, but they also weren't liable to poison you. He wasn't about to add anything to his core just for kicks. He turned to the front page and read the introduction, while Marco and Inga watched. Plumped up, the flower could now be felt in the middle.
Well, what does it say?
Inga asked. Miss Inkbloom warns against anyone choosing a plant guardian form, because they are so weak at first. And she says her publisher didn't want her writing this book, because it wouldn't sell. People like dragons, liches, and goblin kings, not killer cacti. I'm trying not to be insulted here. They all returned to studying until Logan couldn't help himself from pumping a fist in the air. Yes! This is going to let me take out McMarty. Oh my God, I can't believe it. He turned to the middle of the book and carefully removed the flower. It looked freshly plucked, not dry as it had at first. Is it okay if I eat this? He asked. Will I get in trouble from the librarian? Inga nodded. I asked Madame Gammy about magic items we found in the book. She said if you can retrieve a book without dying, the spoils of war are yours. What does the bloom do, Logan? You'll find out soon enough. Logan popped the flower into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed the bitter bud down. For a second, nothing happened. Marco gazed at him expectantly.
Do you see rocking horse elves eating marshmallow pies? Am I all trippy?
Logan went to answer, but before he could get a word out edgewise, pain hit him like a Mack truck. He was pretty sure he just made a terrible mistake. Chapter 20. The Forever Green Festival was Saturday, but that Friday, Logan was trying not to lose his mind. He sat in the worst class possible for someone in agony. At the front of the classroom, the vulture-headed Professor Bartholomew Neckbet rested on his big feathery butt, droning on about the Tree of Souls. Logan was having a hard time following. It felt like spiders had spun a cottony web of confusion at the very center of his mind. A 4-alarm fire burned in his sunken chest. His gemstone felt like an Arctic blizzard in his belly. He went from suffocating heat to coughing cold ice in seconds. And this was actually a significant improvement. He'd spent a sleepless night, shivering on his bed, trying to process the cultivation bloom, which Inkboon referred to as the verdant ascension. That energy floated outside his core, a bright shining star of white energy, connected only by a hair-thin tether of apothos. The new energy seemed to be Vita-based, which was diametrically opposed to Morta, one of his two main elemental affinities. So, he not only had to convert the energy, but, according to Inkboon, he had to then form that energy into a pattern, a knot. Trying to tie his first knot as a deep-root cultivator wasn't going to be easy, though, since the first knot typically didn't come until C class. But that would come later, Inga assured him. First, Logan had to peel the energy apart like an onion, stripping it down a molecule-thin layer at a time, then folding that raw power into his churning green-gold core. Once the energy was stripped of its Vita affinity, it would be cycled back out and transformed into a thin cable that could be knotted in accordance with the instructions secreted away within the cultivation bloom itself. The process was exhausting, both mentally and physically, and felt a little bit like trying to eat an entire elephant in a single sitting. Thankfully, Inga hadn't left his side. She talked him through every step of the process, whispering encouraging words whenever he felt like curling up into a ball and dying. It took most of the night to process the first half of the cultivation bloom, and as he incorporated the influx of energy, his own core compressed, shrinking down, down, down. Inga said it was all part of the refinement process. Ultimately, a cultivator's main goal was to shrink their center into a small, dense object, and then tie the energy circling it into an ever more complex series of knots. According to Inga, those energy knots allowed the cultivator to drastically alter the way they consumed apothos. By using a certain configuration, a cultivator could become exponentially stronger or faster. They could unlock unheard-of abilities, or reduce the amount of time it took to process apothos with elemental affinities. Knot theory was complex. Even Inga seemed daunted by the notion, and it left his thoughts in a knot of their own. Logan slipped in and out of consciousness during the ordeal. For a time, he hallucinated an old cartoon of an atom he'd once seen. The nucleus was a happy, yellow, smiley face, and the electrons were giggling silverfish, swimming around and around. In this case, the nucleus was his core, and the electrons were apothos. He'd not really slept, but he'd still gotten up early for their normal cultivation work at the Akros Coliseum. That actually felt good. All that raw energy had given him something to focus on, other than the pain. Logan had limped through their morning discipline, sitting cross-legged in the ice-blade grass, reinforcing his vulnerable skin with the onslaught of excess power. By then, he'd managed to peel back and flatten out the cultivation bloom, until it looked like a thick halo of white light, burning around his core in a ring. Particles of energy fizzled off that halo at random intervals, transforming into thin wisps, which he constantly had to capture and cycle back into his center. It was daunting and miserable in equal measure, but also strangely hopeful. The bloom wasn't only power. It was that, of course, and a lot of it. The bloom was wisdom. The flower was the remnants of a dungeon core, distilled and passed down for future generations. The wisdom of the ancients. With each molecule he digested and incorporated, new knowledge bloomed inside his head, like the bud of a delicate flower unfurling its petals. He saw glimpses of another world, one with towering mushroom spires covered in glimmering silver bark, a world of wide-open skies the color of a ripe peach, of swaying grass as blue as the ocean, and enormous purple-petaled flowers big enough to swallow a man whole. It was a feral world of wild wilderness and gargantuan plants, a world where the foliage ruled with an iron-leafed fist. Logan walked those forest paths in his mind, and as he did, he gained snatches of insight unique to the verdant ascension cultivation bloom. The life cycle of weeping milfoil, a carnivorous plant that could last decades without water or blood. The defensive mechanism of the spikejack palm. He learned about crassulation acid metabolism and new ways to adapt to arid climates. Eventually, he found himself in a clearing, the lush canopy overhead giving way enough for a shaft of sunlight to land on 3 overgrown mushrooms nestled inside of a fairy ring. The first was a squat mushroom with a bulbous brown top, speckled with flecks of gold. The second was a willowy violet mushroom, its cap slender and silver. The third was a stately golden fungus, regal and nearly as tall as a man. Logan immediately felt drawn to the golden fungus, carefully tracing through the clearing, then gently trailing his fingers along its frilled cap. There was power in the knowledge the bloom brought, even if Logan wasn't entirely sure how to apply it. Once they finished with training, Logan silently suffered through breakfast, digesting the apothos roiling within him, not wasting even a single thought on food or notions of eating. After the strenuous morning, he crashed in Nekbet's class, crashed hard with a capital H, and Inga wasn't going to be able to help him. She sat in the front row, eyes on her favorite professor, sighing and swooning in turns. Marco was in the back, head reclined, snoozing. Treacle's job was to make sure the satyr didn't snore. Logan, in the middle, was curled up in his desk, holding his stomach to keep the remainder of the swirling, circling energy from slicing up his core like a set of Ginsu knives. Inga suspected it would take him days more to incorporate the remainder of the bloom, which normally would have been fine, if not for the fact that their afternoon class was Rockhart's core calisthenics, which meant doomhounds and dismemberment. He had to get the verdant ascension bloom figured out before then. Had to. Trying to cultivate so much energy in a single go came with the risk of irreparably damaging his core. Logan needed complete focus, and he'd found dismemberment was terrible for focus. If he strolled into Rockhart's class with a belly full of unprocessed apothos, it could be the end of him. Logan continued to grind away, trying desperately not to fall asleep. Nekbet wasn't helping on that front. Thanks to his dry and monotonous delivery, the Vulture Man could seriously make any subject about as interesting as tax disclosures.
And class, speaking of branches,
Nekbet droned.
It's important to note that a dungeon interchange of entrances is a poor imitation of the buy system, which is a vital part of the Tree of Souls.
He paused to stroke the red wattle on his chin.
The origins of buy are shrouded in mystery. The branches that yield everywhere. That is the acronym, BYE. If a world is connected to the Tree of Souls, you can go to that world. For example, you could travel to the cafes of Haven's home in Eritreus. You could walk the sacred limbs to see the crypts of Baruch. Even the beaches of Sangreta are not out of reach, he said wistfully.
Nekbet continued to list worlds and far-off places Logan had never heard of. Somehow, he made even foreign worlds sound boring. Logan knew about the bi-portal in Arborea, which was on a narrow spit of land separating the waters of Loch Endless from the abyss on the other side. In February, Professor Arquetta and Professor Rockhart would be taking them on a field trip to see an actual frontline dungeon. Then Logan would get to experience the buy system for himself, and not just hear about it in theory. Mercifully, the class ended. Logan limped to the door and slumped into his wheelchair. Marco came strutting out with the Minotaur behind him.
Treacle, your steampunk chair is amazing.
It's not steam,
the Minotaur grumbled.
And it's not punk. The engine is based on a Fulgur construction. The lightning apothos is exceedingly powerful.
The satyr obviously wasn't listening.
You can do so much with steam nowadays. But hey, did you hear Neckbutt talk about the beaches of Sangreta? That's my homeworld. And yes, the beaches are delicious.
That surprised Logan. The satyr had been paying attention, however slightly. Just when you thought Marco couldn't care less about school, he'd do something that completely surprised you. Marco bent and touched Logan's head.
Hey, guy, you don't look so good. You know, we can go to Ned and Zed. They might be able to help you.
The hall filled with students, and Inga finally came out, looking worried.
Is he any better?
No, Logan said, shaking his head slowly. You guys had to lunch. I felt the best at Acros Coliseum. I got a new chicken a few days ago, so I'm good. It took some convincing, but he finally forced his friends to go eat while he chugged out to the Coliseum. Another few inches of snow had fallen, and the air was cold, made even colder by the frigid wind sweeping in from the south. The heat from the wheelchair's Fulgur engine helped him not freeze to death, but it was still a deeply unpleasant ride. Logan closed his eyes, taking in the raw apothos and forcing it into his messy insides. This wasn't the first time he'd been in pain, and it wouldn't be the last. He recalled the hospital room, Sergeant Major Baker, and everything the man had told him. Don't second-guess yourself. Life was precious. The injury didn't need to ruin his life. Logan would live in gratitude, and he would make his own luck. He went deep inside the Colosseum, breathing in the Apothos-rich air and centering himself. He cleared his mind of every concern and found the iron will that had kept him going through the darkest hours of his life. In less than an hour, Rockhart and his pets, the first cohort, would come out. That was the reality. Cold, hard facts. If he managed to bend the verdant ascension to his will, he had a plan to defeat McMarty. If he failed, not only would he get more pain, he'd also get a beating. Rockhart would never go easy on him. More and more pathos flowed into him. Flexing his internal might, Logan condensed his core from the size of a softball to the size of a tennis ball, while simultaneously flattening out the brilliant white halo circling his center into a thin line, just as Inga had instructed him to do. But before he could fully incorporate the bloom and unlock its full store of knowledge, he needed to tie the damned knot. He'd learned to walk with a prosthetic. He'd started his own landscaping business. He'd made it profitable, with endless hours of work, employee drama, sweaty days, and sleepless nights. He could do this. Eyes closed, he pushed away his fear and worry. Rockhart was a distant thought, and so was the pain and exhaustion rampaging through him. In his mind, a picture formed, and he found himself once more among the towering silverbark spires. Beneath his feet was a narrow path, hidden in the foliage, barely visible if you didn't know to look for it. Some part of him instinctively knew this was the way forward, the only way forward. He glanced over his shoulder and saw a white edge of light waiting for him. He licked his nearly non-existent lips, reached back, and sunk pudgy fingers into the light. It felt like grabbing hold of a downed power cable. It squirmed in his hand and sent jags of bright pain zigzagging up his arm and through his body. He ignored the discomfort, refusing to drop the line. He turned back toward the path and began to trudge, pulling the line after him, stretching it like a rubber band as he followed the rough trail through the undergrowth. The first few steps were easy enough, but as he rounded the trunk of a particularly tall silverbark tree, the progress slowed, each step more difficult than the last. First, it felt like walking through waist-deep water. Hard, but not impossibly so. After a handful of feet, the water seemed to transform into a quagmire of sticky molasses, resisting him every inch of the way. He rounded another trunk, this one gnarled and strung with wispy cobwebs, and found himself staring at the beginning of the path once more. He transcribed a circle of sorts, more of a figure eight in retrospect, and now he was almost back to where he'd started. Less than 3 feet away, although the molasses had shifted once more, this time turning into a chest-deep pool of rapidly setting concrete. Every step was agony. Inches crept by at a snail's pace, but still, he pushed. From far away, a sound tickled at his ears. A gruff voice, barking at him. Logan knew that voice somehow, knew that it mattered, and that it meant trouble, but he ignored it, straining the final inch, towing the line of power behind him.
Mr. Murray,
the voice rumbled again, much louder now.
Don't you dare ignore me.
Rockhart. That was Rockhart's voice. Logan didn't care. He stayed focused, pushing, straining, fighting against the resistance. Then, in an eye blink, the pressure vanished, and he connected one end of the white line to the other, completing the circuit. Everything snapped into place around him, and the forest vanished, replaced instead by his burning green and gold core. Much smaller now than it had been before, about the size of a golf ball. Energy circled his core in a looping arc that looked like an infinity symbol made of blinding light. He had no idea if he tied his first knot correctly, but he did know 3 things without a doubt. 1, he'd shot up not just 1 rank, but 2. Deep root rank 2. 2, he felt like he could take on the world and win. 3, he was finally going to put that jerk McMarty into his place. Chapter 21. Logan's eyes snapped open, just as Rockhart came slamming down on the ground in front of him. His wings grated as they closed, rustling against the subdued leather doublet covering his chest. Logan could hear the smile in the gargoyle's voice.
Your lack of respect is noted, Mr. Murray, he grunted. But since it seems you're finally ready to join us, may we begin today's lesson?
Logan didn't answer. He slowly stood, straightening himself to his full, though rather unimpressive, height, and offered the grumpy gargoyle a half-smile. Sorry, Professor. Just preparing for today. I was cultivating deeply.
An A for effort. Not that it will make any difference, Rockhart replied.
He pointed toward the shield and dagger on Logan's chair.
You should get your little pig sticker and trash can lid ready.
No, Logan said. Don't waste my time today, Professor. I don't want to deal with your dogs for once. I want McMarty. Right away. The first cohort strode up with Tedicott behind them, reading from her DCG like a teenager with a new phone. The Earth Elemental had heard Logan.
Good, Professor. I was getting tired of the hellhounds. Why don't I fight all these losers at once?
An extra bit of fire burned around Chattergroth's head.
No. If anyone is going to take on all 4 of these dweebs, it should be me.
Marco ran over and slapped the Abyss Lord on the back. He jerked his hand back and blew on a burned finger. Ouch! Not a dweeb, demon guy. And you are extra charbroiled today. I'd go with a bit more shadow. But then, I like the Umbra, bruh. Chattergroth made a fist, and a huge iron broadsword, wreathed in fire and smoke, lengthened in his fingers.
I know who I'm going to cut into pieces today. I want the satyr.
I want to teach him some manners. He stumped forward, casually raising the massive sword, preparing to hack Marco in half. A fine silver blade struck Chattergroth's cleaver aside. Inga, both her arms weapons, stood with her wings spread, her knees slightly bent. Her antennae were trained on the demon. Not today, Prince. Today is about Logan and McMarty. Treacle nodded at Lady Elaciel.
Hi. I guess you're going to kill me at some point.
He burped up some of his lunch, and chewed as if death meant nothing to him. The undead queen rolled her eyes, and folded her arms. The Catwoman continued to read from her grimoire, an ear twitching. She seemed uninterested, all things considered. Rockhart took control.
Enough. This class will start out with our regular calisthenics. Release the Doomhounds.
The professor dropped his hand. A section of the bleachers rose, and Doomhounds came storming out, yipping, yapping, and yelping. Rockhart shot up into the air to watch the ensuing carnage. Logan darted from the grass and beelined for his chair. The second he was seated, he hit the switch and took off with wheels spinning. Inga soared into the air, wings pumping, kicking up flurries while the rest of the terrible 12th scattered like the dust beneath Inga's wings. Pistons whooshing furiously, Logan raced ahead of the slavering Doomhounds for the first time. Marco and Treacle kept pace. Inga flew low. The Minotaur gave Logan the side-eye.
You look better, Logan. Too bad you're going to be in pieces soon.
Maybe eventually, but I'm not going to get a better shot at McMarty. I'll need your help to take him out, though. Logan wanted to face the Earth Elemental while he was riding the rush of power from tying his first knot. He didn't want to waste even an ounce of apothos. Hey, tag me in. I'll take one for the team, a satyr offered. And how about we consider this my dang forever green gift to you? Treacle, let's give these dogs something a bit spicier to chew on, shall we? I'll get you to McMarty, Logan. Inga reached out and grabbed Logan, her fingers digging into his armpits. The minute the fungaloid left his chair, Treacle grabbed the contraption and hurled it into the incoming Doomhounds. The chair hit like a mortar, exploding in a barrage of debris, a plume of greasy black smoke rising into the chilly air. There went Logan's fancy ride. Well, most victories required sacrifice. He just hoped his shield and dagger had survived. Inga sailed Logan back over the dogs. The first cohort had already dispatched the hellhounds and reduced them to steaming piles of apothos, inhaling the Ignis and Umbra like potpourri. Inga dropped Logan. He landed in front of McMarty, doing his best to stick the three-point superhero pose. As far as Logan was concerned, he nailed it. Rockhart followed, wings flapping lazily.
What is the meaning of this?
He snarled from above.
Professor, do I have your permission to beat this little toadstool into paste?
McMarty stared daggers at Logan. Mud dripped from the cracks in the elemental's stony skin. That mud looked damp and slightly delicious.
Very well, Mr. McMarty. I'd say this act of insolence requires retribution. Let the pummeling begin in earnest.
Rockhart's voice was as cold as the stone of his gargoyle skin.
And if his gem gets cracked, what a shame that would be.
A cracked gem could kill Logan, or at least cripple him beyond repair. In essence, Rockhart had just okayed his murder. Logan would need to be on his toes. His entire plan hinged on avoiding McMarty for one critical moment, because the verdant ascension had imparted him with the gift of rapid growth, a spore halo ability that normally he wouldn't get until he became an iron trunk cultivator. Inkboon had written that rapid growth was key to any plant or fungal guardian's survival. Rapid growth. Use specialized spores to trigger the rapid growth and spread of true fungi. By pumping domesticated fungi with specialized stored Apothos catalyst spores, a fungaloid can transform a simple spore into a full-grown mushroom in a matter of seconds. Logan had seen the ability for himself while wandering the Silverbark Forest. All of those giant man-eating plants had gained supremacy through their ability to rapidly grow to an enormous size, and now he could do the same for his mushrooms. Logan released a burst of mucofilm spores in front of them, and then released rapid growth, pumping the film full of the pent-up Apothos coursing through his meridians. A thin layer of brown goo spread across the arena floor, like an oil slick. Without wasting a beat, Logan darted forward and slid between McMarty's legs, just like Marco had skated through the gelatinous night slime trail. The elemental grunted.
What's this?
Behind you, Chadagroth called out. Logan smiled and turned on a heel, spewing opal truffle pollen from his gills. He'd tried this move before with McMarty, but the dumb mushrooms hadn't grown fast enough. Now, the spores took root in the damp recesses of McMarty's cracks. The pearlescent fungi appeared as little growths, not even a quarter-inch long. The elemental looked down at the opal truffles and actually laughed, and with good reason, since opal truffles were hardly an offensive powerhouse. Then he raised his blazing eyes at Logan.
You're dead.
He trumped forward with those big rocky hands, ready to rend Logan limb from limb. This time, though, McMarty was the one who never had a chance. Logan released rapid growth spores from his gills. A gust, courtesy of Inga's flapping wings, swept them directly into the earth elemental. In an instant, the opal truffles doubled, tripled, then quadrupled in size. McMarty let out a shriek of pure pain. First, he dropped to his knees, then sank onto all fours, howling. The mushrooms continued to grow, spreading like a plague thanks to the rapid growth. An arm cracked off, then a leg. The elemental's head rolled off like a bowling ball. Logan stepped to the side, watching in mute fascination as the earth elemental became a mound of broken rock and creeping mushrooms. The rest of the first cohort watched with gaping mouths. Even Tet was looking up from her DCG in disbelief. Rockhart momentarily lost control of his wings, something Logan had never seen from the professor. He landed and stood there blinking dumbly. The fight had lasted less than a minute, yet it had resulted in the complete destruction of McMarty. Logan waddled forward and rummaged around in the mound of delicious mushrooms and crumbled stone. He unearthed McMarty's gemstone and tossed it to Rockhart. I don't feel like killing him today. It is a holiday tomorrow. Consider this my forever green gift to the clan. The professor caught the gem, still utterly speechless. Logan hadn't taken 2 steps when he felt a tingling start in his fingers. He looked down and watched blisters cover his arms, legs, hands, everywhere. That tingling turned into an itch, and then into pain. Black spores poured down from his gills, covering him in a layer of dust. His heart beat like a jackhammer, and his lungs worked overtime to pull in enough oxygen to keep him conscious. Logan fought to stay on his feet, but his body was far beyond his control. His core was siphoning in the Apothos from McMarty, not from his gem, but rather the energy that made up his guardian form. There was so much of it, almost too much. It felt like trying to drink down a hurricane all at once. Logan fell to his knees, his body convulsing, arms and legs flailing wildly. The Terra Apothos wasn't hard to digest, but the Ignis Apothos was a different story. Sucking in a breath felt like inhaling hot coals. People were yelling. His friends were crowding around him, wondering what was happening. And all Logan could do was concentrate on pushing a rush of apothos through the knotted band of energy circling his core, stripping out the elemental affinity as he drew the power downward. He could do this. He'd survived everything else and processed the Verdant Ascension bloom. He would survive this, too. Somehow, though, he knew that this time around he wouldn't just gain a rank or two. No. His victory against Magmarty was going to take him to his next evolutionary form. Inga held his hand. She knew exactly what was going on.
Process the energy, Logan. Let it flow through your meridians. It's going to hurt. It's going to be like drinking fire. But the more you can channel through your meridians, the harder your skin will be. Your body is purifying itself, getting rid of flaws, and reorganizing your cellular and muscular structure. If you survive the process, you'll be bigger, better, and as Marco would say, more badass.
Treacle sighed. I don't know, Inga. It's an awful lot of apothos to take in at one time. I would imagine it will kill him. Not helping, Marco said with real concern. The satyr scooped Logan up. We'll take him back to our room. Out of my way, Chattergroth. Logan couldn't talk, and he couldn't open his eyes. Everything depended on his absolute concentration. Thank goodness he'd spent months cultivating. He wasn't sure how long he stayed like that. Time was slippery as he further refined his core. Snatches of imagery would float in and out of his consciousness as he worked, just as they had when he processed the bloom. Some of those images were from his past life. He watched himself clamber over the high tower on the Nasty Nick obstacle course and run the night raid at Camp McCall. He envisioned the time he broke his arm in 4 places, and when he'd woken up in the hospital, his leg missing. But there were also glimpses of faraway lands he was sure he'd never visited. Places with towering horrors, cascading emerald waterfalls, and untamed swatches of jungle. Branded across each vision was the image of a stately golden fungus as tall as a man. At some point, Logan woke up in darkness, not having slept, but fallen into a trance, moving the energy through his body. Normally, he would have gotten the knot when he'd progressed to Iron Trunk. Inkboon's gift had given him both the knot and rapid growth early, a fact that had likely saved his life during his first ascension. He cracked his eyes open and found himself in Marco's bed. A little fire burned in his stove. Not too much, so the room was cold. Inga lay sleeping with her head on the treacle's thigh, her wings wrapped around her shoulders like a blanket. Marco had pulled up a chair, the one that Logan had crafted. He sat, elbows on his knees, head down. The satyr spoke in a low voice. It's after midnight, Logan.